Orders of the day.
Affaires éminentes des députés. Début de considération.
Private members' business, beginning second reading of Bill C-231, an act to amend the Youth Criminal Justice Act, in the name of Mr. Berthold.
It being 11:01, the House will now proceed to consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Monsieur Berthold, appuyé par...
Mr. Berthold, seconded by another member, moves that Bill C-231, an act to amend the Youth Criminal Justice Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable, Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's with a heavy heart that I rise to address the House today at second reading of my private member's bill, an act to amend the Youth Criminal Justice Act. My heart is broken because I'm thinking of my son David, who's no longer with us today, and this bill will not change anything for him. He leaves a great void behind him. My wife Caro and I are still mourning his loss, but we decided not to sit on our hands. We're doing our part to help who I call David's friends, young people who are tempted to take their own lives. My heart is broken because I want to tell you a bit about my son David, who was a big brother to his two little sisters. He had a big heart. He was curious. He was strong. And he was always sure of himself and of his decisions. His story is, despite how confident he seemed, he always needed someone to get through life. We won't know his full story because the illness he suffered from was never diagnosed, and it was covered up by drugs and substance abuse. He was afraid of nothing, but had trouble getting things done. Bill C-231 is very personal to me, and it's not easy for us to talk about David publicly and to talk about the weaknesses in our lives and his life. But if we didn't talk about it, there would be other Davids, other parents who didn't know what to do, other children who would lose their father, and other partners left as widows. As a young person, David got tangled up in drugs, and it was his form of self-medication. Society wasn't able to provide solutions to him. I want to be clear. If a young person smokes marijuana once in a while for fun with his friends, that doesn't mean they're lost forever. That's part of childhood, and a joint now and then doesn't prevent most people from succeeding, having a great career, and being happy. I'm not a grump, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not going to prescribe a solution for a better world for everyone. So people think a joint now and then doesn't do any harm to anyone, but in fact that's not true, not for everyone. Some young people don't know when they take their first toke, they don't realize that one day they won't be able to live without it. They'll become addicted for the rest of their lives. And it's for those people, for that handful of young people who are only discovered too late. And while we still mourn David, this bill could make a difference in some people's lives. It could give them an opportunity to have a future. Mr. Speaker, here are the questions that the parents of people like David ask. What can we do to change things? Where did we go wrong? What did we do wrong as parents? Did the education system fail us? Can we help them, or should we punish them with tough love? Or should we try to avoid them influencing other people? Is there any system that can deal with these young people? These are the questions that we constantly rehash in our minds, which brings me back to C-231. Can we force a young person to undergo treatment? The schools sometimes are not allowed to call the parents, but they can call the police when a child is having difficulties. The police can arrest the child for illegal possession, and they will almost always return the child to school immediately with just a rap over the knuckles. And no one's looking into how did the child get into this situation. When young people self-harm, we just put a Band-Aid on the problem without really asking what the root causes are. The parents and friends of David are not blind. They can see that something's not working, but it's not always as easy to fix as you might think. A lot of people think that, it's just problems of youth, it will pass, and that we shouldn't interfere in the daily lives of our teenagers. But over time, parents start looking for help, friends, social workers, the schools, anonymous helplines, other friends that have gone through similar problems. All of those are good things to do, but all the stakeholders have to face the same harsh reality. If the teenager doesn't want help, doesn't acknowledge they have a problem, if they don't want to see reality, well, then they're left to their own devices. Even the police and Crown prosecutors will rarely prosecute for possession. Even if the drug is illegal, it's hard to make out the case. The evidence is hard to adduce. The chances of conviction are low. And parents don't know what to do, and that's why I ask my colleagues, my friends, and my wife and I ask our friends to support this bill. It's very straightforward. When a young person is arrested, this bill adds an option for police and judges to require the young person to undergo an addiction treatment program. And that can be something that the court takes into account at sentencing. The bill also allows young people to undergo this type of support program without specifically identifying any particular programs. Many police officers do not want to prosecute young people who have drug problems, and a rap over the knuckles from the police may, in many cases, be enough, but it doesn't really accomplish much, and the justice system doesn't accomplish much more either for young people. But I think the opposite should happen. With a bill that would encourage people to seek treatment rather than punish them, then minors, this will help them get on the right path and avoid crime. And getting off their dependency on drugs might head them in the right direction in a way that society has so far been unable to do. This should be a priority. By passing Bill C-231, we'll send a clear message to the forces of law and order that a young person in court is only there to be punished, and it's no way out. It's no way to heal. So by supporting this bill, members will send a clear message that we need to do something and not just turn a blind eye. And we mustn't just say that, this will pass, it's part of youth. We'll be sending a message with this bill to the friends of David that addiction is not a crime like any other crime. It's an illness that can be treated with appropriate care. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we're not reinventing the wheel with Bill C-231 for the Friends of David. The criminal youth justice system already allows judges to reserve sentencing to allow a young person to undergo addiction treatment. So why not open the door to minors and get early treatment? This could change their entire lives before they get into crime in order to get enough money to pay for drugs. This bill will send a message to thousands of young Canadians who are still minors, whose parents are concerned about them. They can count on the message is that they can count on their politicians to help them find a way out. I could have given you a whole bunch of statistics about the number of young people who use all kinds of drugs, alarming figures about fentanyl that is causing havoc in our cities. I could have talked about the number of young adults who die every year. But instead of giving you statistics, I would just ask people to open their eyes, take a look at what's happening all around us with homelessness, with drug use in the streets, near schools. Once you have this image in your mind, ask yourself, what if it was your child? If you had a society where intervention happened early enough to make a difference, I think that would be better than giving you all kinds of statistics to tell you how big the problem is. At any rate, The statistics aren't even reliable. I've asked for the number of young users and treatment, the number of reoffenses after treatment, and so on. It's impossible to get the statistics. Each program has its own, each province has its own programs, its own way of collecting statistics, and so on. It's a mess. And in preparing my speech today, just to make sure I wasn't going the wrong way, my wife, I'm not a doctor, my wife is not a social worker, so I had to go around asking the mental health authorities, and I was reassured but alarmed at the same time in those discussions. Let's just say that no one thought I was going in the wrong direction with this bill for the Friends of David. The WHO defines addiction as a state of consuming a substance, alcohol or drugs, and with increasing doses and causing a psychological dependency. This abusive use has emotional, social, economic, and mental consequences for the individuals and their families. Mr. Speaker, I think this definition, which is too often the case, I think it's too limiting. It talks about the consequences, but let's talk about the effects of addiction. What's missing is simple. Drug addiction should be taken for what it is. It's a mental health problem. Drug addiction is a health problem like any other health problem. It can be treated. Not healed, not cured, but treated. Drug addicts, particularly young people, should have access to treatment as early as possible in order to treat their illness before it takes over their entire lives. It should also be easy, just as easy to get access to drug treatment as it is for consumers to get access to the drugs themselves. I wonder why that isn't the case. The task of mental health professionals is difficult. It's hard to get access. Treatment programs are not available in all regions. There are waiting lists. Private care is very expensive, too expensive for young people and their families, young people who are already broke because of their addiction. And it's often the cost that is the obstacle. The challenges are huge. The time is short. I know full well that C-231 is just a drop in the ocean. But, Mr. Speaker, you have to start somewhere. And a good start would be recognizing that the youth criminal justice system should not be treating all young drug users as criminals. It should be treating them as people who have illnesses. A young person should be sent, if you have a physical injury, you go to the hospital for treatment. So why do we send young addicts to courts and jails instead of providing them treatment for mental health? The consequences are serious for our family. C-231 might have made a huge difference for David, who killed himself last February 10th. It causes widows way too early. We miss him terribly today still. We will never understand what he did to himself and to all those who love him. We are angry, Mr. Speaker. The system let us down, and our society. The Friends of David would like to pay tribute to him, to their friend. And one of his friends also killed himself shortly afterwards because he couldn't deal with the loss. Colleagues, I'm asking for a small change for David and his friends, and for all those who don't have access to the care they need. Let's do this so the system reaches out to everyone with mental illnesses. I need you, colleagues. I need your help so that we speak openly about addiction. Let's all be a part of the solution for all the Friends of David all across the country. In David's name, on behalf of my whole family and my wife, Caro, I ask you to support Bill C-231. Thank you. On behalf of the House, I'd like to repeat our sincere condolences to the member. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I extend to my friend across the way condolences in the loss of David, and a special shout out for his wife Carol. I know that this has been a very, very difficult time. Even prior to having the discussion, we had a very short chat in regards to the issue, and I think it's very admirable that we have legislation, a substantive legislation, that sends a very powerful message of caring and wanting to do what we can as legislators. And I appreciate that. I've had the chance to go over the legislation, and the question that I have for the member is, to what degree is he open to having some favorable amendments just to provide assurances that we're moving in the direction if we could get it at committee stage?
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable, Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Everything that we can do as a house to improve the life of our children, everything that we can do to improve this bill, to make it more effective for our children, I'm open to hear about it. Because I can't be alone in that fight. I need all my colleagues to be part of it, to show young people in this country that this house cares. Thank you.
The honourable member for Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Mataskameeg, Témiscouata. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his moving speech. We stand with him and his family in remembering his son. I discussed a situation with an ER nurse in Rimouski, and she told me that even in the regions, because my colleague referred to that, fentanyl is becoming more and more prominent. So new drugs are arriving, stronger drugs, and they might affect a young person's ability to get free of their addiction, their developing addiction. So my question is, within the context of this bill, will judges be able to move faster to help people get care? The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable, Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this bill, C-231, is both to enable judges to get young people into treatment, but also to remind judges that the whole justice system includes treatment. A young drug user is not automatically a criminal. A young drug user could be someone with a mental illness that hasn't been diagnosed, and drugs become their way of self-medicating. And the sooner we intervene, before the young person is taking fentanyl or harder drugs, as was the case for David, I am convinced that we can make a difference in their lives. And that's why we shouldn't wait for young people to be before the courts as repeat offenders before they're given treatment. It should be done as quickly as possible. The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Colleague, you're so brave. You're so brave, but at the same time, you're taking concrete action. My colleague mentioned that this might just be a drop in the ocean. No. Having worked with in the area of prevention of drug addiction for years, I can say that this bill, and my colleague must know, that this bill will be a part of a big difference, because the suffering, it's easy when you can see it, but suffering when it's a mental health issue, it's invisible. And this bill, Mr. Speaker, with this bill, my colleague is taking a big step. And I wonder if he agrees with me that our organizations will need bigger health transfers in order to have all the resources they need to give people treatment. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable, Lotbinière.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague. She mentioned courage and resilience. I'm here, we're all here. We don't ask for these things to happen as parents. Since the tragedy, Mr. Speaker, many parents have undergone the same tragedy, but they don't have the privilege that I have to be able to talk about it in front of a large audience and increase public awareness. As for funding, there's so much disparity among provinces, and we can't fix everything in one fell swoop, but we do need to take action, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to begin by acknowledging my colleague, the member of Mégantic, L'Érable, for his courage in bringing forward Bill C-231, the Friends of David Act, and his openness that he just shared about his family's tragic experience reminds us that every policy discussion in this House must remain centered on real people, real families, and unfortunately sometimes real loss. I extend my heartfelt condolences to him and his loved ones. Mr. Speaker, before entering public life, I spent many years working as an educator and an administrator. And in that role, I saw children and young people carrying in their backpacks the burdens that are far heavier than any child should ever have to carry. Addiction, especially in youth, is not an individual struggle. It becomes a family struggle. It reshapes homes, disrupts education, and pushes parents into impossible positions where they must become caregivers, counselors, caseworkers, crisis response teams, all at once. Those experiences stay with you. They shape how you see policy, and they remind you that behind every bill, every motion, every debate in this chamber, there is a young person who simply wants a chance to be well. In my constituency work in South Shore St. Margaret's, that truth comes up again and again. I have sat with families who are exhausted from navigating fragmented systems. I've spoken with youth whose involvement in the justice system began only after their addiction had gone untreated, sometimes for years. I have heard from parents who are on wait lists for services that should never have to be waitlisted at all. One mother told me that loving a child with addiction feels like breathing with only half a lung. Another said, every day is a mix of hope and fear. Hope that their child will finally get the help that they needed, and the fear that the window for help might close. Mr. Speaker, those stories guide me as I reflect on my colleague's bill, C-231, and the important issue that it raises about treatment and rehabilitation for young people involved in the youth justice system. At the heart of this bill seeks a deeply human question. How do we make sure that young people struggling with addiction get the right supports at the right time? That is the question I believe that this House must focus on. We know that the Youth Criminal Justice Act already contains pathways for treatment, whether through diversion, integrated case planning, probation conditions, or delayed sentencing when appropriate. But the reality in too many parts of this country is that the services themselves are not always there when they are needed. A law can direct a young person to treatment, a judge can recommend it, a family can beg for it. But if the treatment doesn't exist, or the wait lists are months long, or transportation is impossible, or aftercare is inconsistent, then we are setting young people up for failure, those that need help the most. For me, this bill is an opportunity. It's an opportunity to talk about strengthening access, strengthening coordination, and ensuring that youth who come into contact with the justice system do so in a way that leads to stability and not towards deeper harm. It's also important that we maintain flexibility so that every young person's unique needs can be met. Some will require addiction treatment. Others will need trauma-informed therapies, mental health supports, or longer-term residential care. Many will need these wraparound programs that continue, like family counseling, cultural supports, or aftercare that extends beyond the courtroom. We cannot take a one-size-fits-all approach when it comes to youth, something that I have said for years. Their lives, their experiences, and their healing journeys are way too diverse. Mr. Speaker, as this bill continues through the legislative process, I believe our work should focus on ensuring that, 1, youth have timely access to services and the laws that direct them towards it. 2, that judges remain or retain, the ability to tailor conditions to the needs of each individual youth. 3, that treatment is part of a holistic, rehabilitative program rather than a standalone obligation. And that 4, aftercare, most importantly aftercare, such as community programs and family supports, are recognized as essential components of recovery, not just optional ones. Because treatment is not a single event. Treatment is a pathway. Ms. Speaker, and for too many young people, that pathway is broken long before they step into a courtroom. I saw it many times in my classroom or in the offices when I was an administrator. As someone who spent time with both educators and families, as someone whose community includes youth who are struggling right now, and as someone who has walked alongside parents who carry the fear of losing their child every day, I want this to be unequivocal, that young people deserve every possible chance to heal, to recover, and to rebuild their lives. Our role, every one of us in this chamber, is to make sure that systems surrounding them actually make that possible, such as what my colleague is trying to do here with his bill. If this bill helps bring us closer to a more compassionate, more responsible, and more supportive youth justice system, then we owe it to our young people across this country to work together and to get this right. Ms. Speaker, we cannot change the past that brought so many youth into this justice system, but we can change what happens next. We can ensure that when a young person reaches out for help, or when a court directs them to help, that help is truly there. That is the responsibility that we hold, that is the work that is ahead of us, and that is what young people in Canada deserve. I support the work of my colleague. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Reprise du débat. Honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable.
C'est de la belle.
Sorry, the honourable member for La Belle.
On travaille très fort. J'apprécie votre travail.
Thank you very much. You work very hard, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate all that you do. I also appreciate the member for Mégantic-L'Érable-Lotbinière's exceptional work. Just now, I told him how incredible... Madam Speaker, there's a lot of noise, and this is an important topic. Can someone go and see what's happening in the lobbies, in the hallway? Thank you. This topic is a difficult one, but it's important to discuss. Just now, I told my colleague just how resilient and brave he is, but how incredible it is that he is also taking real action to make a difference, to change things. Now, for those who did not hear my colleague's speech, please, Madam Speaker, allow me to explain this bill, Bill C-231. It is a bill which relates to the criminal justice system for youth so that we can help young people with addictions who end up before the courts. So this would allow courts to delay sentencing so that young people can participate in addictions treatment programs. So what this means, Madam Speaker, well, all this to say that our colleague should know that the Bloc Québécois absolutely supports this bill, which will save lives. I'm thinking of David, of his friends, of Caro, and of my colleague, because Christmas is around the corner, and that is always a difficult time for those who have lost someone. I'm glad we are starting to debate this now so that we can take action as soon as possible in the new year. My colleague is right that the war on drugs and drug addiction, that kind of an approach, does not work. In the late 90s and early 2000s, early on in my career, I worked in suicide prevention and drug addiction. Back then, Madam Speaker, it was a different situation. Nowadays, we need more security and protection because there are more concerns and there are more complications when a mental health problem goes undiagnosed. And using psychotropic drugs is one of these mental health conditions. I was just 20 years old at the time when I was working in that field, and I understood then that these people should not be punished. Rather, they should be supported. They should be heard. We should give them the necessary treatment and care. I have carried naloxone with me for the past few years because, Madam Speaker, we as elected officials often meet with many people. We go to events, there are crowds, and we never know when there can be an incident. So I'm taking advantage of this opportunity to encourage all colleagues to get a naloxone kit. It is an invaluable life-saving measure. If you're near someone with an overdose and you have a naloxone kit, you can save a life. I have also worked to ensure that community organizations in my riding have as many tools as possible to help our young people, adolescents. And in Quebec, there's an organization in Antoine Labelle called Mesures Alternatives. And I'd like to thank Mr. Roy. He's been working there for, goodness, I can't even remember how long he's been working there. But I'm sure that if we were to look at the statistics, we would see what a massive positive impact they've had. My colleague didn't want us to get into statistics, but I do think that it would be helpful to gather some statistics to assess our prevention and preventative measures. In Quebec, we are lucky because there was a strategy, an overdose prevention strategy from 2018 to 2020 to address overdose by psychoactive substance in Quebec. This is one thing that my colleague proposes in his action plan. The first step is to ensure that people are informed and aware. That's what we're doing today, and it's very important. Next, we need to prevent overdose and reduce harm. My colleague explained it very well. People sometimes use drugs recreationally, but sometimes they may be suffering inside and they may be using drugs as a crutch or self-medicating. We need also to have regulations And this bill will allow us to collect information and have the necessary tools to ensure that young people get the support that they need. We also need research, training, and addictions treatment. I just talked to you about naloxone, but naloxone is for emergencies. There are all kinds of tools that I won't have the time to tell you about this morning. But now, people have physical pain. Sometimes people use cannabis to address physical pain, but we can, of course, have mental pain, and young people can sometimes use drugs to deal with mental pain. But I'm impressed because these days, more and more people, men, women, all of us, more and more people feel comfortable sharing what they're experiencing in terms of their mental health and pain. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I must once again commend our colleague for his very touching remarks, for telling us about his lived experience. And if he ever needs help from us to help save lives, we're there. Because unfortunately, David will not be with his family this Christmas, but my colleague's gesture will make a real difference for others. It's not just a drop of water in the ocean. It is a huge step which will help many people experiencing major problems. I have about 2 minutes remaining, so I'd like to share some statistics with you, because as my colleague said, in the context of the opioid crisis, 20 people per day lost their lives in 2024. There were 5,000 opioid-related deaths in 2025 since March, and more men than women die of opioid overdoses. In 2024, there were too many deaths. In general, these are too many deaths. I told you about Quebec's approach with our overdose reduction strategy, and I hope that other provinces and territories will take inspiration from our strategy in Quebec, because we were able to decrease opioid overdoses. Thank you to all for listening. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Happy holidays to you, and thank you to my colleague for his courage, and may we all have compassion toward him.
Member for Mission Matsqui, Abbotsford.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je prends la parole.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to follow up on my colleague's very touching remarks to speak to Bill C-231, the Friends of David Act. First, I must commend my colleague's courage. It takes great courage to share such a personal story in this place. My colleague's remarks remind us that behind the stats, there are people, communities, and broken dreams and futures. The story of his son, David, is heartbreaking, but it is also a call to action. This bill would amend the Youth Criminal Justice Act. This bill would enable judges and law enforcement to help young people with addictions get treatment rather than proceeding immediately to punitive measures. This is not about excusing the crimes. Rather, it's about remembering that addiction is a mental health problem and we need to take action soon.
We are living through a public health emergency that shows no sign of slowing down. Since the province declared the overdose crisis in 2016, more than 14,000 British Columbians have died from toxic, unregulated drugs. This year alone, BC is on track to surpass 2,000 deaths, the highest ever recorded. That means 6 people die every day in one province, 6 lives, 6 families shattered. And these aren't just adults. Youth are increasingly at risk. According to BC's Coroner Service, about 10% of overdose deaths involve individuals under 29, and many start using substances in their early teens. The Canadian Student Tobacco, Alcohol and Drug Survey shows that the average age of first cannabis use is 14, and nearly half of students say cannabis is easy to obtain. For some, that first puff is not harmless, but it can be the first step toward dependency and, tragically, toward fentanyl-laced substances. Madam Speaker, when the member from Mégantic-Larabre-Lotbinière speaks of David's friends, he's not referring to a small circle of acquaintances. He's speaking about thousands of young Canadians, boys and girls who are walking the same dangerous path. These are teenagers who turn to substances not out of rebellion, but out of pain. For them, drugs become the doctor they never met, the therapy they never accessed, the solution society failed to provide. David's friends aren't criminals at heart. They're patients who don't know they're sick. Yet under the current system, if they refuse help, if they deny their problem, we often abandon them to their fate. Bill C-231 changes that. It gives judges and police the ability to open a door instead of closing one, to offer treatment instead of punishment. Madam Speaker, every time we fail to act, another David is lost, another family grieves, another group of friends wonders what they could have done. Supporting this bill, and I'm so encouraged by the remarks so far this morning, means telling David's friends across Canada, we see you, we care, and we will fight for your future. Bill C-231 offers a practical solution. It doesn't reinvent the wheel. It simply extends to youth what already exists for adults, the ability to defer sentencing while a person completes an addiction treatment program. This approach saves lives. It gives young people a chance to heal before they become entrenched in criminal activity or fall victim to the toxic drug supply. Madam Speaker, let us be clear. Addiction is not a complete moral failure. It is a health issue. And when a young person is arrested for a drug-related offense, that moment can be a turning point, a chance to intervene, to connect them with care, and to prevent another obituary. As a society, we have a moral imperative to do more than speak words of compassion. We must turn those words into action. It is not enough to express concern while young lives are lost. We must offer real solutions, and I really do truly believe we're doing that today. We must develop those programs that match the urgency of our rhetoric, programs that meet young people where they are and give them a path forward. Bill C-231 is not the final answer, but it is a step in the right direction, a step toward a justice system that heals instead of harms, that recognizes addiction as an illness rather than a crime. By passing this bill, we will affirm that Canada will not abandon youth in despair. In fact, will improve our laws for youth. We can affirm that prevention and treatment are not luxuries, but a necessity in our public health system. So every day we delay, another family grieves, another David is lost. Another group of friends wonders what they could have done. Supporting this bill means telling David's friends across Canada, we see you, we care, and we'll make a level step forward to improve the system in our country. Pour David, pour ses amis, et pour les milliers de jeunes Canadiens dont la vie est en jeu, faisons ce changement.
Every day, other families will know pain that the member for Mégantic-Lérable-Lotbinière felt, and so courageously shared with us today. Thank you very much.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de la...
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would first of all like to extend my deepest condolences to my colleague across the way and to all his family. This kind of event is heartbreaking. I was a teacher for over 20 years, and we saw situations get worse before our very eyes with a certain clientele. And it's always difficult to get the authorization to speak to a student's parents because we can't speak to the parents if the student doesn't agree in those conditions. It's very difficult to be a teacher in that circumstance. Madam Speaker, I rise today because this subject is very close to my heart. I have a huge respect for my colleague and for his courage to get up here in the House to improve the situation. Not only is it a very important subject for me, but this is a subject that is important for all Canadians. All Canadians, irrespective of their family situation. Whatever our family situation is, we are never fully sheltered from potential drug issues, the health issues, the mental issues, addiction. In my years as a teacher and as a sports coach, I saw athletes who could have made it big, nationally and internationally, deteriorate because of drugs, because of any manner of substance that disrupted their lives and the lives of those around them. This bill, C-231, has been tabled by my colleague, an act to amend the Youth Criminal Justice Act. I have a teenager, and I try to be there for her as close as possible and to keep a close eye as close as possible, but we know that children will often try at that age, and we can't really control it fully. We can monitor children, but I would like to tell my colleague, through you, Madam Speaker, that parents do their best, but we can't control every single tiny experience that our children go through. I'm going to use the YCJA to make things go quicker. C-231 proposes amendments to the YCJA to make addiction treatment programs more readily available for people in the court system. This bill would amend the YCJA to clarify the measures governing addiction treatment programs for young persons. It would enable, in some cases, the Youth Justice Court that finds a young person guilty of an offence to delay sentencing to enable the young person to participate in an addiction treatment program. In my colleague's speech, he very well enumerated that there are many treatments available to people so that they can avoid the worst consequences. There are many illnesses that stem from addiction, and we can do better. We must do better. Our government seeks to try and divest young people from their criminal activities or drug consumption. Very often it's a vicious cycle. If you want to use drugs, you have to get the drugs, and in order to get the drugs, you need to raise the money for it. It's all in a criminal setting very often. Through these basic principles, this bill promotes the accountability through social reintegration and other treatment programs. For lesser crimes, detention would be less recommended than it is now. Often, young adolescents who come out from the criminal system. When I was a professional, a teacher, a coach, I would tell students, welcome to your second chance, and we will be here to support you in your second chance. It's important for adults to have an open mind and to listen to these children and these youth. we can save many by being there for them. The federal government offers a financial contribution of $4.5 million to support projects that promote a more effective criminal legal system, which allows communities to participate more in the criminal court system for adolescents. This funds seeks to increase the capacity of the justice system to deal with adolescents so that they can then reintegrate society. It uses more non-judiciary measures and increases the use of community service for lesser crimes. In this program, the federal government offers to provinces and territories an envelope that accounts to $185 million between 2021 and 2025, so that there can be better programs for youth that have contact with the criminal system. We want to immediately help the addictions and overdose crisis. As part of our strategy, the federal government has elaborated an overdose crisis measure that seeks to meet certain objectives, such as increasing access to first-line services, and to support preventative measures, treatment measures, and rehabilitation measures. The federal government is making significant investments to fight against overdose and drug use. The federal government invested more than $750 million through the drug use and addiction issue, with hundreds of pilot projects and community projects since 2017, peer support networks. With regards to public health, the federal government invests $500 million for the Mental Health Fund. My colleague often talks about it. Mental health often seem inoffensive. They're not necessarily visible. We don't know what's happening in someone's head. This program allows youth quicker access to mental health services. These are investments in improving access to mental health services. What's more, Madam Speaker, the federal government has invested $20.2 million for the drug use and addiction. This program supports 12 community projects to help in the reduction of drug use. Thanks to these investments that are anchored in communities' realities, youth have safety and hope for the future. Madam Speaker, to conclude, this program has allowed 188,000 youth to be helped between 2018 and 2025. Health and emotional and mental well-being represents a significant health issue that has a severe impact on young people's health and on the youth criminal justice system. Those who suffer from mental health problems are overrepresented in the criminal justice system. C231 reflects our big priority. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's difficult for me to rise today in the House, but I do so with dignity. I think that the moment we have gone through this morning is one of the most poignant ones of the last few years. I would like to commend the courage of my colleague for Mégantic-l'Érable-Binière. I have an adolescent, and so it's one of my biggest fears. I would also like to commend his partner with whom he made the decision to make it public so that we can remember. When we talk about the Friends of Davis, there are also all of David's family members who are looking for answers. Of course, the Bloc Québécois will support the member for Mégantic-L'Érable in this bill C231. Prevention is very important for us, of course, and I would like to commend the step forward made by the Conservatives, influenced by their colleague, to bring a bit more of a humane aspect to a debate which is often not humane at all. I would also like to commend the work of those who are in the field, those who experience human distress and who are often confronted, people who don't necessarily act of their own free will, but that act because of neglected addiction. We need to commend the work that they undertake, and I would like to invite everyone to think about it and to better understand the issues that push people to drugs. Sometimes they do it just because it's socially acceptable to take drugs, but then they get addicted. I would also like to highlight the work by Catherine Jutreuil, who is a consultant in addiction avoidance, who carried out a study that's called, which has to do with drug use. She met me when I was an MP, but she seeks to demystify overdoses. A sentence that is very notable is that I don't want to become a statistic. When you die of an overdose, you become a number. And I find that, given the circumstances, there is something particularly poignant. I would like to say that my colleague from Mégantic-L'Érable-Binière's work makes it so that David will never just be a statistic. We need to prevent this kind of thing from happening, and I hope that this will bring major and long-term change. I would like to name a number of elements in the study that I have mentioned. This with regards to psychoactive substances. People use drugs for different reasons: self-medication, recreational use, and to deal with pain. Most people that use drugs are victims of stigmatization. We need to end that. Stigmatization comes from a number of social areas: consumers, the general population, social systems, at the political level, at the criminal level. People who are in the system and who don't give addicts the care that they need. Because often addicts want to improve their quality of life. Should we collaborate better with drug users? Should they be better involved? Should we listen to them more? And that's what my colleague is trying to get us to do. There are some recommendations put forward by her, because I believe that this bill will move forward, but I would like us to be able to use the context to go further in what we have to offer, reevaluate our perception and evaluate how we see the use of psychoactive substances, ask questions about current services in various regions, improve the understanding of professionals with regards to addiction as a whole, and provide tailored trainings, deal with people who seek to change their way with dignity, irrespective of how they sort out a service, maintain a comprehensive vision on someone, and finally, help those who have had to deal with a death because of an overdose. So there are many actions that are available, and I'd like to commend the courage of my colleague. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La période prévue pour l'étude.
The time for private members' business is now up, and the order falls to the bottom of the order of precedence. Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-15, Budget Implementation Act 2025, number 1, and on the amendment of Mr. Jenis.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first of all, I'd like to commend my colleague from Mégantic, L'Érable, Lotbinière's courage and congratulate him on his emotional speech. It takes a lot of guts, a lot of courage, and I'm very, very proud of my colleague today, a colleague who has behaved as a mentor for me since I got here. So congratulations, colleague. Madam Speaker, I'd like to begin with what the government calls the generational budget. We call it the credit card budget. I'd like to talk about small and medium-sized businesses, SMEs, and the labor force. Our SMEs are essential in our communities. They create jobs, they sustain our communities, they sustain our regions, but they're facing cuts, endless cuts, increasing cuts. And for example, the government treats the budget like a credit card. But another example having to do with credit cards is the charges on credit cards that small and medium businesses have to pay. And those charges, those fees are from 2 to 2.5%, whereas in Europe, there's a limit of 1% on what credit cards can charge companies that use their services. Our business people and businesses need concrete support, not just nice talk or empty rhetoric. I've been here for 8 months, Madam Speaker. It's time real solutions were offered to help SMEs survive and grow and invest. Canadians and people in Beauce, in particular, Madam Speaker, they don't want nice talk. They want action. They want us to do something. What they want is for us to get to work for them, not for ourselves. And what they want is for us to tell it like it is. Our role is to get out there in the field, in our ridings, in our constituency offices, in arenas, wherever the public gathers. Last week, I took part in 7 or 8 different activities with extraordinary people, and the message was crystal clear. People want a better quality of life. They want it to cost less. They want the government to do something. And above all, they want life to be more affordable. Madam Speaker, on the Liberal side, they say the industrial carbon tax has nothing to do with the cost of living. Seriously? 17 cents a litre of diesel, that's the cost. That's directly out of the pockets of Canadians. Now, let's take action. Let's support our farmers. Let's stop talking and do something. Let's create some wealth. Let's give businesses the right tools, the tools they need. Give workers what they need. Simplify the programs. Speed up the processes. It's extremely slow and cumbersome. And there are things lacking from the budget. The budget is impeding progress for our businesses. Essential services are lacking, and there's nothing in the budget about that. Public safety. There was a case in my riding. There was an emergency and no one had cell service. A child had an emergency and no one had self-service. Enough talk. Our young people should never be put in danger because of a lack of investment and a lack of cell service. In short, before we go back for the holidays, I would encourage all members to think it over the holidays. Recharge your batteries and come back here with concrete solutions, not to save our jobs, but to help the 40 million Canadians out there. It's not all about nice speeches, Madam Speaker. In order to improve the lives of Canadians, we need to get down to work. To the people of my riding, I'm speaking to you directly. I will continue to fight for you with all the energy you deserve. Happy holidays. Questions and comments?
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. What we do know is that Bill C-15 is a part of a picture of building Canada strong. We talk a great deal in terms of how it is as a Prime Minister and as a government. We're trying to advance the interests of Canadians, and we do that every day. Contrast that to the Conservative Party, who continues to want to filibuster legislation, prevent legislation from passing. There are significant changes that are being brought in through the budget implementation legislation, and the Conservatives continue to not allow the bill to go to committee. My question to the member is, as the government of the day is focused on serving the interests of Canadians, we see the opposition party more focused on their own self-serving political interests than on Canadians. When is that going to stop? And when are we going to see this legislation be allowed to go to committee?
The honourable
member for Beauce. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for his question. And he's given me a chance to talk about something important. Filibuster. In the past eight months, I've learned about this filibustering. On the Transport Committee, the Liberal chair canceled 3 meetings, and at 4 other meetings, a different member spoke for 4 hours straight to save his government, hiding behind his minister. And you know what, Madam Speaker? We were talking about road safety. So filibustering is a waste of everyone's time and money. The honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Beauce for his speech. He ended saying that he was going to fight for people in his riding, and we know that if you look at his hockey stats, you can see, and I'm happy to see that the people of Beauce will be well represented. He talked about one issue among many that wasn't in the budget, and that is one thing, and that is cell service in rural areas. Why is the federal government ignoring that issue? It's a matter of public safety. It's a matter of economic development, regional economic development. And it's a matter of just making our regions feel that they're connected to the rest of the planet and that it shouldn't be a sacrifice to live in a rural area. Why is the federal government not investing more for something that should be an essential service? I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that. Now, remember for Beauce, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from the Bloc. My statistics might be a bit exaggerated. There was no Facebook back then. Coming back to cell service, in our riding between 2 towns, between Saint-Georges and Saint-Ephrem-de-Beauce, they're 20 minutes apart. And for 15 minutes in those 2 places, there's no phone lines. It doesn't work. So they're 20 minutes apart, and there are people that live in between these 2 towns. But in 15 minutes of that space, there's no cell service. So if you have an emergency, I don't know what's supposed to be done if there's an emergency. It's an excellent question. And I would ask the Liberals, why not invest? How big is the deficit? It's astronomical. Why couldn't there be a little something for cell service? But this is the typical of the Liberal government to ignore the regions. The honourable member.
Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for the speech. It's interesting, cell service, the highest paved road in Canada, has no cell service on it over the Kootenay Pass. Still, today, one of the most dangerous roads in Canada. But my question is actually related more to the credit card, where we have so many people relying on credit cards and the interest payments are becoming unmanageable where they can't even afford to make the payments, which is sort of what this government's doing. When you don't have a solid economic growth, you end up having a hard time paying your debt. So we have sawmills, for example, that are using a line of credit to pay their staff. Well, that's not sustainable. They'll be having to shut down that sawmill. So my question is, how do we now move forward so we're not having a credit card budget to where we're actually making some real payments and supporting Canadians?
Très brève réponse.
A very short answer. The honourable member for Beauce. 15 seconds. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague. It's simple. We should be making life affordable for Canadians. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Egmont.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is always an honour to rise in this House to speak on any issue, but in particular, a budget. And this budget, Madam Speaker, strikes the balance that Canadians were looking for in the recent election. When I was campaigning, voters were telling me they wanted to see government get smaller. They wanted to see government reduce its costs, reduce its size of government. But at the same time, Madam Speaker, they wanted to ensure that government was going to protect those social programs that Canadians cherish and look to so much across this country. So, Madam Speaker, I certainly will be supporting this budget because this budget strikes that balance. It's a budget that invests in those programs that support our seniors, that support families, and that supports those that are facing hardships. And Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, it's important that those watching the proceedings of the House of Commons clearly see the difference between the conservative ideology and liberal ideology. Liberals will always support those programs that Canadians depend on. And there's nothing, Madam Speaker, more glaring than in the area of senior pensions. And I've been listening to speeches in this House over the past number of months from the opposition about the cost of living and the impact on those vulnerable seniors, primarily seniors. But if it was not for this government, then if you were a senior age 65 to 67 today, Madam Speaker, you would be living with $22,140 less because this was the group of people that a former Conservative government decided did not need the support of the old age pension program or the guaranteed income supplement. Think for a moment, Madam Speaker, if you're in this age category, how would those costs that continue to go up would be impacting you without this particular amount of money? At the time, Conservatives felt that it was not important that seniors in this age category be given this public benefit, the benefit that they worked so hard for over the years. This is just in old age pensions. The Canada Child Benefit, Madam Speaker, was one of those programs that our government in the early days brought in that I'm most proud of because it fundamentally changed the lives of many families that were living and struggling financially. And I can give case after case, Madam Speaker, of families that tell me how important it is to them, how it allowed them to participate, their children participate in programs that they could not do before. There's the child care program, and of course there's the dental program as well. And of course, there is the employment insurance system that Canadians, unfortunately, when they lose their jobs, have to depend on from time to time. But in this, Madam Speaker, every time Conservatives could have supported these vulnerable Canadians, they voted against these measures that our government were putting in place. So, Madam Speaker, it's hard to sit here from time to time quietly and listen to the comments that come from across the floor about their, what I will call manufactured concern about Canadians in need, because every time they have the opportunity to support those, they will vote against it time and time again. and I see it in my riding on a daily basis. So this budget, and Canada is confronting a fiscal challenge. A lot of it is being brought on by a world that has become extremely unstable. We have an unpredictable neighbor to the south that is having negative consequences for some industries here north of the border. But our government chose to invest long-term rather than take a cut-and-slash approach that is so common with conservative ideology. So, Madam Speaker, that's why I support this particular budget, Madam Speaker, and that's why I will continue to advocate for it on these areas. I look at my province of PEI.
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House is rising on a point of order.
Madame la Présidente. Yes, Madam Speaker. I'd like to designate Tuesday, March 9th as December 9th rather, as an opposition day.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I will continue. I look at the implications because I'm listening to numbers that have been tossed around in this chamber by the opposition is that the budget should be $40 billion less of a deficit than it is. Well, where would you cut? Where would the cutting and slashing occur across government? Maybe it would be in the area, Madam Speaker, of transfer payments to provinces. A small province like Prince Edward Island, this fiscal year, will receive over $1.3 billion from Ottawa. These are funds that allows them to ensure health care for islanders, to ensure a host of programs across the province. But imagine if those were cut. Let's look at a number. Maybe 10%, maybe 15%. That would have a significant impact on the ability of that government to deliver services across Prince Edward Island. But that is the conservative approach, and I experienced it before as a provincial politician years ago when the government of the day was cutting to the provinces to get their fiscal house in order, and it did not work, Madam Speaker. So this is an approach, Madam Speaker, that I very much support. It allows us to invest as we build the economy and grow the economy, and Canada is doing well. If you look at all the turmoil that exists in the world, Canada is performing quite well. When you measure us against all our key leading indicators and the G7 countries, Canada is either at the top or very close to the top. So the doom and gloom that is always put forward by the Conservative opposition simply is not valid. We are in a position where Canada can afford to invest in itself, where Canada can invest in Canadians, and continue to support those social programs that Canadians take for granted and expect on a daily basis. But again, every time those line items come up, the Conservative members will stand and vote against them. They will vote against increases in OAS. They will vote against increases on the Canada Child Benefit. They'll vote against increases on child care, dental care, and they will continue to vote on programs and increases in the employment insurance program. But it's those key numbers in the delivery and the transfers to provinces that would have the most impact on all Canadians. And as I pointed out, the impact on Prince Edward Island would be significant. As a small province with limited ability to generate revenue, then its dependence on the Government of Canada is significant, and its ability to deliver programs to islanders depend on that. So, Madam Speaker, that's why I am supporting this budget, and I'll be candid. I'm quite proud to support the budget because government could have taken a different approach in it. As I indicated, some governments may have decided to cut and slash, and without any regard for the impact on people's lives from day to day. But we chose not to go that particular route. In fact, Madam Speaker, the budget carries significant dollars for investing in infrastructure. And one of the areas that I've been extremely proud to have delivered to my riding of Egmont is in the area of infrastructure all across the riding. Madam Speaker, I can point to significant infrastructure that is building stronger communities, making them better places to live, raise a family, and have jobs. So this budget is a continuation, Madam Speaker, of our government investing in Canadians from coast to coast, investing in small communities in our ridings, particularly my riding of Egmont. But most importantly, it continues to invest in those social programs that Canadians depend on and islanders depend on. So, Madam Speaker, again, as was pointed out, it's important that this budget get to pass through the processes so that we're able to continue to deliver to Canadians on all the programs that they want from their government. So with that, Madam Speaker, I am looking forward to the vote when it comes on this budget, so I can show that I support the people that I represent on those priority items that they cherish and they want us to deliver on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Regina Louvain, Madam Speaker.
Louvain, I'm sorry.
Much younger than the member from Regina Wascana. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I listened intently to the 10-minute speech of my colleague from PI, and he didn't mention one new initiative. A whole new budget was brought in, and not one new initiative mentioned. He mentioned daycare, childcare, he mentioned the lunch program, he mentioned OAS, he mentioned dental care, but not one new program. So I find it interesting that this government is spending an extra $78.5 billion in deficit, which is about $10 billion higher. He didn't mention any new spending. And why we question this government's ability to budget is, in the National Post this weekend, it says, the PM plans to reduce civil service will cost $1.5 billion to cut payroll by just $82 million. So you're spending $1.5 billion to cut payroll by $82 million. How does that make sense?
The Honourable Member for Egmont.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm quite happy to respond to that question. It's interesting when you look back, it's been Conservative governments that have brought Canada to the fiscal cliff. While they articulate and pontificate on fiscal prudency, when you look at their track record in government, Madam Speaker, they have brought this country to the edge of the fiscal cliff time and time again. And yes, Madam Speaker, this budget carries significant new investments in infrastructure, the very item I was speaking to as I concluded my speech. I'm looking forward to delivering my riding on those areas as well.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de la Pointe-de-l'Île.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier, just now, my colleague talked about seniors. The Bloc Québécois has a very important ask for seniors, which is not in C5. We want old age security increased by 10% for seniors aged 65 to 74. The government made a change a few years ago, and since then, you know, we've been advocating for this for seniors. Seniors are increasingly losing their purchasing power, but the government increased OAS payments for seniors over 75, which created two classes of seniors. Why does the government refuse to increase seniors' pensions for seniors aged 65 to 74? Because they desperately need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I pointed out in my opening comments and speech, philosophically, there's a big difference between the conservative ideology and liberal ideology as it comes to senior pension. One of the first steps we took was to restore both the OAS and GIS to seniors 65 and up. That was a significant investment. We also made two 10% increases in OAS and GIS to seniors as well. And the seniors pension plan continues to be indexed to inflation and continues to rise on a yearly basis. Madam Speaker, I'd have one comment. If I was a senior, I'd prefer to have a Liberal government in Ottawa making decisions on our economic future and well-being.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for, oh my God, Hamilton. Hamilton and Castor Dundas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. He's a strong advocate for PEI in Atlantic Canada, And as when I was raising my family, how much I would have appreciated those programs, especially the National Child Care Program. That would be a huge support for young families. But I wanted to draw on his experience at the provincial level and how important it is to have a federal government that is fully engaged in redefining Canada's economy and investing in provinces, especially smaller provinces like PEI. Thank you.
Well, member for Egmont.
Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question. It's extremely important for the Government of Canada to be able to give predictable financing to provinces, especially smaller provinces, so they can plan into the future. They need to have the resources to invest in their communities and invest in people. And he referenced, Madam Speaker, about raising a family. And again, one item that sticks out is when the Conservative Party was governing years ago, their support for families was, get this, $100 a month, but they also taxed it back from you. The $100 a month that you received as a child benefit was taxable. You had to declare it on your income. Compared that to ours that maxes it over $600, over $700 a month per child at a young age, that is tax-free. Madam Speaker, that shows again the difference between a Liberal government approach versus a Conservative one.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Grande Prairie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I rise in this House of Commons to speak in opposition to Bill C-15. Not because it's a Liberal budget bill, Madam Speaker, but because it's a betrayal bill. The 634-page monster that they're trying to ram through in unprecedented fashion is hiding some of the most dangerous powers imaginable. Powers that let Liberal ministers pick winners and losers, exempt their corporate buddies from the laws that bind the rest of us, all while Canadian families scrape by with little more than empty promises from these Liberals and skyrocketing bills. Let me paint a picture for this out-of-touch Liberal government. Madam Speaker, right now across the country, mums and dads are staring at grocery receipts that have doubled over the past decade of Liberal inflation. Yes, doubled. That's not hyperbole. Those are the facts. The Canada Food Price Annual Report that was released just last week confirmed it. Over the past 10 years of Liberal rule, food prices have surged. Beef is up 62% just since 2019 alone, and coffee has doubled over the past 6 years. A family of 4 is now shelling out over $17,500 a year just to feed themselves. That's up over $1,000 last year, and it's going to be up another $1,000 in the year to come, the report confirmed. Food has doubled in the past years, but paychecks haven't, Madam Speaker. So Canadians are making sacrifices just to eat. And this budget has nothing for those families. Hungry Canadians are expected to fend for themselves under these Liberals. Families are left to choose between gas in their car or getting milk for the kids. They're skipping meals, rationing protein, watching their hard-earned paychecks evaporate into the Liberal inflation machine. 1 in 4 households are food insecure. 2 million Canadians are lined up at food banks, and that's the Liberal Speaker, Madam Speaker. That's the Liberal legacy, Madam Speaker. A decade of deficits, taxes, and skyrocketing industrial carbon taxes that have hammered the working class, while Liberals cater to their wealthy and well-connected friends. Every year since the Liberals took office, Canadians have become poorer and poorer. First, families saw their savings dwindle, and then they gave up extras like a vacation or concert tickets. And before too long, there was no longer any money for the kids' hockey or ballet. But now, Madam Speaker, families can't afford the essentials anymore, like their mortgage, their rent, their heating in their home, or food. But while families are tightening their belts, this Prime Minister is preoccupied with his Brookfield bondholder and banker buddies. He's inserted into this omnibus behemoth the 634-page Bill C-15, a provision that hands his cabinet ministers a golden key to unlock any federal law for his favorite companies or buddies. A law, with the exception of the criminal code, it doesn't exempt the criminal code because I guess, Madam Speaker, Liberals draw a line at giving a free pass for things like kidnapping, theft, or murder. But everything else is up for a get-out-of-jail-free card. Madam Speaker, exemptions from environmental protections, transportation safety rules, tax remittances, labor standards, you name it, all gone for anyone that they decide. And it's all justified with buzzwords like innovation and competitiveness. If they decide that someone or some company shouldn't have to abide by the law, they won't have to. And who decides if this bill is passed? The Prime Minister or one of his ministers, alone, in secret, based on their own fuzzy definition of what they call, quote unquote, the public interest. No parliamentary debate, no transparency, no oversight. Taxpayers will foot the bill for whatever mess they create or whatever goes wrong. And their well-connected friends or companies, they're off the hook. Tough luck for average Canadians. Think about it, Madam Speaker. Your average Canadian entrepreneur, the small business owner, has to jump through all of the hoops to get their business started or to expand their enterprise. Environmental assessments, CRA audits, safety certifications, the works. But some Bay Street giant, somebody of the Prime Minister, well, they just whisper in the minister's ear and poof, exempt. Exempt from taxes that everybody else is expected to pay, from consultations that everybody else is expected to do, exempt from fishery quotas, exempt from workplace safety regs, exempt from environmental regulations, exempt, exempt, exempt. Now, Madam Speaker, let me be clear. I agree with those who legitimately say that these Liberals have made Canada uncompetitive with the rest of the world. It's true. Ask any entrepreneur these days, and they'll tell you that they agree that it's nearly impossible to keep a business alive in this country anymore. Liberals have added too much red tape, too much in taxes, too many forms, too many regulations, too many rules, too many reports, too many restrictions, too many, Madam Speaker. But that's why that is why, Madam Speaker, we've seen an implosion of the small business sector across this country with unprecedented closures and bankruptcies from coast to coast. But the solution can't be that we give a special free pass to Liberal friends by continuing to overburden everybody else. That's truly picking winners and losers, like a Russian oligarch that has special privileges while everybody else pays the price. Canadians know that we all must be equal under the law. This cronyism is dangerous. It violates Canadian values, and it will destroy this country. The Liberals know that this is wrong, and that's why they hid this provision deep in the 634-page omnibus bill. Why an omnibus bill? Well, because they know that scrutiny is the enemy of corruption. Liberals used to proudly herald that omnibus bills were a violation of democracy. They called them Trojan horses. Madam Speaker, I think you'll remember those days. They promised to never do it. But here we are, with a bill that evades Parliament like a thief in the night. Division 5 of Part 5 amends the Red Tape Reduction Act to let ministers grant these temporary get-out-of-jail free cards for regulatory sandboxes. Regulatory sandboxes, that sounds kind of innocent until you realize that it's a license to print favors, and companies are going to line up to ask for them. They talk about it being for innovation. Well, let's understand that what we'll get is rent-seeking, big players gaming the system and stifling real competition if these provisions are passed. The same judge and jury that decides if an exemption was appropriate will also be the same minister deciding the exemption. Common sense says that if a law is bad, if it stifles development or innovation, repeal it for everybody. A democracy is no longer a democracy if some citizens or corporations can evade the law without parliamentary say. This is a power grab, Madam Speaker. It's not progress, and it stinks. Now let's talk about the man at the top, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister. The golden boy of global finance is now supposed to be Canada's champion. But here's the kicker. He still has skin in the game with Brookfield Asset Management. Share options, deferred units, and potentially tens of millions in carried interest from funds that he set up. Payments that will mature in 2032 and 2034, long after he's maybe even out of office. He chaired the board, launched their green transition funds, and this is where Brookfield will win big. Carney will cash in.
Knows we cannot use current members' names in the chamber.
You're right, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister will cash in.
Hold the member on the point of order. Yes.
Yeah.
The
honourable member for Hamilton.
Continuing to make false and defamatory statements against an identifiable member.
That is a matter for debate, and I'm not going to rule on that. The honourable member for
Madam Speaker, it's not just me that's calling out this bill for what it is. Democracy Watch called it a direct and significant financial conflict.
And I'm sorry, we're way over time. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I found it very distasteful. In fact, quite frankly, when I listened to what the member said, he wants to feed into some sort of anger and generate anger. There is no corruption. There's a lot of transparency. There's a whole lot of accountability. Maybe the Conservative Party needs to look in the mirror, quite frankly. Because if they really and truly believed half of what they said, this bill would have passed to a committee stage where it could have been broken down, where you would have numerous standing committees dealing with it. There's nothing that's being hidden here other than a Conservative agenda, which is purely self-interested, where they have character assassination and make allegations that they cannot support. Madam Speaker, it's disgusting, and the member should be ashamed of himself.
The member for Grand Prairie.
Well, Madam Speaker, you know when you are above the target. When they send in the member from Winnipeg North to yell and scream and claim that he's hard done by. That's when we know that we're hovering over the target. Madam Speaker, I have met with families that can no longer afford to pay for the essentials. Heartbreakingly, it's a larger number than ever. And the honourable member will know these same stories. But I can tell you that what they also see is a free pass given again and again under these Liberals to their corporate friends, massive bail. He says, prove it, Madam Speaker. He's heckling, prove it. I can tell the honourable member. Look at the Stellantis contract. Was there a protection for Canadians as the Liberals dished out billions of dollars for their corporate friends? Absolutely not. When you look at the Algoma deal, 1,000 layoffs this past week, hundreds of millions of dollars being handed over to the company with no guarantee for the 1,000 people that have lost their job, Madam Speaker. What we see under this Liberal Party again...
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that excellent speech. Madam Speaker, it's a little rich to hear Liberal colleagues in this chamber talk about accountability and transparency when they're presenting a budget implementation bill for a budget that was supposed to be begun April 1 this year, okay? The better part of 8 months has already transpired, Madam Speaker. Now they want to they want us to vote on a budget after they've already spent 8 months of the money. So my question to the honourable member is this. Does he think it is normal for a parliament or any organization to budget after they've spent the money?
Honourable member for Grande Prairie.
Madam Speaker, my colleague points out exactly the hypocrisy of this party that claims to believe in transparency. I remember a time when they talked about sunlight being the best in disinfectant, and yet what we're seeing is a government that is clouded by more secrecy than we've ever seen any government before. But they're not trying to rectify it as they're being called out for being secretive. They're actually included now in this very bill that we're debating before the House right now. Division 5, Part 5, clearly articulates the ability for ministers to, in the darkness of night, to sign provisions to give exemptions to federal law for their buddies. Madam Speaker, this is not democratic. And there'll be no oversight for these provisions. There'll be no accountability. It will be done. Canadians will have to pay for it.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de Lille. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like my colleague's opinion on the fact that in C15, the media crisis will get even worse. Before, there was meant to be a foreign digital news tax. It was meant to be applied, 3%. Billions could have been raised with this, but then it was taken away. This could have helped the Canadian media landscape, but the Prime Minister wanted to placate Mr. Trump and so reneged on that tax. So a simple question. It's a question of budgetary policy as well. American platforms don't pay taxes in Canada, but a Quebec and Canadian platform will pay taxes. What does my colleague have to say about the whole situation?
The Honourable Member for Grande Prairie.
Well, Madam Speaker, my friend articulates this Prime Minister's failure to get a deal with the Americans. Obviously, the Prime Minister made a promise to get a trade deal with the Americans. By July, he has failed to do that, and he's done a whole bunch of things to try to now get that deal, but he continues to fail after having promised Canadians that he'd get it done. But when it comes to the media, one of the greatest injustices that will do to Canadian democracy is not allow the media to see what these ministers might sign off if they employ.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to congratulate my colleague before me on a great speech. I wonder why he doesn't speak more inside this House, but nonetheless, congratulations on a great speech. Madam Speaker, we thought Justin Trudeau ran things like Fidel Castro, but this Prime Minister said, "Hold my champagne." When Canadians are screaming that there's no democracy happening under these Liberals, the Prime Minister says, who cares? Because the Liberals are now trying to ram a 630-plus page BIA Budget Implementation Act through this House without the proper scrutiny, without the proper consultations, without any type of accountability or transparency. They want the opposition to give them free reins on this massive spend that they want to put and basically put in debt each Canadian household $5,400 when Canadians are already struggling. To those 2.2 million Canadians visiting a food bank every single month because of failed Liberal policies, this budget says, here's another $5,400. To those same families, because of the industrial carbon tax that they want to increase, it means another $1,000 extra for groceries this year and next year. When paychecks are not as strong as they used to be because of this government's failed policies, it doesn't help those young Canadians get into housing. Because under this government, they spend more on the bureaucracy, which means they block housing. And in this budget, it's clear to those young Canadians who have given up on the dream of home ownership that it's going to be even more impossible for them to get a home. They'll be stuck in their parents' basements because they're creating a fourth bureaucracy when the first three cost them $89 billion, and the result of that was doubled housing costs, double rents, double mortgages, and housing starts are going down year after year. This is the record of this government. And one of the most pressing issues in this country is crime, because of soft on crime policies under this Liberal government, because they've given more rights to criminals than they do to victims. When they implemented Bill C-5 and Bill C-75, they made bail easier and they reduced sentencing. And now Canadians live in fear. I never thought when I moved to this country that we would live in a country where people would be scared to be in their house, be in their cars, drop off their kids. There used to be a time in this country when we could leave our doors unlocked, and you'd know that there was a party at someone's house because everyone's bikes would be outside on the lawn. And now people, they lock up their bikes and they still get stolen. They lock their cars and they still get stolen. Break-ins have gone up because this country under this Liberal government has become lawless. But the Liberals want it that way. Anytime the Liberals introduce any legislation in this House, Canada becomes weaker, more unaffordable, and more unsafe. That's why it's hard to support anything that the Liberals do. It's simple. And the stats speak for themselves. Violent crime is up 54% in this country. It was down 34% under a Conservative government. Extortions, which have rocked the South Asian community, is up 330%. Gun crime is up 130% in this country. And after 10 years of failed soft on crime policies under the Liberals, they want to trick Canadians into believing that they're actually going to take this issue seriously, when they're the ones who caused the problem in the first place. And does anyone really believe that the most anti-development, anti-resource government in Canadian history actually wants to get a pipeline built? They do what they always do. They create confusion amongst Canadians because they know it keeps Canadians divided, and that's what they do to try to keep power. They want to keep all Canadians divided as much as possible. Their own caucus is divided. The Liberal caucus is divided. They signed a piece of paper, an MOU. They made a grand stand out of it that we got this paper signed. And then they do what they always do. Then their Keep It in the Ground caucus was unleashed to tell Canadians and to all the eco-radicals that no pipeline. In fact, the member from Victoria admitted in a video that this MOU doesn't mean that there's a project, doesn't mean there's a proponent or a pipeline. He spoke the truth that we already knew from before. And what does that mean? It means more investment that's going to flee from here, because under these Liberals, $600 billion has left Canada. That's jobs, equipment, investment. And under this Prime Minister specifically, $60 billion has already went to the US because they've created an environment in Canada that's uninvestable and jobs are fleeing just as fast. That's why Canadians are struggling. And this budget, which doubled Justin Trudeau's deficit, believe it or not, Madam Speaker, no one thought anyone was as expensive as Justin Trudeau. And then this Prime Minister came along, and he broke the record. He doubled Justin Trudeau's deficit. It means higher costs of everything that Canadians buy. That's why we're hearing about stories of people wanting to leave. It's because this country has become unaffordable and unsafe for all. There's no future. Youth are doing everything they're supposed to do. They're working hard, they're going to school, trying to pick up a job or two, yet they can't afford a home. They can't leave their parents' basements. And in fact, they can't even find a job in their field after they graduate because this government has chased away so much investment from Canada. I was in the GTA this weekend. Event after event, meeting after meeting, roundtable after roundtable. It was just unbelievable stories that we hear about how Canadians feel like this isn't Canada anymore. Many people that left other countries to come here that were promised this Canadian dream where you could work hard, get a good paycheck that would have low taxes on it. With that same paycheck, you could get a home or afford housing and affordable groceries. And most of all, this country would be safe for them. But when they got here, it turned into the liberal nightmare this country has turned into after 10 years of failed liberal policies. In fact, everyone that I was talking to said, why did we move here? It feels like the third world country. That's what we're hearing across this country because that's what the Liberals have turned Canada into. And they want to trick Canadians into believing that somehow that this budget, their 10th budget in fact, is going to somehow fix all the problems that they created over the last 10 years. The last 9 budgets put Canadians in this position, and somehow the 10th one is supposed to fix everything? It's nothing but a trick. What Canadians need is leadership. What Canadians need are jobs and hope and homes. One that a Conservative leader can provide. Our Conservative leader is someone that not only understands that pain, but sees it every single day when he talks to people. Unlike this Prime Minister who works in the best interest for Brookfield, his Brookfield buddies, and his banker and bondholder buddies, we will work on behalf of Canadians. And as I'm being heckled because they cannot handle the truth, I would suggest that they also, the members from GTA also talk to their constituents, who we talk to on a regular basis, who are fed up of failed liberal policies. Only a Conservative government will unleash our resource sector, get pipelines built. We will make sure we will get green projects built. We'll get hydro, nuclear, every single type of project built in the best interest of Canadians so they can finally have, once again, this country can have people where you work hard, you get a powerful paycheck, where you can afford housing, groceries, and live in safe neighborhoods once again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the member for working Justin Trudeau and Fidel Castro into his speech. I'm sure his Freedom Convoy supporters just absolutely love that kind of nonsense. You know, I should be shocked, but I'm not, by the continuing lack of integrity and the cowardice by the Conservative members opposite. We're inside this House, where they're protected by parliamentary privilege, protected against personal liability. They continuously spread misinformation, make false and defamatory statements, nonsense which is then amplified by their propaganda networks and foreign actors. Will the member opposite acknowledge that this nonsense is embarrassing, it's damaging to our democracy, and it is the reason why his party was rejected by voters in the last election? Thank you.
Member for Calgary East.
It's a bit rich coming from that member whose government is the most corrupt government in Canadian history. No one has had more ethics violations than the Liberal Party has in the history of Canada's government. And we will take absolutely no lessons from that member or that party who over and over again works in the best interests of their rich elitist buddies and not in the best interest of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I appreciated when he talked about the member for Battle Road Crowfoot, where he talked about his empathy, which is rather surprising. It's not the first thing one thinks about in his regard, but he's also made us realise that it's an elephant in the room for C-15. The vote to keep or not the leader of the Conservatives, C-15 will have to go to committee, for example. After that, it'll come back to the House. Will the Conservatives bring amendments at committee? And what will the impact be on the confidence vote when it comes to their position on C-15? Will they be ready to trigger an election because of C-15, because it implements the budget? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I want to thank my bloc colleague for the question. To address some of the things he's asking about, we're always putting amendments forward because we want what's in the best interest for Canadians. This bill obviously is 600 pages. It's $80 billion that's going to be slammed onto Canadians. But the interesting thing is the committee that it's supposed to go to, the Finance Committee, the Liberals are filibustering themselves inside that committee, so nothing can get done. As usual, they put on this big show that, oh, the opposition is blocking everything, when it's themselves who are, especially the last few weeks, canceling their own committees, blocking their own committees, and they're filibustering themselves because they don't want anything to be done. They know Canadians know that everything that they've been doing is a trick, and Canadians have had it with this government.
Honourable Member for Regina Lavon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to my colleague from Calgary for his speech. We're neighbouring provinces, and I really appreciate his insight when it comes to the financial picture of our country. I would ask him, though, it's interesting the member from Hamilton was clutching his pearl saying, we're saying such terrible things, but then he didn't say anything that we had said that was not correct. They talk about misinformation, but yet they never say what we have said that was not correct. And I do think this next election is going to be about a lot of things. One is about corporate welfare. This government gave Stellantis $15 billion. Then Stellantis announced a deal to the United States for $13 billion. This government gave Algoma Steel $500 million, and we lost 1,000 jobs. Can my colleague point to any investments, taxpayers' dollars, that this government has spent that has led to a success for the average Canadian getting more employment?
Honourable Member for Calgary East.
I want to thank my friend and colleague from Regina Louvan for that great question. I was looking for it, and I found it. All the investments, so-called, that have led to major jobs. The fact of the matter is, nothing that this government has done has moved any needle forward. He pointed out Stellantis, whose jobs left. Just today, there was news about a Calgary company who's shutting down altogether. This was the Prime Minister during the election that says he was all elbows up, and he was the one who was going to deal with Trump. His elbows are missing, and now he's down on his knees begging for a deal because he wasn't able to deliver on all the promises that he broke. But that's just the same old Liberal government where they promise a lot, they break every promise, and at the end of the day, it costs Canadians, costs Canadian jobs, and our economy.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
Wow, that would be me. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the great constituents of Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations. Budgets are not just balance sheets. They have consequences, and the consequences of this budget are already visible. Higher food prices, fewer full-time jobs, rising debt, and record food bank use. This is not theory. It is the lived, sad reality of families who can no longer afford groceries, seniors forced to return to work to cover basic costs, and workers who cannot find full-time hours. This budget did not fix that reality. It locked it in. When the Prime Minister told Canadians how to judge his government, he said, "Judge me by your experience at the grocery store." Well, Canadians have done exactly that, and what they see is sticker shock where supper used to be. Today, Canada has one of the weakest growth performances in the G7, food inflation at double the Bank of Canada's target, food prices rising nearly 40% faster than in the US, and home building predicted to fall by as much as 13%. This is not recovery. This is the cost of the Prime Minister, the costliest this country has ever seen. Who would have imagined that we would have a hunger crisis in a G7 country? Last week, Feed Ontario released a hunger report that should shock the conscience of every member in this House. 8.7 million food bank visits in Ontario alone, 24,000 visits every single day. 1 in 16 Ontarians now rely on food bank usage. But here is the statistic that breaks the Liberal illusion that everything is fine. Nearly 1 in 4 food bank users actually has a job. Food Banks Canada put it bluntly, employment is no longer a reliable buffer against poverty. That means people are working but still going hungry. In my community of Brantford, in the past 3 years, the number of people relying on the food bank in a single year has doubled, from 5,000 to more than 10,000 people. The situation was so bad, City Council had to declare a food insecurity emergency. As the Brantford Food Bank Director put it, in 20 years on this job, I wasn't sure we'd ever get here, where food security is being taken as an emergency in our community. When a Canadian city is forced to declare a food emergency,
That is not a trend. That is a warning and a direct indictment on the failures of leadership in this country. More than half of food bank users now cite food prices as a reason that they are there. More than a quarter cite housing. This is Canada in 2025. Parents skipping meals for their children, seniors choosing between prescriptions and groceries, workers lining up at food banks after full-time shifts. And Canada's food price report for 2026 confirms the worst. Families will pay nearly $1,000 more per year for food. 86% of Canadians are eating less meat, and beef, chicken, and pork all increasing at once, a devastating trifecta. Canadians are being forced to abandon healthy food because they simply cannot afford it. Why is this happening? Now, the Prime Minister keeps saying inflation is global, but government costs are very local. Fuel, fertilizer, transport, packaging, every cost that hits a Canadian farmer now hits a family at the checkout. And when Conservatives demanded this government to scrap the hidden taxes on food, the industrial carbon tax, the food packaging tax, and the fuel standard tax, still adding 17% per litre, the Liberals voted no. The results speak for themselves. Under this Prime Minister, Canada has now one of the weakest growth performances in the G7. Productivity is collapsing, and business investment is falling quarter after quarter. Nearly 1 in 5 part-time workers want full-time hours but cannot find them because the jobs simply are not there. Last month alone, Canada lost 9,400 full-time jobs. At the same time, nearly 30,000 Canadians over the age of 55 were forced into part-time work over the past year, with 10,000 just in the last month, as rising grocery bills push seniors back into the workforce. This is what an affordability crisis looks like on a pay stub. Canadians don't need accounting tricks. They need paychecks that they can live on.
Hear, hear.
Let's talk about the daycare failure. For young families trying to raise children in Canada, the problem gets even worse. The government loves to point out the $10 day daycare as a flagship success. But for families who can't find a space or are still paying double that, the branding means nothing. Half of parents now report difficulty finding childcare. Nearly 1/3 of families are on wait lists. Over 3/4 of centres have wait lists, and 86% cannot find staff. Even the Auditor General confirmed that $10 a day promise is not the reality many families experience. Once again, this government announces a photo op and fails to deliver. The Prime Minister also promised to negotiate a win with the United States. Elbows up. Since that promise, tariffs have doubled, negotiations have stalled, and foundational industries face collapse. At Algoma Steel, 1,000 workers lost their jobs after $400 million in Liberal subsidies with no job guarantees. At Crofton, 375 workers lost their livelihoods. Last week, Canadians were also giving a stunning glimpse of how casually this government handles billions of taxpayer dollars when it was revealed that the Minister of Industry never even read the contract that handed $15 billion in subsidies to Stellantis, a deal she later defended after the company announced 3,000 job cuts. Think about that. $15 billion committed, thousands of workers laid off, and the minister responsible never reviewed the agreement. Complete and utter incompetence. That single moment says everything about this government's approach. No diligence before the check is written, no accountability after workers lose their jobs, and no consequences for those who sign away billions without even reading the fine print. When the government claimed it was separating operating and capital spending, Canadians were warned the books were being cooked. The Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed exactly that. Capital investment was inflated by $94 billion. True capital spending is 30% lower than claimed. Corporate subsidies were falsely counted as investment. The operating budget will not balance itself for at least 5 years. The debt to GDP ratio is rising again. The new fiscal anchor has only a 7.5% chance of being met. Even with claimed savings, total new spending still rises $90 billion. That translates to $5,400 per family. Even the Fitch ratings warn that this budget erodes Canada's fiscal credibility. The Prime Minister also promised 500,000 new homes per year. The PBO exposed the real truth. Only 5,200 homes per year will be added. Build Canada Homes will construct just over 1,600 units annually. Rents will rise to over $2,000 per month for a two-bedroom unit. Instead of restoring the dream of home ownership, the Liberals are forcing Canadians into permanent renting status. Before this budget, Conservatives offered a clear, responsible plan and solution. Bring down the deficit to the level the Liberals promised, scrap the hidden taxes on food, end the inflation tax by cutting government waste, restore housing supply by cutting red tape and development charges. Every single one was rejected. Madam Speaker, this is how the most expensive Prime Minister this country has ever had, and Canadians are paying the bill at the grocery store, at the rent counter, and on their credit cards. Every dollar they spend comes from Canadian pockets. The more they spend, the higher food costs rise, the higher rent rises, the higher interest payment rises. Canadians now spend more on debt interest than on health care transfers. Conservatives will not and cannot support this costly budget. We will continue to fight for an affordable budget, paychecks that beat inflation, home peoples can buy, food families can afford, and an economy that rewards hard work again. Canadians have simply sacrificed enough after 10 years of failed leadership. It is time to end the Liberals' out-of-control spending and bring home an affordable budget for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, just a number of months ago, Canada elected a new Prime Minister, a new government, and I tell you, when I reflect in terms of what it is that the member has actually said, he makes and raises concerns about jobs. You know, in the last 3 months, we've seen in excess of 50,000 jobs created in each of the last 3 months. That is the reality of it. And when you talk about productivity, and the Conservatives have been talking a lot about productivity, one of the greatest gains in productivity is in our manufacturing industry. And of course, they don't reference those sorts of things. But my real beef with the Conservative Party of Canada today is how self-serving they are in regards to their own political best interest. We just had another member that stood up and spoke about the bail reform legislation and somehow tried to imply that it was the Liberals that were preventing it. Whether it's the budget bill or it's the bail reform bill, Canadians understand and need to know that it is the Conservative Party of Canada that's preventing its passage.
The Honourable Member for Brantford, Brent South, Six Nations.
The level of hypocrisy coming from that member, Madam Speaker, is absolutely through the roof. I am a proud member of the Justice Committee. I'm the Vice Chair of the Justice Committee, and he should be absolutely ashamed, and every member of the Liberal government ashamed at what is happening at the Justice Committee. Stalling, filibustering, canceling meetings without notice at the very last minute, not scheduling any meetings this week, the very last week of our sitting. Wow. They don't have the audacity to put together a meeting. So he needs to look himself in the mirror and say, we have failed Canadians. We are not delivering on the promise of bail reform because we are dragging our heels.
Here, here. Le député de Laurentides-de-la-Belle.
The honourable member for Laurentides-de-la-Belle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's time we took a break. The honourable member for Laurentides-de-la-Belle has the floor. She has a question to ask, so would people make it possible for everyone to hear? The honourable member. I wanted to say something positive. It's the World Cup in Mont-Tremblant, and Valérie Grenier was on the podium. She won the bronze, and that's someone from Laurentides-Labelle, so it always does some good to hear something positive. So I think I'd just take this a little, it'll be good for us to take a little break, eat some turkey, and when we come back, we can look at the 634 pages of the budget. But meanwhile, I'd like to hear from my colleague. With this Carney oil shift, you're not allowed to say a member's name. Sorry, Madam Speaker. I'd like my colleague to explain if he's going to keep voting against the budget when we know that the current Prime Minister has really shifted in favor of oil and gas. The honourable member for Brantford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for that question, and I offer my congratulations to the member and her riding for that stellar performance and that win. On the issue of the Prime Minister flip-flopping, the Prime Minister wrote a book called Values. He was absolutely against everything that he is promising now to Canadians. So spare me, with all due respect to my friend, I have some deep reservations as to his true motive. Is this ultimately going to benefit Brookfield in the end? Because wherever he goes, 4 times around the world, meeting with world leaders and stakeholders in Canada and stakeholders in the U.S., Brookfield is not too far behind. He's always at the ready to take a phone call. So I really question his sincerity with everything that he has announced so far.
The honourable member for Swift Current, Grasslands Kindersley.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And earlier in the chamber, we had a member accuse one of our members of misinformation. And this is a continuing trend that we see with the Liberals. Conservatives bring facts to the debate, and if the Liberals don't believe us, all they got to do is open a newspaper or read the news on their phone or watch TV, because we get a lot of our facts and information from that, but it's also from all the research and the hours that we spend doing the research, Madam Speaker. We work very hard on doing this, and yet they get up here and try to gaslight Canadians by saying, oh, they're deliberately spreading misinformation, but yet they never say what we said was wrong. Well, what if the member actually could provide some insight as to why he thinks that they would want to do that?
A member for Brantford, Brent, South Six Nations.
Because that's their formula. They love to mislead Canadians, painting a rosy picture that we've never had is so good. Tell that to the people in my riding who are lining up in record numbers at food banks. Tell that to a struggle. And stop the heckling. Stop the heckling.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Battlefords, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We know that Canadians wanted a budget that makes life more affordable. But this Liberal government did not deliver on that. This Liberal government's long-awaited budget is costly and also irresponsible. It is, in fact, the most expensive budget in our history outside of the pandemic years. It is what some say a credit card budget. And it is Canadians today and tomorrow who will be footing this bill. The Prime Minister promised to keep the deficit at $62 billion, and that deficit was already too high. But the Prime Minister did not even keep that promise, Madam Speaker. Instead, the budget has a deficit of $76 billion, $16 billion more than what was promised, and double what Prime Minister Justin Trudeau had left behind. The increased deficit in the budget is part of a series of broken promises. The Prime Minister promised to lower the debt-to-GDP ratio, but the debt-to-GDP ratio is going up. The Prime Minister promised his government would spend less, but the Liberals are spending $80 billion more. That equates to $5,400 more in inflationary spending per Canadian household. The Prime Minister promised to help municipalities cut home building taxes in half. Instead, the cost of building homes continues to rise. He also promised more investment, but it's clear that investment is actually collapsing in Canada. Rising uncertainty, taxes, regulations, and debt are all contributing to the loss of investment. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, it gets worse. In an attempt to appear fiscally disciplined, the Prime Minister worked out a scheme to split operational spending and capital spending. Except not everything the Prime Minister has deemed an investment is actually an investment. The Independent Parliamentary Budget Officer has confirmed this. The Liberals cooked the books. They made up their own definition of capital spending, one that, according to the PBO, is overly expansive and expands well beyond the accepted international practice. When the PBO did the real math, capital investment spending was 30% lower. That is a $94 billion difference. What that also means is that the Prime Minister's claim that he will balance operational spending over the next 5 years is also inaccurate. There is no path to balance operational spending in 5 years. Never mind a path to balance the budget overall. And this matters to Canadians in a very real way. The spending is not abstract. Debt is not free, and it has real consequences. The more that the Liberals spend, the more it costs Canadians. Canadians pay for this spending through inflation and through higher taxes. And the cost to service Canada's debt is not insignificant. Canada is now paying more to service the national debt than it pays in health care transfers to the provinces. Every dollar used to service the debt is a dollar that cannot go to services that Canadians rely on. It is a dollar that is taken out of the pockets of Canadians and passed on to bankers and bondholders. This Liberal budget is continuing to raise the cost of living for every single Canadian. It pours fuel on the inflationary fire that this Liberal government has been burning for 10 years. It will make homes more expensive. It will make food more expensive. It actually, Madam Speaker, makes everything more expensive. Canadians are already facing inflated food prices. Food should be affordable and within the reach for every single Canadian. But unfortunately, that is not the reality here in Canada. Food insecurity is on the rise in record-breaking numbers. Food banks and organizations across the country have been sounding the alarm. But this Liberal government is failing to take food affordability seriously. The Canada Food Price Report published just last week reported that Canadian families will spend nearly $1,000 more on food next year. It forecasted that overall food prices will increase by another 4 to 6%. Those increases are on top of year-over-year increases that have made food unaffordable. Nearly 2.2 million people visited food banks in Canada on a monthly basis this year. And 1/4 of Canadian households are already food insecure. That's 25%, Madam Speaker. While the Liberals in this House claim their policies are working, Canadians know that they are not. 4 out of 5 Canadians say that food is their top expense pressure. Food inflation has outpaced overall inflation for 9 straight months. It took decades in Canada to reach 1 million monthly food bank visits. And under this Liberal government, it only took half a decade to more than double that number. Canadians are turning to food banks more often, more regularly, and for longer periods of time. Nearly 1 in 5 Canadians visiting a food bank is employed, but they still can't make ends meet. 1/3 of those visiting food banks are children. Parents are skipping meals, Madam Speaker, just to feed their children. Seniors are forced to choose between groceries or their medication. Some parents are watering down baby formula or even buying opened containers wherever they can find it. This is a clear sign that Canadians are being failed by this Liberal government. These are basic necessities, and for many, they are out of reach. And it is no wonder when we look at the prices. Statistics Canada has reported that the cost of baby formula has skyrocketed by nearly 84% since 2017, with a 30% increase in just the last 2 years. Something is deeply wrong, Madam Speaker, when baby formula is one of the most stolen food items here in Canada. Yet this Liberal budget does nothing to make food more affordable. Not a single measure deals with the root causes of high food prices. Not one serious step is taken to reduce the cost of producing food in Canada. Instead, this Liberal government is increasing the cost of food. Their industrial carbon tax is going up, and this will increase the cost of fertilizer and farm equipment. It will increase the cost of grain drying, trucking, and food processing. Every step of the food supply chain is becoming more expensive. And these costs do not simply disappear. Our farmers are absorbing significant costs. Compounded by increased market uncertainty, many are struggling to keep their operations viable. This is a growing threat to our food security that cannot be ignored. And as these costs increase across the supply chain, it ultimately means significant costs to Canadians at the grocery checkout. This isn't the only hidden tax hitting Canadians at the grocery store. The Liberal food packaging tax is a tax on food. The Liberal fuel standard that adds 17 cents per litre is a tax on food. The Liberals' inflation tax is yet another hidden tax on food. Conservatives have already put forward a motion in this House to cut the taxes on these hidden taxes on food, and the Liberals rejected that motion. And their budget doubled down on their decision. Madam Speaker, Canadians deserve better than this credit card budget. This budget is not an affordable budget. This budget means more debt, more taxes, more inflation, and more broken promises. This budget is a burden on Canadians who are already struggling to pay for basic necessities. Conservatives are focused on restoring fiscal responsibility and making life more affordable for Canadians, removing the Liberal-made barriers that block major projects and slow down growth, cancel the job-killing industrial carbon tax, and creating the conditions for real, sustainable investments. The Canadian promise that hard work will earn you a roof over your head, food on your table, and a safe neighbourhood to live in.
And we are over time. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Speaker, I was surprised that member is from Saskatchewan. She mentioned farmers, which I'm glad that she's raising the needs for farmers in this House, but nothing in the Conservative platform in April for farmers. And I would invite her to actually point to any substantial program that the Conservatives had on offer for business risk management programs, whether or not there was programs to actually help support farmers at the farm gate level. Nothing, absolutely nothing in the platform. Surprised that that member didn't mention the $1.6 billion childcare agreement between Canada and Saskatchewan, signed in her province, that's helping to support early education, or that whether or not she could talk about the debt. And the debt piece, the fact is Canada's spending around 8 cents of every dollar on the federal budget on debt management. In 1990, under a Conservative government, that was 35 cents, Madam Speaker. I like and support that there's a member talking about fiscal management, but Madam Speaker, this government is already doing that with a plan to balance the operational budget in 3 years and making sure that we invest in the capital projects that matter, like defence. So, Madam Speaker, whether it's farmers, why she's voting against childcare, or debt management, maybe she can address that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Well, Madam Speaker, I would say that member over there highlighted a huge difference between Liberals and Conservatives. Liberals want a program for everything. They want to regulate everything. They want to be in everybody's lives, and we see this in every single aspect of every single bill that this Liberal government brings forward. When he refers to farmers, I would say we had been the only party, and still are the only party, advocating for removal of the carbon tax at all levels, whether that was for consumers to pay at the right there on their hidden in their bills, or the industrial carbon tax. And if the member would have listened to what I said, The industrial carbon tax is going up, and his government doubled down on that position by increasing it in their latest budget. So honestly, Madam Speaker, this government needs to do better.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île.
Excusez, j'avais pas entendu. Merci, Madame la...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering what my colleague thinks about the fact that this budget will perpetuate a major tax unfairness with the digital services tax. It's been scrapped, and so American web giants are not paying taxes. Meanwhile, Canadian and Quebecois platforms like TOU.TV, they have to pay taxes and they have to pay royalties. What does my colleague think about that?
Blake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, through you to my colleague for that question. Not surprising. This government will do whatever they need to do to get money, whether it's from businesses or people paying income tax, to pay for their out-of-control inflationary spending and debt. And most of it's going to consultants and make-work projects.
The Honourable Member for Regina Levon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend and colleague from Lloydminster for her speech. She talked a lot about food affordability, and the one question I have is, food affordability is a major issue across our home province of Saskatchewan, but nowhere more so than northern Saskatchewan. Northern Saskatchewan people pay the highest food prices in our province because it costs so much more to truck and transport the food up there. And we had talked for years about how much the carbon tax affected food prices because of transportation, which they finally bent and came around our way of thinking, the Liberal government, and scrapped the consumer carbon tax. But they continue with the industrial carbon tax, the carbon tax on food packaging, the tax on fertilizer, the tax on front of package labeling. So I'm wondering, has this member heard anything from the lone Liberal member in Saskatchewan about how he's combating the higher food prices in northern Saskatchewan?
Honourable Member for Battle Fords, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake in 40 seconds.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, through you to my colleague and my friend for that question. You know, this is really interesting because we have heard the member for Disnethi, Nisnippy, Churchill River get up a lot in this House saying he's the only advocate. He's the only advocate at the cabinet table for those in Saskatchewan. Well, there's been 27 cases of scurvy identified in that member's riding. What is he doing advocating for food affordability so that people in his riding can afford to eat?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Leduc-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to get up on behalf of the hardworking constituents of Leduc-Wetaskiwin to weigh in on debates, particularly debates about fiscal issues. And Madam Speaker, it's interesting listening to the debate today, listening to ultimately the debate over the last 10 years, but it seems increasing in the number of, it seems that the number of Liberals standing up and praising their own government, patting their own government on the back about ever-increasing new amounts of spending. That seems to be increasing exponentially as this government gets longer in the tooth. And I say this government, I mean the 10-year Liberal government, because I can't see anything having changed since this last election. If anything, the spending is getting higher and less responsible, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is kind of what it's like watching what's happening in the House. It's kind of like a Liberal minister going to someone's house, maybe your house, maybe some other Canadian voter's house, and they take $1,000 from that voter, and then they put together a little parade, a little marching band, you know, party hats and kazoos and whatever the case is, and then they walk next door with video cameras all fully operating and capturing every moment while they hand over $800 to the neighbor out of the $1,000 that they collected from the person in the first place. And so they give them their $800 and they broadcast this, they post it on social media, and then of course $200 goes into a pot to pay consultants and new public servants. We've added over 100,000 public servants over the last decade, Madam Speaker, and they just do this again and again. In fact, then they'll come to the House in question period, and when we ask questions about this strategy that has them taking $1,000 and giving back $800 over and over and over again to people, when we ask them about the strategy, they wag their fingers at us and shame on Conservatives for wanting to take away that $800. What they don't say, of course, is that we're advocating for them not to take the $1,000 every single time this process happens, over and over and over and over again. And of course, this adds up, Madam Speaker. It adds up to the tune of, this year it's $78 billion. This year we're seeing our government debt now is more than twice what it was when we were in power. Back in 2015, of course, when Conservatives were in power, we had a balanced budget in 2015. We had the richest middle class in the world, Madam Speaker. In fact, it wasn't us that said that. It was the New York Times that reported on the fact that in the 30th and 40th and 50th percentile, so for every country in the world, every person in the world who was sort of the 30th best off or the 40th percentile best off or the 50th percentile best off, in every country in the world, Canadians were the richest. Canadians were the best off compared to every single country in the world in 2015. And then we had a change in government. So we had a balanced budget in 2015. And now we've rattled off 11 straight years or 10 straight years of deficit budgets, ever-increasing deficit budgets. It's interesting, the last Liberal member that got up and spoke talked about the interest payments paid by a Conservative government in the late 80s and early 90s. What that Liberal member didn't point out was that that interest was all run up during 14 out of 15 straight Trudeau government deficits, or 14 deficits in 15 years under the Pierre Trudeau government, where we wound up running into, or not running into, because it's not externally driven, internally, we wound up creating a situation where we had an energy crisis and a housing crisis and an economic crisis broadly and an interest rate crisis. And the Mulroney government of the late 80s and early 90s, to be fair to them, they ran a balanced budget if you took interest payments out of the equation, but the interest on the Trudeau-era debt wound up being the highest deficits in Canadian history, just made up exclusively of Trudeau-era interest payments. And Madam Speaker, today we find ourselves in a situation where we've had another decade of Liberal government, another decade of continuous deficits running up that debt. And today we're in a situation, not unlike where we were before, where we're paying more in interest, Madam Speaker, than we are in the Canada Health Transfer right now. That's insane, quite frankly, that we would be paying more in interest than we are in the Canada Health Transfer, and that is entirely because of decisions undertaken by this Liberal government. Now, Madam Speaker, I'll point to one of those decisions, and it's very topical this week. One of those specific decisions was the decision to kill the Northern Gateway Pipeline a decade ago. So the Liberal government, when it first came in, they made a decision that we had a Northern Gateway Pipeline that was approved. It was going through its last stages before it would be operational. That pipeline would have shipped 525,000 barrels of oil a day to Asian markets, and the Liberal government killed that pipeline. That would have meant billions of dollars coming in annually to the Canadian government, had a huge impact on the economy, obviously. Instead of that economic supercharge that we would have had from that pipeline, the Liberals exacted crushing economic policies that had no environmental benefit, by the way, while doubling Canada's debt. And Madam Speaker, do you know who did benefit from those Liberal policies? Obviously, anybody invested in some of the environmental schemes that they came up with. I would say the current Prime Minister definitely benefited from many of those Liberal policies. Do you know who else benefited from that? The people, I guess, of Russia and Saudi Arabia and Iran and Venezuela. Maybe not the people, maybe it was the governments, elected, non-elected, depending on what country you're talking about, in most of those cases not elected, wound up getting very rich because we decided we weren't going to sell our oil and that just left the market open to them to sell more of their oil. And what did Canadians get for that sacrifice other than a mountain of Liberal debt? We haven't heard that from anybody in the House of Commons. We haven't heard any Liberal mention that, Madam Speaker. So right now we're sitting here. During the election campaign, the Prime Minister promised only $62 billion in debt in Canada. That's astonishing that that phrase would be the restriction, that somehow the promise was made that we would restrict to $62 billion in debt deficit. You look back to the early Trudeau days, and they were just going to be tiny deficits just for a couple of years, and now we're sitting here 10 years later, and we've gone from a promise of a $62 billion deficit and a promise that the new guy was going to be, fiscally responsible, economically responsible, things were going to be different. You have largely the same front bench that we had back then, and we've magically somehow increased the debt deficit from $62 billion to $78 billion, Madam Speaker, with no explanation. We go back to those days of 2015 when we had a balanced budget and the richest middle class in the world under the Stephen Harper government, having come out of a global economic meltdown, having come out of a time when the Liberal Party, it's interesting, the Liberal member from Winnipeg is giggling over there as he's contemplating maybe how good life was for his constituents at that point in time, because at that point in time they had jobs. We had the flexibility as governments to come to this place and really contemplate what a hopeful future would look like, because we had flexibility in our budgets and we were in control of spending. For all of that new spending, for all of those new public servants that have been added in the government, you talk to any constituents, and I can't imagine this is any different for Liberal members of Parliament than it is for Conservative members of Parliament. Ask them, name one area of your life that's better in 2025 than it was in 2015. Our healthcare system, clearly, when you talk to anyone who's experienced the healthcare system, is struggling, is suffering. Housing is incredibly more expensive than it was. It's way more difficult to get a house than it was. You take a look at criminal justice measures, serious violent crime. It's increased drastically over that time, and any Canadian, any constituent will tell you those things. Virtually any measure that you look at, things are worse today than they were 10 years ago. They're worse today than they were 1 year ago, when this new Prime Minister was touting his new government and his world-leading expertise economically, and it's proving not to be the case. I look forward to any Liberal member that actually wants to weigh in on this conversation and ask me questions now. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. And there's many aspects of the member's comments that I would challenge him on. The issue for me is this ongoing belief that the Conservatives do not want to see things pass in the House. And they've convinced themselves as if it's the government that doesn't want things passed. Whether it's the budget implementation bill that we're talking about today, in which the Conservatives continue to talk and talk and talk, as opposed to allowing it to go to a committee. Or the bail reform legislation. The bail reform legislation is not going to become law for one reason. The Conservative Party of Canada. That's the reason why Canadians are being denied bail reform laws. Yet the Conservatives, they're in bliss, some wonderland, believing that they have nothing to do with it. They need to give themselves, their heads a collective shake, wake up, and start putting the interests of Canadians ahead of their own party. Would he not agree? It's about time.
Honourable Member for Leduc-Wetaskiwin.
Well, Madam Speaker, there's quite a bit of irony in that question, because if anybody who spends any time watching CPAC was to put a face to the words, quote, talk and talk and talk and talk, it would be that member's face that they would put to that phrase, Madam Speaker. So nobody takes up more time in this House than that particular member talking and talking and talking and talking. And Madam Speaker, you can trust that as this government spends billions and billions and billions more, takes billions and billions and billions more from Canadian taxpayers, we will oppose that every step of the way.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de Lille. I'd like to hear my colleague's opinion. We always say that the Conservatives delay bills, but with C15 as an example, most of our requests were denied. Does he agree that the minority government is acting like a majority government by trying to thrust things through? They're not consulting the opposition parties, and they're doing very little with regards to compromise.
Yeah, I would say the obstruction that you see from this government is at a level that we've not seen before in this House. We've both been members for a long time. There's lots of things we wouldn't agree on, including some of the most topical issues today. But in terms of the government has tools to move things through the House. The government has all of the control when it comes to moving things through the House, and they just like to do that without any debate. And rest assured, I don't think that either of us were going to be in agreement that we're not going to allow the government, a minority government, to just pass its entire agenda through this House of Commons with no debate. That's not going to happen.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Aurora Oakville, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, time and time again, we've heard the member from Winnipeg North stand up in the House and refer to committee. In previous sessions, he has got up and asked us to bring any recommendations we have to committee for committee to discuss. Yet when we do that, even though they pass through committee, they come into the House, and the Liberal Party, along with their friends in the NDP party, vote our recommendations down, our amendments down. Today, he's standing in his place and he's saying that we should pass this bill, this budget implementation bill, which is not an implementation bill, pass it on to committee. Yet they've shut down committees. So committees can't meet. The Liberals, there's no committees meeting this week because the Liberals have shut them all down. So my question to the member is this, Madam Speaker, quite simply, what is it he thinks these Liberals are hiding? Why aren't they being transparent and honest to Canadians when they stand in their place to speak in this House?
Honourable member for Leduc-Wetaskiwin.
That's a great question, and Madam Speaker, we'd like to see committees doing the work that they do. When we do see footage from committees, when we do see it, we see why their Liberal members are trying to shut them down, because the ministers are having a really hard time at committee explaining what it is that they're actually doing. Madam Speaker, the other thing, this just trust us mentality that Liberals had, that was sort of the theme of the election campaign, was sort of a just trust us theme. We've seen the results of that going from a $62 billion deficit to this $78 billion deficit that absolutely demands scrutiny from this Parliament. And Madam Speaker, we're not going to just trust the government. We're going to hold them to account like Canadians elected us to do.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor, Tecumseh Lakeshore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This budget continues a regimen of massive borrowing that will burden our generations to come. Canada is experiencing an economic structural problem that will take severe action to mitigate further decline of its status among the G7 nations. The severity of our situation is evident by realizing that Canadians' debt to disposable income ratio is now at $1 to $1.75. For every dollar of disposable income, Canadians have a $1.75 of debt. Not good by any measure. This, by the way, is the highest ratio of the entire G7 nations. Canada has over-leveraged itself, and this budget, unfortunately, continues the path in the hope of an economic miracle. The severity of the situation will become more acute in 2026, when 60% of mortgages will face renewal, which will create pressure on the entire ballooned real estate market. The Liberals have successfully transformed our once great nation into a credit card nation and high mortgage leveraged nation by borrowing from the future, by printing money, by devaluing the dollar and ignoring investment in innovation and productive resources. In the last 10 years, Canada has chosen asset inflation over productivity growth. Is this what your kids and your kids' kids want or deserve? The Liberals have had 10 years to fix our declining international competitiveness and to increase our real GDP, but what we got is a fake GDP growth based on non-productive real estate inflation. As this has happened, the Liberals have successfully chased away international investment by imposing cost-prohibitive carbon taxes and unreasonable regulations. The Prime Minister is chasing other markets while distancing and alienating Canada from the biggest and strongest market in the world, the United States. Yes, we need to make deals with the United States and not disengage, albeit that we need to pursue new markets and trade deals such as the Eurozone, South America, and Mexico as a necessary diplomatic objective. The growing national debt and associated interest costs negatively impacts on productivity and business investment, and a perceived lack of sufficient action on core issues like affordability and healthcare has placed Canadians in a vulnerable state. The increase in the capital gains inclusion rate from 50 to 66% for corporations and individual gains over $250,000 is a major point of contention. Business groups and economists warn this will discourage private sector investment, potentially drive capital and talent out of Canada, and worsen the country's existing productivity problem. There is criticism that the budget overlooks crucial areas like domestic skills development for major infrastructure projects, relying instead on international talent recruitment. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has raised concerns that the government's fiscal targets may not be met, noting there is a low chance the deficit to GDP ratio will decline as projected. The PBO also questioned the government's use of a new capital budgeting framework, which critics see as deceptive budgeting technique to separate operating and capital expenditures. A primary criticism is the significant deficit projected to be around $78.3 billion for the current fiscal year, which is beyond reckless. The cumulative national debt is projected to climb significantly, leading to high public debt charges that are expected to exceed health transfers to provinces. I guess the wait lines at the ER and hospitals will continue to get longer, and I've experienced this myself recently. The budget is not far enough with spending cuts. It is relying too much on new taxes and higher than expected revenue to fund its initiatives rather than fiscal discipline. It is in essence a continuation of backdoor tax on the average worker and middle class that are having great difficulty in obtaining a wage that can keep up with the reasonable living standard. The evidence is blaring as you go to the grocery store to buy essential goods or go to a restaurant as you enjoy a simple meal. Madam Speaker, this budget, 2025, leaves millions behind. It comes at a time when millions are being forced to choose between rent, heat, and food. What's missing from the budget is a plan to ensure that everyone in Canada can eat properly. The budget offers no national target to reduce food insecurity. It offers no meaningful increase to income support for low-wage workers or people on disabilities. Food insecurity is not simply a symptom of rising costs. It's a predictable result of inadequate incomes and policy changes. By favoring productivity and fiscal restraint over people's basic needs and offering tax rates that disproportionately benefit higher earners. Budget 2025 risks deepening inequality and entrenching hunger in one of the world's wealthiest countries. The promised tax cut will provide lower and middle class income earners a savings of up to $840 for a family, according to Dalhousie University's Agri-Food Analytics Lab. The average family will pay nearly $1,000 more in groceries in 2026. That leaves everyone impacted, even those who get the maximum tax rebate. The tax break doesn't even cover the increased cost of food. The budget lacks meaningful measures to reduce food insecurity for seniors, children who live in poverty, and persons with disabilities. In my community, seniors represent 19% of the population. Children living in poverty in Windsor represent 23.2% of all children, the highest in Ontario. 10.8% of Windsor's population live in poverty, and that means over 25,000 people in my community are unable to afford a set list of basic needs. Stats Canada has named Windsor the province's poverty capital. So again, those affected are seniors on fixed incomes, can't make ends eat. Many seniors are deciding to cut food use in order to pay for rent and utilities. Some seniors are giving up and are now counted amongst the hopeless, homeless. Families with young children living in poverty are watering down formula and milk. They are opting to feed their children with food that is less nutritious, lacking with protein, healthy fats, and vitamins. There's a lot of pasta and meatless meals going on, and craft dinner. People living with disabilities and must live on a fixed income as well are having difficulty coping and accessing the basic needs of food and shelter. So what do we say about the long-term effects of food insecurity and poor nutrition? The effects are characterized by eventual heart disease, type 2 diabetes, certain cancers, obesity, hypertension, vision loss. Poor nutrition impacts one's physical and mental health, causing inflammation and insulin resistance. Early life malnutrition, constant growth, it just affects poor growth and of organ development. And these total effects reduce economic productivity and quality of life and make managing other health concerns harder. Poor nutrition decreases physical and cognitive capacity for work and shortens lifespans. You know, this weekend, as I was in the parade, the Santa Claus parade, and I looked at the faces of my constituents, I could tell that they were looking at me to provide them with some hope for the future. And Madam Speaker, I can tell you, I do not see the hope Windsorites need in this budget.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Permanent Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, it was, I think, heartening to see the Honourable Member talk about youth nutrition in Canada, but it was, I guess, disappointing that that member's been voting against the National Food School program that is contained in this budget in C-15. But I want to talk about local issues, and I know there are challenges in southwestern Ontario, particularly in the auto sector, but the government and the country has added 181,000 jobs in the last 3 months. There has been 2.6% growth in GDP in the last quarter. And I want to quote the CEO of Workforce Windsor Essex. We're now at an all-time high when it comes to the number of people working in Windsor Essex. We set a new record, not just for all occupations or all sectors working, but in manufacturing, it's at an all-time high. Will the Honourable Member recognize that our government's plan is actually adding, notwithstanding we have more work to do, it is adding jobs in Windsor Essex?
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, I don't agree with the speaker, the person opposite. The Windsor-Tecumseh has not seen benefits from anything that the government's done recently. There's a definite uncertainty when it comes to auto jobs. We don't know what's going to happen with tariffs. We don't know what's going to happen with our automotive plants. When you talk about this new budget, we have a lot of small and medium enterprises that support our auto workers industry, guess what? They can't get any benefits from this new budget. They can't get write-offs like the great big corporations can. And you know what? If there's been added jobs, and I agree with you, our employment numbers have improved slightly recently, but they're all part-time jobs and they're all temporary jobs. There's no significant increase in productive full-time jobs in my community at this time.
Great job. Great answer.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Flamborough, Glanbrook, Brant North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Windsor for an excellent speech, albeit with some very sobering facts. And she talked a lot about nutrition. So I want to ask, because this Prime Minister has said that Canadians should judge him by the price at the grocery aisle, and we know that, of course, food inflation is running rampant. And so what is she hearing from her constituents about grocery affordability in Canada?
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore.
I've heard from many residents. I especially talked to a lot of residents in the past several days over the weekend. So many are complaining that even more than a few months ago in the summertime, prices have increased and they have had to cut more of the foods they want and need from their grocery budget. And this is just totally unacceptable. We need our communities, we need our people to have quality foods and to be able to access them at a reasonable price.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important to recognize that as a government, whether it's the budget implementation bill or it's the agenda in terms of expanding trade opportunities for Canada with other trading partners. This is a government, this is a Prime Minister that has been solely focused on building a strong Canada, making Canada the strongest of the G7 countries. What we need is more of a buy-in from the Conservative Party in allowing substantive legislation to pass, whether it's Bill C-15, the budget implementation bill, or the bail reform legislation. That is being denied for one reason and one reason alone, the Conservative Party and their self-interest. Does the member not agree that the Conservative Party needs to start putting Canadians ahead of its own political party?
The honourable, the honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite made a speech. It's not a question. When there's questions and answers, you're supposed to ask the questions, not give a speech. If he wants to speak on the subject, he's welcome to go on the order.
It is questions and comments, and I don't have control over the content of individual members' interventions. I think we were at the member for Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore.
Look, plain and simple. The budget does absolutely nothing for people who live on fixed incomes. These people are starving. They're worried about the roof over their head. Some are leaning towards homelessness and ending up living homeless. This is unreasonable. This is not sustainable. We need better supports for people on limited incomes.
Reprise du débat. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Champagne, seconded by Mr. MacDonald-Malpeque, moved that Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on November 4th, 2025, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Mr. Genis, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Dispense. May I dispense? The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on November 4th, 2025, since the bill fails to A, implement a budget so Canadians can have an affordable life, B,
consider that every dollar the Liberal government spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians in the form of higher taxes and inflation. C. De réduire le déficit au niveau.
Bring down the deficit to the level Liberals promised in their last fiscal update, which promised $42 billion last year. D. Scrap hidden taxes on foods, including the industrial carbon tax on farmers, the food packaging tax that adds billions in costs, and the fuel standard tax that adds 17 cents per litre to diesel and gasoline for farmers.
Les agriculteurs de mettre.
E. End the inflation tax by bringing down the cost of government instead of printing money to pay Liberal bills. And
F. Include a plan for any oil and gas pipelines that would strengthen our nation's economy and get our resources to market. If a member participating in person wishes that the amendment be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll call for a recorded vote.
Here.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until later this day at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Johnson. Déclaration de député.
Statements by members.
Member for New Westminster, Burnaby, Mullardville.
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2025 proposes a measure that businesses across the country have been asking for, the productivity superdeduction. It gives companies the ability to grow, drive investment, and stay competitive in a rapidly changing global market. Manufacturers want it. Clean tech firms want it. Small and medium-sized businesses want it. They're ready to invest, but they need Conservatives to get to work instead of blocking these investments from flowing to Canadian businesses. Conservatives have been refusing to study Bill C-15 in committee for weeks, delaying the very tools that businesses need and delaying economic growth that communities across Canada are counting on. If the opposition were half as serious as their question period theatrics, they'd send Bill C-15 to committee. Are the Conservatives prepared to do the job their constituents sent them here to do? Or is their annual holiday party more important than standing up for Canadian businesses?
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
As the MP for Chatham-Kent-Leamington, a riding on the shores of Lake Erie, I know how vital the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence waterways are to the economy, culture, and identity of Canada and North America. My communities see every day how these waters sustain jobs, transportation, fisheries, and recreation. The stewardship of this shared ecosystem is also a remarkable example of the quiet, effective cooperation between Canada and the United States that has strengthened both countries for decades. We are all better off when we work together. Later today, a delegation of organizations dedicated to the protecting and sustaining these waterways will host a special event for members of Parliament, senators, officials, and staff. These conservation, research, and governance representatives will be available to discuss their work to keep these waters healthy, resilient, and economically strong. Great Lakes hospitality, based along Canada's fourth coast, is second to none, and I encourage all members and staff to attend to see for themselves and to learn more about this amazing natural resource. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Oakville West.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives in this House have long claimed that any sort of climate action is unnecessary and that clean technology alone will help lower emissions. So what do they do when we introduce investment tax credits to support Canada's world-class clean tech sector and the growing clean energy companies creating good middle-class jobs in communities like my riding of Oakville West? They vote against it.
That's right.
They put petty partisan politics ahead of Canadian industries and Canadian workers. They obstruct and they delay. The BIA will strengthen and grow the Canadian economy while driving our historic transformation toward a lower carbon future, work that companies in my riding of Oakville West and across Canada are already leading with innovation, manufacturing, and clean energy supply chain jobs that Conservatives refuse to support. If the Conservatives can get on board, Mr. Speaker, can they at least get out of the way and stop blocking this legislation?
The honourable member for Niagara West.
Mr. Speaker, as we approach the joyous Christmas season and the promise of a new year, I rise to extend
warm holiday greetings to all Canadians. This is a time of celebration, reflection, and gratitude, a time to cherish family, friends, and the many blessings we share in this great country. First, to my wonderful wife and children, thank you for your unwavering love, patience, and support throughout another busy year. You are my greatest joy and inspiration. To my dedicated staff in Ottawa and back home in Niagara West, your hard work and commitment make everything possible. I am truly grateful for each of you. And to the incredible constituents of Niagara West that include Grimsby, Lincoln, West Lincoln, Pelham, Waynfleet, and St. Catharines, thank you for your trust, your kindness, and the privilege of serving you. It's an honor to call this beautiful part of Canada home. From my family to yours, Merry Christmas, and may we never forget the real reason for the season, and that is the birth of Christ. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Marcorel-Fortin. The honourable member for Marcorel-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, it's become clear through the work of the Finance Committee that the opposition parties don't want to study the budget or the Budget Implementation Act. And that's unfortunate because Canadians are counting on all of us in this House to get things right. The budget contains major measures that will help shape our economic future, like the Clean Electricity Investment Tax Credit. It also will modernize our electricity grids and ensure affordable, reliable, low-emission energy for generations to come. It also advances Canada's consumer-led banking framework, long-awaited reforms that will finally give Canadians more choice, more control over their financial data, and real competition. These are serious, forward-looking initiatives that Canadians deserve.
People realize they can't afford rent, let alone a home of their own. And this is not normal. Across our cities, towns, tent encampments replace parks as needles and crack pipes fill our streets and our streetcars. Canadians are told to accept chaos as the compassion. Small businesses board up, and even full-time workers are using food banks, and this is not normal. Violent crime climbs, repeat offenders walk the streets, and communities live in fear. Churches are burned, synagogues are vandalized, and people of faith wonder when it became too dangerous to close their doors or speak their minds, and none of this is normal. Canadians are being told to lower their expectations, to accept this decay as the new normal. A country this rich and this capable should not feel this hopeless. We can restore safety, make homes attainable, reward work, and fix what families depend on instead of creating the dependence on Ottawa. What Canadians are living through should not and is not normal.
The honourable member for Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, the National School Food Program is helping out over 400,000 children by providing them with healthy meals and snacks. Yet Conservatives call this program garbage, and they vote against it. Let's talk about what some of the largest advocates for children in Canada have to say. The Breakfast Club of Canada said, children's well-being must remain a national priority. The pediatric health experts across the country state that research shows that children learn better and have better health outcomes when they have access to nutritious meals. UNICEF said, enshrine it in law. And the Canadian Teachers Federation said, make it permanent. And that is exactly what Budget 2025 does. On Prince Edward Island, meals are made by local restaurants and by the program hubs, using locally sourced food from our producers and processors. Our National School Food Program is a collaborative approach that supports our children, our food producers, our small businesses, and strengthens our communities, our provinces, our territories.
The honourable member for Elmwood, Trents-Kona.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are hungry. According to a Harvest Manitoba report, over 60,000 Manitobans are turning to food banks just to make ends meet. For many Canadians, there just isn't enough paycheck at the end of each month to cover the basics. This is heartbreaking, and Parliament can do something about it. In the last election, the Prime Minister told Canadians to judge him based on their experience at the grocery store. Well, Mr. Speaker, when I speak to folks in my community and the cost of living crisis, what I hear are horror stories. Grocery prices have doubled over the last decade, and the reality is that the 2026 Food Price Report warns that things are only expected to get worse. This news should be a wake-up call to each and every member in this House. I call on this government to remove hidden taxes on food so Canadians can finally afford to bring home nutritious and affordable meals to their families.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, today I am honoured to highlight the induction of Jennifer Abel, Laurent Duvernay-Tardif, Diane Roy, Henri Sassine, and the legendary Paul Oud and Michel Bergeron into the Quebec Sports Hall of Fame. But I'm even more delighted to see two people from Abitibi-Témiscamingue inducted, weightlifter Christine Girard and cyclist Marc Lemay. Gold medalist Christine Girard, a native of Rouyn-Noranda, is a powerful symbol of clean sports thanks to her determination in London. Her bronze medal, already an incredible achievement, finally turned gold a few years later. Then there's the former Bloc member for Parliament for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, my mentor and friend Marc Lemay. The cyclist from Amos is best known for his historic involvement in the Tour de l'Abitibi, and he's still active as president of the International Cycling Union's arbitration panel. It's thanks to him mountain biking became an Olympic sport. Congratulations to both of you, and a special thought for you, Marc, on this special day. Abitibi-Témiscamingue will always be very proud of you.
The Honourable Member for Tayayakan, Parkdale, High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. History is full of projects that connect the two largest provinces. Today, we have another great opportunity to make this dream come true with a high-speed train between Toronto and Quebec City. The project is already on the list of major projects, and the next step is to support Bill C-5, which includes the High-Speed Rail Network Act. But what is the holdup right now? The opposition. They're just delaying this bill. As we say in English, this is why we can't have nice things. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers and Ontarians have already waited long enough. It's time for the opposition to commit and pass this bill so that we can have our high-speed train quit playing games.
For Saskatoon South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister recently told young Canadians they would need to make more sacrifices while he and his associates at Brookfield shield themselves from paying Canadian taxes. We all know Brookfield is Canada's #1 tax dodger. As chair of Brookfield, the Prime Minister helped the company avoid $6.5 billion through offshore tax havens. This Prime Minister, we all know, tabled the most expensive budget in Canadian history outside of COVID, ballooning the budget to unprecedented highs. We are left with higher taxes, slower growth, and generational debt. Canadians are lining up at the food banks in record numbers, 23,000 in my city. The Prime Minister needs to come clean. Is he here to serve Canadians or Brookfield and his friends?
The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, residents in Whitby, like communities across Canada, expect Parliament to pass the Budget Implementation Act. Right. Why? Because it delivers the generational investments that they've been asking for. That means parties opposite need to stop the procedural delays and stop blocking affordable housing, health care, and housing infrastructure that Canadians rely on. This budget bill advances the top priorities in my riding: affordable housing, our waterfront redevelopment, and long overdue improvements to healthcare. It helps build the healthcare infrastructure families need so they can get the care closer to home and shorten wait times. In Durham, that means real progress on the Whitby Hospital, on our hospice in Whitby, and members opposite have already voted against $5 billion in healthcare infrastructure funding. The Build Community Strong Fund and Build Canada Homes will help municipalities rapidly increase housing supply. For Whitby, that unlocks over 11,000 new units at our waterfront. Mr. Speaker, I'll keep...
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Gateway.
Mr. Speaker, a pipeline to the Pacific is absolutely necessary to unlock Canada's energy potential, moving 1 million barrels a day to Asia at world prices, creating good-paying Canadian jobs, boosting take-home pay, and strengthening a truly self-reliant economy. That's why Conservatives introduced a motion which uses the same language as the Liberals' own MOU with Alberta. But the Liberal caucus is divided, with the Prime Minister himself claiming that the pipeline must have BC consent. The Prime Minister is saying one thing to Alberta and another thing to British Columbia. Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker. Under the Constitution, only the federal government has authority over inter-provincial pipelines. The only thing standing in the way is Liberal delay. Will the government vote for our motion to approve a pipeline to the Pacific, just like the Prime Minister promised in that MOU?
The honourable member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives love to ask the same questions over and over again about supporting Canadians with disabilities. They hold press conferences, repeat the same slogans, pretend to care, Mr. Speaker, but when it's time to actually remove the barriers and deliver supports that Canadians actually need, what do, Mr. Speaker? They delay. Budget 2025 delivers actions. We're breaking down the red tape that blocks access to Canada Disability Benefit. We're investing $115 million, Mr. Speaker, to lower barriers and provide a one-time supplemental payment for every disability tax credit certification or recertification that opens the doors to benefit. Mr. Speaker, that's more than 6 million Canadians with disabilities that should not need a lawyer to access support. And that's why we're simplifying the disability tax credit process. As promised in the fall economic statement, the benefit will exempt from the taxable income because support should actually mean support. Conservatives cannot claim to stand with Canadians with disabilities while they're voting to keep these barriers exactly where they are. So the question is simple, Mr. Speaker. Would they pass Bill C-15 or keep...
The honourable member for Foothills.
Canadians to judge him by their experience at the grocery store. Well, what Canadians see on the shelves now is Liberal failure. The food price report confirms what Canadians already know. Food prices are out of control and they're going to get worse. In 2015, when the Liberals took office, the average weekly food bill was about $160. In a decade, it has doubled to $360. That's $17,500 to feed a family of four in Canada. That is unbelievable. And the food price report told Canadians it's going to get worse. The largest increase ever, another $1,000 a year for a family of four. Instead of lowering prices, the Liberals are piling on taxes, making it more expensive to grow food, transport food, and buy the food. Food inflation in Canada is 50% higher than the Liberals' own target. It's rising 48% higher in Canada than it is in the United States. It's time to end the misery. Will they not end their taxes and their hidden taxes on food so Canadians can afford Christmas dinner?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative Party of Canada, in particular the leader of the Conservative Party, just doesn't get it.
Nope.
It's about building Canada strong, Mr. Speaker. The budget is there, the support is there for Canadians. And while every Liberal member of Parliament and the Prime Minister is focused on building Canada strong, we get the Conservative Party solely focused on the party's best interest. It's time that they put Canadians' interests first, Mr. Speaker, and that means allowing legislation to pass.
That's right.
Bail reform legislation.
That's right.
Budget legislation.
That's right.
There's only one thing standing in the way of its passage. It's the Conservative Party of Canada and the leader of the Conservative Party. Get off their back ends and get to work.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Christmas is around the corner, but the Liberals are already acting like the Grinch. Canadians are the ones who should be unhappy because of grocery costs. They want delicious, affordable food. But according to Dalhousie University, Canadians will have to pay $1,000 more next year for groceries. So it'll be a total of $17,600 a year, and all because of this government's inflationary taxes and deficits. Why is this Liberal government forcing Canadians to feed a big, big government rather than feeding their families? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I know that it's Monday and my colleagues seem happy, yet the Leader of the Opposition seems to be dreaming. He's talking about an imaginary tax. Canadians know better, Mr. Speaker. There's good news in our budget. Our major measure in this budget is a tax break for 22 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker. These measures will help Canada grow. We will grow more jobs. We will grow our economy. I hope the Conservatives are going to wake up before Christmas and vote for our budget, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this Christmas, the Prime Minister is the Grinch of the grocery store. Yep. According to Dalhousie University, the cost of groceries will be up $1,000 in 2026 for a total of $17,600 just to feed a family of four. The Liberal Grinch, who brings in an industrial carbon tax on the farm equipment, fertilizer, and food processors. The Liberal Grinch with a food packaging tax. The Liberal Grinch with a $78 billion inflationary deficit. Will he get rid of all of these hidden grocery taxes so Canadians can feed themselves at Christmas?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it's Monday and we have good news. Canadians knows it. It's all in the budget, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of good news.
On peut pas lever le livre de cette façon. Là. Si on...
One can't raise a book like that. It's one thing to read or quote from it, but we can't wave it around.
Speaker, I understand. I think that the budget would be a great Christmas gift, Mr. Speaker, to all Canadians. I would just hope that the Conservative would wake up and make sure that they vote for the budget before Christmas, Mr. Speaker. We're going to build our nation. We're going to create jobs. We're going to build housing. We're going to create infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, this is the best gift they can give to Canadians. I just hope they'll do the right thing for them.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
If they want to combat their own cost of living crisis, the Liberals would focus on approving pipelines that would sell more oil, boost our Canadian dollar so Canadians could buy affordable food and homes. In fact, there was such a pipeline, the Northern Gateway. Liberals killed it in a 2016 cabinet decision, a decision the Prime Minister supported. They further blocked it with a Liberal ban on tanker traffic off the northwest BC coast. The Prime Minister claims to have changed his mind in a recent MOU. So will he be able to change the minds of fellow Liberals and vote for his own MOU and allow a pipeline to the Pacific?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, it's a sad day because the Conservatives are divided. The Conservative premiers across this country support this MOU in its entirety. The Leader of the Opposition is seeking to divide this country, and we can see through that cynical tactic. The MOU is about building a strong country. It's about doing it in an environmentally responsible way in partnership with Indigenous peoples. It would be great if the opposition joined all the other Conservatives and all of us in building this country strong.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we're trying to do. In the spirit of Christmas, I decided to take a great act of generosity and lift the words right out of the Prime Minister's MOU in order to support a pipeline to the Pacific and a repeal or an overriding of the Liberal tanker ban. Now, of course, it would mean Liberals would have to admit they were wrong to block that pipeline. They were wrong about the tanker ban. Will, in the spirit of Christmas, Liberals admit they were wrong, vote for their own wording, approve a pipeline, and get rid of the tanker ban?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of Christmas, I'd invite the Leader of the Opposition not to cherry-pick parts of the MOU, but to support the entire MOU, which is what all of the Conservative premiers across this country are doing, which is what this side is doing. It's how we will build strong. Stop being cynical and build this country with us.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, I think the only division here is that the Prime Minister is divided against himself. The Prime Minister opposed the pipeline to the Pacific. Now he claims he supports it. He supported the tanker ban. Now he claims he opposed it. Mr. Speaker, this is the Prime Minister who said he wanted to keep half of our oil in the ground, and now he pretends to have changed his mind. He signed an MOU. He says one thing in BC, the opposite in Alberta, and here in the House of Commons he hides under his desk. Why would the Prime Minister stand up, take a position, and announce that he's voting in favor of his MOU language to build a pipeline?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Speaker, the Premier of Alberta supports the entire MOU. The Premier of Saskatchewan supports the entire MOU. The Premier of Ontario supports the entire MOU. It would be great if the Conservatives would join us in supporting the entire MOU and building this country strong.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I think the minister is suggesting that there are parts of his own MOU that he does not support. The MOU says there would be a pipeline to the Pacific. I took the wording right out of the agreement, that there would be an overriding of the tanker ban. I took the wording for that right out of the MOU. And now the Prime Minister is hiding under his desk. Liberal members on one side of the country are saying they're against, while they're pretending in Alberta that they are in favor. So why don't they stand up in the House of Commons, look Canadians in the eye, take one position, vote for a pipe to the Pacific, and override the tanker?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and all of us and all Conservative premiers and most people in this country supports every part of that MOU, Mr. Speaker. What's more, the Leader of the Opposition stands in his place and says to the people of Alberta, you know what? That little thing that they said was progress for our province, that made us a leader in renewable technologies, made us a leader in nuclear energy, made us a leader in interties, made us a leader in conventional electricity, that's all off. I just want this one thing.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, for weeks now, the Conservatives have been working to sabotage Bill C-9 and the Bloc Québécois amendment that would eliminate from the criminal code the religious exception which allows hate speech. But, surprise, surprise, the Conservatives are not alone. We found out that behind the scenes, the Prime Minister's office itself is also sabotaging the work of the Bloc Québécois and of the Minister of Justice. Clearly, on every issue, to find out where the Prime Minister stands, we just need to find out where the Conservatives stand. Why would he rather sabotage his own bill than get rid of the religious exemption?
L'honorable ministre de la Justice.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In order to combat hate throughout the country, we need to take action. In order to do so, this House must pass C-9 so that we can guarantee protection to communities. Now, as for the religious exception, we need to work with different groups and parties to understand different perspectives, but this is the responsibility of the Justice Committee, and I look forward to hearing what they decide after their next meeting. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, for 6 years now, 6 years, the Liberal government has been promising legislation to combat hate speech. 6 years of making promises to groups that feel threatened. 6 years of saying that we must take action against hate. For once, their bill had a shot at passing, as long as they got rid of the religious exception, which the National Assembly unanimously supports. Once again, the Liberals backtracked. Why did the Prime Minister side with the Conservatives and the religious right over Quebec and over groups that are worried? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that we have a responsibility to fight crime in general, including hate crime. Our government has a responsibility to put forward measures to combat hatred. It's our duty, for instance, to improve legislation.
To fight crime in this country. We've seen delay and obstruction come from the Conservative part. I look forward to collaborating with all parties in a minority parliament, and I will look forward very much to the recommendations from the Justice Committee as they consider potential amendments to the current bill.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, Last Thursday, members of the Justice Committee were set to vote on repealing the religious exemption, but the Liberals canceled the committee meeting, and everything suggests that they will cancel it again tomorrow and Thursday. The Liberals are reneging on their agreement with the Bloc Québécois, and they are letting Quebecers down. The Liberals are pulling the plug on C9. The Prime Minister is rebuking his Justice Minister for choosing Quebec's side over that of right-wing religious groups. The Liberals' great concern about combating hate seems to be falling by the wayside, Mr. Speaker. How will they justify their about-face after so many broken promises? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
This particular bill, since inception, was designed to combat hate in this country and to offer protections for minorities, including religious minorities, who are facing hate. My priority is to see this bill adopted so we can offer protections for communities who frankly don't deserve to be faced with the hate crimes that they have been subjected to. That's going to require that we collaborate with different parties who have different points of view. I thank my colleague for the conversations that we've been able to share. I look forward to seeing the decision that's going to be taken, not by an individual minister, but by the Justice Committee as they consider potential amendments going forward. I very much look forward to see the results of those deliberations, and I hope we can see the swift adoption of this bill.
The honourable member for Foothills.
The Prime Minister said that he should be judged by the price of food at the grocery store. Well, the food price report gave the Liberals a failing grade. It confirmed that food prices are going to increase $1,000 a family next year, a cost they simply can't afford. But Canadians didn't need a report to tell them that. They are experiencing it every single day. Canadian food banks are on the brink. In Foothills, the Okotoks Food Bank served more than 21,000 families last year. That is unbelievable. Why is the Prime Minister forcing Canadians to food banks instead of reducing taxes on farmers, fuel, and food?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Likes to talk about farmers, but let's talk about what farmers were going through last year. 66% of agricultural land in Canada was experiencing drought, extreme drought, Mr. Speaker, which drove up prices of beef. And not only that, Mr. Speaker, all across the world, prices for imports like coffee and tea and cocoa and strawberries and oranges went up as a result of climate change, Mr. Speaker. We focus on the things we can control, and you know what we can control? Putting more money in the pockets of Canadians. Why won't they get on board?
The honourable member for Foothills.
This didn't happen yesterday. A decade ago, when the Liberals took office, the average weekly food bill was about $160 a week. A decade later, it has doubled to $340 a week. That's $17,500 to feed a family of four. That is unbelievable in a country like Canada. And our Canadian food banks can't manage the load. And these aren't just strangers. These are friends, families, co-workers, neighbors, all relying on food banks. Why is the Prime Minister sticking to his ideology, increasing taxes to grow the food, transport the food, and buy the food, instead of lowering those taxes so Canadians...
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Focused on imaginary taxes. We're focused on what actually helps Canadians. And you know what helps Canadians, Mr. Speaker? More money in their pockets. A decade ago, the Canada Child Benefit was worth up to $6,000. It's now worth up to $7,200, Mr. Speaker. It's kept pace with inflation. It's made sure that families have what they need to buy those children the food they need. And Mr. Speaker, we haven't stopped there. Everything we do is focused on making sure Canadians can weather the tides, no matter their good times or bad.
The honourable member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
This Prime Minister told Canadians he should be judged by prices at the grocery store. Well, the results are in, and the Liberals have failed. In my community of Brantford, City Council declared a food insecurity emergency. Liberal inflationary spending is causing a run at food banks. Grocery bills have doubled, and the outlook for 2026 is even worse. After all this damage, will these Liberals finally admit that their taxes and reckless spending caused this crisis and scrap them now before even more Canadians go hungry?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's drill down into the report everybody seems to be talking about. Let's quote, food prices are influenced by a variety of global factors, including climate change, geopolitical conflicts, input and energy costs, food distribution, food processing, and regulations. Mr. Speaker, it's not the Liberal Party. It's what's happening around the world, everywhere around the world. Let's get serious about this and help Canadians.
The honourable member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
Canadians are tired of excuses. They want groceries they can afford. 100%. On the food price report, they put it bluntly, if 2025 was difficult for Canadian households, 2026 won't be easier. After the most expensive Prime Minister in Canadian history has already shattered household budgets and forced families into desperation, Canadians are now being told the pain will only deepen. Will the Prime Minister commit today, yes or no, to scrapping the industrial carbon tax and the fuel tax on food production, or will he keep choosing ideology over empty stomachs?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've already gone down this path. Canadian Climate Institute has come out and said that it's non-negligible in the price of food. The industrial carbon tax is 0.008. Mr. Speaker, we know definitely well that that's not the case. There's other factors in the world that are taking place. A geopolitical trade war, climate change, drought in the prairie provinces. These are all adding to the rise in cost of food, Mr. Speaker. They know that, so let's get on board and treat Canadians fair.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, no one expected the verdict to be this tragic when judging the Prime Minister by prices at the grocery store. I heard from an 82-year-old woman who was forced to leave her hometown of Cambridge and her family just to afford groceries and rent. And Lacey, a single mum from Cambridge, told local media she spends her days asking, where's the sale? Clipping coupons and skipping meals just to feed her son. This is the reality for thousands of Canadians. Families are forced to buy whatever they can afford, not what's healthy or good for them, if they eat at all. So when so many families, seniors and working adults are going hungry, how can this government possibly justify any more inflationary taxes?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, that leader's heart was 2 sizes too small when it comes to delivering affordability for Canadians. We cut taxes for 22 million Canadians. We cut the tax for first-time home buyers. We are continuing to deliver on affordability, school food program, personal service support, tax credit. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're focused on affordability. It's time for that leader to let the light in, let his heart grow, join us in delivering affordability for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister told Canadians that he should be judged on the cost of groceries. Well, I hope he has a good lawyer because the verdict is brutal. According to Le Journal de Montréal, 36% of Quebecers are experiencing food insecurity. What's most tragic in all this is that 41% of them are employed. Hunger is hitting so hard that Quebec food banks responded to, get this, a record 3.1 million requests in 1 month. When will the Lee's Liberals finally stop their inflationary spending so that Canadians can feed themselves properly, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Secretary of State for Children and Youth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our investments are helping families. Budget 2025 contains many investments for children and families. This includes the school food program, which will help families save up to $800 a year. There's also the Canada Child Benefit, which can be about $8,000 a year for up to $8,000 a year for children under 6. We are here for Canadian families and children on this side of the House. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. Well, Mr. Speaker, what they're doing is just not working. And there's a family in my riding of 2 adults and 3 children. They are suffocated by the cost of living. They're spending the winter in a trailer. They were so ashamed that they didn't dare ask for food. A frontline worker was the one who alerted the food bank. Now the food price report confirms that groceries will cost $1,000 more next year. When will this Prime Minister stop his inflationary spending to give dignity back to Quebecers, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Secretary of State. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we take these matters very seriously. We are not fixating on imaginary taxes. We are here to help Canadian families. One of our first measures was to give a tax break to 22 million Canadians. That's how we are helping children. That's how we're helping families. And this is the work we are doing. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, Washington is calling on the federal government to do more to combat the problem of discount drivers. Even Americans are fed up with these dangerous drivers on our roads and on theirs. Now, yes, the Liberals have taken up our request to force companies to report the income of self-employed drivers, but the American embassy has told them that while this is a step in the right direction, it is not a cure-all. The Bloc Québécois suggested 10 measures. The Liberals only took one of them. And now they think the job is done, Mr. Speaker. As for the 9 other measures, they are shirking what they should be doing. When will they take the issue seriously? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Quite the opposite, Mr. Speaker. We take this matter very seriously, which is why we have put forward tangible measures, tax measures, information sharing measures, as well as measures in the Canada Labour Code. We are taking action. And do you know what? Surprise, surprise, the Bloc Québécois voted against our budget. The very same budget which will fix this federal issue of Chauffeur Inc. and will help us move forward on this file. So I hope the Bloc Québécois will wake up. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. If the Liberals had done enough to address the problem of low-cost drivers, the United States would not be demanding that they do their job. Washington is growing impatient. We need an official inquiry to shed light on this industry. The industry exploits workers, and especially foreign workers. The industry is spreading like cancer. We must prevent temporary immigrants from working in the trucking industry. We need a public registry of offending companies, including penalties. Not only are the Liberals failing to act, they are obstructing the committee's work. How many more road accidents will it take for the Liberals to finally wake up and do something?
Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, now we've truly seen it all. The member knows full well that provinces are the ones who certify truck drivers. Provinces are the ones who inspect the trucks. Provinces are the ones who hire road controllers. And it's the same in the United States. They have states which issue driver's licenses and send their truckers up to Canada. The Bloc Québécois, for the first time in Bloc Québécois history, is asking the federal government to meddle with provincial areas of jurisdiction. Unbelievable, Mr. Speaker.
Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
The Prime Minister told Canadians that he should be judged by the prices at the grocery store. Well, most ask Santa Sarah from Go Clean Co. for something they wouldn't normally buy for themselves, a new winter coat or a fancy new vacuum. But this year, there were more asks for needs than wants. One mom from Kelowna asked for groceries. This mom shared that after rent was paid and putting $10 of gas into her car, she was left with $3 for the next 2 weeks and a baby in diapers. Does the Prime Minister think that people asking Santa for groceries is okay in this country?
The honourable member for
Mr. Speaker, our
Women
government
and
is
Gender
taking
Equality.
real action on affordability, protecting women's economic security, and empowering women across the country. We're introducing a middle-class tax cut that's going to benefit 22 million Canadians across the country, and we're making the National School Food Program permanent. This is going to feed kids at school while putting more money back into their pockets, and we're making housing more affordable through Build Canada Homes. This is going to help single mothers and keep families, give them a safe place to live. We're also making auto tax filing for 5.5 million Canadians. This is real impact for Canadians, and that includes women and families across the country, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Liberal food inflation is crippling Canadian families. The Prime Minister told Canadians to judge him at the price of the grocery store, and he's failing. More and more Canadians are relying on charity simply to make ends meet. 33% of food bank users are children, and infant formula is in high demand at food banks, which is no surprise. A container now costs nearly $50, up 84% in the last 8 years. Does the Prime Minister care that feeding babies has become a daily struggle for Canadian families? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my heart goes out to parents facing challenges, and we care about families. So while Conservatives amplify panic instead of offering a single solution, the evidence is clear. Research from the C.D. Howe Institute confirms that the Canada Child Benefit is one of the most effective tools we have to reduce child poverty and help families afford essentials. Let's be honest, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives voted against this. They voted against it then. They voted against supports now for families and children. Mr. Speaker, and their actions speak louder for themselves, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
The Prime Minister once said that the grocery aisle would be his report card. Well, today in that aisle is a mother standing still, staring at the price of baby formula that has gone up 84%. She does the math in her head and wonders what she's going to cut next because feeding her baby is not optional. Under these Liberals, even that has become a source of fear and anxiety. Their policies have driven up the cost of growing, shipping and selling the food. When will this Liberal government stop piling on taxes and stop their inflationary spending and let mothers afford the formula their babies need to thrive?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Speaker, while the opposition focuses on imaginary taxes, we're focused on real supports for Canadians. And that includes, Mr. Speaker, a Canada Child Benefit that keeps up with inflation, seniors benefits that keep up with inflation, a dental care plan that allows for Canadians to get their teeth fixed for God's sake, Mr. Speaker, something that these Conservatives vote against time and again. I ask myself, Mr. Speaker, what support for Canadian would they actually vote for? Because for them, it's sink or swim.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
The Prime Minister told Canadians he would be judged by the cost of groceries. Well, the 60,000 Manitobans who are lined up at food banks each month have judged him. They judged him based on grocery prices that they haven't come down. They judged him because even though they are working multiple jobs, they aren't able to put food on their own tables. They have done everything right, and this Prime Minister has failed them. So the question is very simple. When will these Liberals end their inflationary spending and taxes so Canadians can afford to put food on their own kitchen tables again?
Yes, sir. The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, this is a party that voted against targeting the Canada Child Benefit to those that needed it the most. This is a party that voted against dental care for seniors. This is a party that voted against the school food program. Mr. Speaker, time and time again, this party has voted against affordability programs. Canadians can judge. Canadians know on this side of the House, we're focused on delivering affordability for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's right.
Honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know the truth about that side of the House, and it's that under them, their grocery bills are still going up. What the Liberals have done has made life more expensive, not less. How much worse does it have to get before these Liberals realize that there are disastrous tax hikes, packaging standards, and out-of-control spending that is responsible for 60,000 Manitobans now having to rely on food banks each month just to eat? How can these guys live with themselves? Will they take ownership, cut the red tape and the spending, and bring affordability grocery prices back for hungry Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
That member and that party seriously, frankly, Mr. Speaker, because in the budget is actually contained a tax cut for 22 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker. They stand in the progress of that bill being advanced to help support Canadians. They voted against the National Food School Program, Mr. Speaker. And talking about food, Mr. Speaker, there was not one single thing in the Conservative platform for farmers in this country in April of 2025. That's why we're on this side of this House, Mr. Speaker. We're working for agricultural producers. We're working to help reduce taxes and to help support Canadians across this country, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, residents of Carleton have made it clear they want leadership and an economic vision for the country. Budget 2025, taxes for 22 million Canadians, makes the National Food Program for children.
Okay, I think we all got off on the wrong foot on that one.
Congratulations on your maiden speech.
So let's order to the honourable member. Order. We'll have to take that one from the top. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, residents of Carleton have made it very clear they want real leadership and an economic vision for this country. Budget 25 cuts taxes for 22 million Canadians, makes permanent the National School Food Program, and invests tens of billions of dollars in infrastructure and major projects across the country. These are actions that will improve the lives of Canadians. Can the Minister of Finance update this House on how the Budget Implementation Act will help strengthen our economy, and why is it being stalled?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, even the Conservative can feel the passion in that question, Mr. Speaker. But the people of Carleton will know, Mr. Speaker, that there's only one reason and one reason alone why these key pieces of legislations have not yet been passed, Mr. Speaker. And it's the opposition partisan game, Mr. Speaker. Even ahead of Christmas, Mr. Speaker, they're stopping legislation for first-time home buyers, Mr. Speaker. They're stopping the creation of tens of thousands of jobs, Mr. Speaker. They're stopping the National School Food Program, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we're going to build Canada.
The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Wants to believe he disagrees with everything that he wrote about pipelines over the last 10 years. He supported Liberals cancelling a West Coast pipeline in 2016 in his 2021 committee testimony. The Liberals' tanker ban off the West Coast makes a pipeline impossible. Will Liberals admit they were wrong on pipelines, wrong on the tanker ban, and vote for our motion to approve a pipe to the Pacific, remove the tanker ban, just like the Prime Minister promised Alberta in the MOU?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, it's really sad that the Conservatives are divided, because the Premier of Alberta supports the entire MOU. The Premier of Saskatchewan supports the entire MOU. The Premier of Ontario supports the entire MOU. The cynical ploy to pick and choose. Canadians can see through that, Mr. Speaker. Why don't they come on board with all of us and all the provinces and vote for Building Canada?
Honourable Member for Calgary East.
They're talking out of both sides of their mouth. The Prime Minister tells his Keep It in the Ground caucus, no pipeline. He tells Alberta, there will be one. He says he supports a tanker ban, but then promises to override it. He's going to flip-flop on the pipeline until after the election, pretending he wants to build one without ever offending his loony left Liberals. Will he stand up to keep it in the Ground caucus? Get it?
The honourable member wasn't targeting a specific MP on this side, but it still wasn't maybe the nicest language. He may continue.
The Prime Minister talks out of both sides of his mouth. He tells the Keep It in the Ground caucus no pipeline while promising Albertans there will be. He says he supports a tanker ban, then promises to override it. He's going to flip-flop on the pipeline until after the election, pretending he wants to build.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I would invite the member opposite to read the entire MOU. And then maybe he could join the Premier of his province and support the MOU like all of us and all of the other premiers. Why doesn't he get on board and build Canada strong?
The Honourable Member for Leduc-Wetaskiwin.
A decade ago, this Liberal government killed the Northern Gateway pipeline, which would have shipped 525,000 barrels of Canadian oil per day to Asian markets. The value of that oil would have been billions coming annually into the Canadian economy. Instead of that economic supercharge, Liberals enacted crushing policies with no environmental benefit while doubling Canada's debt. That Liberal political decision greatly benefited the economies of other oil-producing countries like Saudi Arabia, Iran, Venezuela, and Russia. But what did Canadians get from that sacrifice other than a mountain of new Liberal debt?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister has answered that question a number of times already today. What is clear to me is that the Conservative Party doesn't see the need to be investing in our economy. Mr. Speaker, we put forward a plan in the form of a budget, and that budget sees over $50 billion going straight into the community of each and every member of Parliament in this room, Mr. Speaker. It is going to create community centres, recreational centres. It's going to create local infrastructure that is going to benefit Canadian families from coast to coast to coast, and the Conservatives seem to be against everything that is good for Canadians.
The honourable member for Leduc-Wetaskiwin.
Back to the actual topic. The Liberal MP from Victoria defiantly stated that he is, quote, decisively not in support. The Liberal Member of Parliament for Vancouver-Granville has said that it must have BC's consent. The Liberal MP for Fleetwood-Port Kells went further, saying that any pipeline, quote, must have the consent of the Premier of British Columbia. Without support from that one Canadian, he said emphatically, quote, there will be no pipeline. Will the Prime Minister stand up to his Keep It in the Ground caucus, or is his real plan to simply delay any pipeline until after the next election when he can kill it?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
I don't know if that member's saying that we should be building a pipeline without having partnerships with First Nations over the objections of the democratic and duly elected province and government of British Columbia. I don't know that that's what that member's saying. It seems to be what he's saying. If he could perhaps clarify for this House and for the people of Alberta and British Columbia, that would be very helpful. For our part, we're going to work with British Columbia, we're going to work with First Nations, and we're going to execute this MOU, every part of it, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Caribou Prince George.
The Prime Minister promised Canadians he would build now and move at unimaginable speeds.
He did.
But 8 months later, all we have is a questionable MOU that punts the pipeline proposal down the road. It doesn't create jobs. It doesn't boost the economy. All it does is give Premier Eby another excuse to keep saying over my dead body. The Constitution is clear. BC has no veto. So why are the Liberals stalling? Will the Liberals admit they were wrong and vote for our motion to approve a pipeline like the Prime Minister said he would?
Good question.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this time it's from a Member of Parliament from British Columbia. The Member of Parliament from British Columbia wishes to now let it be known that he would stomp all over the duly elected government of the province of British Columbia, stomp all over Indigenous and First Nations involvement in any such advances. The member wants it to be made very clear that there is only one part of that entire MOU that appeals to him. For our part, we like it all, we're working on it all, and we're going to work with others to get it done.
The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
We are hemorrhaging jobs at a staggering rate in BC. Over the last 2 weeks, thousands of British Columbians have lost their jobs because of this Prime Minister. The pipeline will create jobs and make our economy self-reliant. We need this. Our nation needs this.
Hear, hear.
But the Liberals can't get their story straight. One MP says no pipeline without BC's consent, and the member from Victoria says he's decisively not in support. They say one thing to one group and another to another group. How can Canadians take this government seriously when they can't get their story straight and can't get their caucus in line?
That's right. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Let's talk a little bit about British Columbia, the single province with the most projects of national significance, the most capital investment announced, the largest capital investment in the history of this country, announced by my colleague, the Minister of Natural Resources. But if that's not enough, Mr. Speaker, how about 3 straight months of job growth? How about inflation down? How about wages up over the rate of inflation? How about celebrating the economic progress and the successes of this country instead of sitting over there and talking Canada down?
The Honourable Member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
Told Canadians he would be judged by the prices at the grocery store. And in British Columbia, food bank use is entrenched, with about 1/4 of families food insecure. A family of 4 will pay about $1,000 more for food next year. We know this out-of-touch Prime Minister doesn't do his own shopping, but Canadians still have to pay at the till. Will he admit to BC families that he doesn't know a thing about grocery prices and that under these Liberals, higher bills are the new normal, or will he adopt Conservative ideas to make life more affordable, like cutting inflationary spending and ending the industrial
industrial carbon tax.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, again, it's hard to take that member and that party seriously on the questions when in the platform of April 2025, that member has a lot of farmers in his riding, Mr. Speaker. They're the ones who contribute in this country. Not a single platform commitment from the Conservative Party for farmers in this country, Mr. Speaker. It's hard to take that member opposite when he votes against the National Food School Program, Mr. Speaker. 400,000 Canadians benefit young children in this country. He votes against it. How about tax cuts, Mr. Speaker? That used to be the party that stood for that. They're standing in the way in this House of passing this budget 2025, which is good for Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Also, member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
This Prime Minister told Canadians he should be judged by prices at the grocery store. Well, I heard from Amy in Cloverdale. She lives in a household of 2, doesn't have children of her own, and still can't keep up with groceries. When she heard more increases are coming, she wondered if the ultimate goal is to force people to crawl on their hands and knees begging and pleading for relief. For Amy, meat's a luxury, and she's terrified for the future of her 5 nephews. Amy asked me, when will it stop? So when will the Prime Minister finally stop driving up food costs so Canadians can afford to feed themselves?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I know the people in British Columbia are concerned about prices, and we are too. We're taking care of them. They want a government that's going to stand with them. That's why we're investing in the National School Food Program to support 400,000 families. That's why we're investing in supports for seniors, and it's why we're investing in supports for families to take care of their children. Mr. Speaker, we're going to stand with British Columbians. We're going to stand with all Canadians and take care of them.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies.
This Prime Minister told Canadians he should be judged by prices at the grocery store. Well, food bank visits have increased up to 80% in BC. The Kamloops Food Bank had almost 74,000 business visits last year, and the number keeps growing. Now donations are dropping, and food banks are reducing service areas to remain sustainable, cutting off rural areas from support. When will the Liberals cut their inflationary spending, their industrial carbon tax, and their new fuel tax so Canadians can afford to eat?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that Conservative member talks about food prices, and yet he voted against making the National School Food Program permanent, Mr. Speaker. That is a program that helps young people, that helps school-aged children eat food in order to learn better, Mr. Speaker. This morning I made an announcement at a women's shelter in Montreal that our government has funded in order to help women find a secure and safe place to call home, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives are against supporting our frontline workers, whether it's in the food industry, whether it's our shelters, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Strengthening economic security also means protecting the dignity and financial peace of mind of seniors, including fraud against seniors, which is a major political issue. Did you know who said that, Mr. Speaker? The member for Shefford. And we agree, and that is the reason for which it is so disappointing to see the Bloc Québécois delaying Bill C-15. Could the Minister of Finance remind those who are intentionally delaying this bill how their partisan manoeuvring has a real impact on our seniors? The Honourable Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, financial fraud is a serious problem that disproportionately affects seniors, newcomers and other vulnerable populations. That is the reason for which in Budget 2025 and Bill C-15 we are taking decisive action to strengthen enforcement and ensure that Canadians can have confidence in the security and resilience of their financial systems. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is against this. What a shock. It's difficult to understand why the Bloc would be against helping our seniors. What's easy to understand is that the 44 members of the Quebec Liberal caucus will defend seniors.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister told Canadians to judge him by the prices at the grocery store.
8 months have passed, and now Canada's food price report says that Canadian families should expect to pay an extra $1,000 for groceries in 2026. In total, grocery bills have doubled under the Liberals to $340 per week. When will these Liberals cut their inflationary spending, the industrial carbon tax, and their new fuel tax so Canadians can afford to eat?
That's right.
The Honourable Minister of Emergency Preparedness and Community Resilience.
Mr. Speaker, we've cut taxes for 22 million Canadians. We're building affordable homes. We're making it easier for young people to buy homes, creating thousands of jobs by investing in our economy. The easiest way for Conservatives to make life more affordable to Canadians is to support our plan and Budget 25. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akia-Wenrack. Mr. Speaker, this government's economic policies don't work. Grocery bills have gone up, have doubled over the last 10 years under the Liberal government, and it'll cost $1,000 more next year. Food banks can't handle it. In Saint-André-le-Châtel, there will be 200 Christmas baskets handed out, 70 more than last year. In the Caisse Saint-Ambroise, 325 Christmas baskets are being prepared. There is one food bank that has already reached their quota. Some people who need this basket won't get one. Will the Liberals finally understand that their policy and politics simply do not work? The Honourable Member. What makes us different than the Conservatives is that on this side we believe that we need a strong economy to protect the most vulnerable. A strong economy. 54,000 jobs created in November, 60,000 in September. Unemployment is going down. Inflation is going back into Bank of Canada provisions, forecasts. But they never voted for. Not only that, they keep voting against the dental care system, the National Food Programme, the child benefit system. So, Mrs. Speaker, the Conservative hypocrisy is simply alarming. The Honourable Member for Bonneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Speaking of hypocrisy, they've implemented programs for the last 10 years, but nothing's working. In my riding, I went around 17 food banks that are preparing Christmas hampers for people, and they have all said that the number of requests have gone up. The Prime Minister needs to come down from his ivory tower, needs to go down in the field and stop. He needs to stop with inflationary taxes. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have said it again and again. The Conservatives keep talking about imaginary taxes. Inflation is going down here in Canada, and we are here to meet the needs of Canadians. The Conservatives, however, voted against all the measures in the budget that will help people make ends meet, including our school food program that will help our children. Can you imagine that, Mr. Speaker?
For Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2025 contains many comprehensive measures to help make life more affordable for Canadians while helping grow the economy. Open banking promotes competition and affordability by letting Canadian consumers and businesses take advantage of cutting-edge technologies and share their financial data with approved and regulated service providers. Can the Secretary of State for Financial Institutions please outline why open banking is so important to the Canadian economy and how stalling progress on this file is harming Canadian consumers and businesses?
Good question. Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, open banking will give Canadians more control over their own financial data, allowing them to securely choose the services that work best for their needs. It will increase competition, lower costs, and help families get better budgeting tools, faster access to credit, and tailored financial products. These are common sense measures that the opposition is obstructing by delaying our budget bill, Mr. Speaker. I urge that Conservative leader to let his heart grow over Christmas. Put the partisan games aside and join us in building a strong and resilient Canadian economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the Conflict of Interest Act, it is clearly noted that ministerial staff, for example, are not allowed to get any gifts or other benefits. The Journal de Montréal stated this morning that 10 people connected to the Liberal Party of Canada received $1,000 each for services rendered during the last leadership race for the current leader of the Liberal Party of Quebec. Can the Prime Minister finally explain to Quebecers what's all this Liberal flim-flamming about?
La loi sur les conflits d'intérêts? The
Conflict of Interest Act doesn't apply. Does not apply to the province. This is a federal statute.
Est-ce que quelqu'un veut prendre la question?
Does anyone want to answer that one? The Leader of the Government in the House. Mr. Speaker, like the member and Canadians know full well, provincial and federal parties are independent from one another. Canadians can get involved in provincial politics. If someone does so, it's on a personal level, and we, of course, expect all staff members and former staff members of the government act in an exemplary fashion with regards to every statute.
Nunavut fishery is an underdeveloped economic engine, as QIA keeps saying. As a result of Liberal decisions, BC and Newfoundland hold more than 80% interest in their coastal fisheries, but Nunavut gets only half. Fisheries infrastructure like the deep sea force in Qikiqtaqjaq is left unfinished. Will the Liberals finally treat Inuit like a full economic partner so they can benefit from local resources?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to reassure my colleague across the aisle that the conversations are still happening, no decision has been made, and I encourage the participation as we move forward before making a decision. Thank you.
It being 3:11, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Mr. Jennis to the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-15. Call in the members. Mr. Champagne, seconded by Mr. MacDonald, Malpeque, moved that Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on November 4th, 2025, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Mr. Jennis, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House declined to give... Shall I dispense? No? Okay. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on November 4th, 2025, since the bill fails to implement a budget so Canadians can have an affordable life. Le projet de loi omet de tenir compte.
The bill
omits that to consider that every dollar comes out of the pockets of Canadians in the form of higher taxes and inflation. C, bring down the deficit to the level Liberals promised in their last fiscal update, which promised $42 billion last year. D, scrap hidden taxes on foods, including the industrial carbon tax on farmers, the food packaging tax that adds billions in costs, and the fuel standard tax that adds 17 cents per litre to diesel and gasoline for farmers.
Le litre au diesel et à l'essence que payent les agriculteurs, de mettre fin à la...
E, end the inflation tax by bringing down the cost of government instead of printing money to pay Liberal bills. And F, include a plan for any oil and gas pipelines that would strengthen our nation's economy and get our resources to market.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deadtail.
Mr. Deadtail.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Beltud.
Mr. Bertud.
Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Ms. Rumpel-Garner.
Ms. Rumpel-Garner.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Moore. Pardon me? Mrs. Good. Back to Mrs. Oh, Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Ow.
Mr. Ow.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bélanger, Sudbury S. Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Mr. Bélanger, Sudbury S. Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mrs. Borelli.
Ms. Kobania.
Ms. Kobania.
Ms. Cody.
Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Ms. DeRitter.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Grollo.
Mr. Grollo.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Halsey.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Mrs. Kirkland.
Mrs. Kirkland.
Mrs. Cronus. Conans, pardon me.
Mrs. Conans.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Ms. Cronus.
Ms. Cronus.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Strauss.
Mr. Strauss.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Madame Michel.
Madame Michel.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Ms. Olszewski.
Ms. Olszewski.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Belanger Desnathi, Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger Desnathi, Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Madame Chinette.
Madame Chinette.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Menard.
Madame Menard.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. El Khoury. Mr. Assassi, pardon me.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Leitao.
Mr. Leitao.
Mr. Bartizi.
Mr. Bartizi.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. Gay.
Mr. Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Ms. Chi.
Ms. Chi.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Return to Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Madame Bendayen.
Madame Bendayen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Clausen.
Mr. Clausen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Mr. Ramsey.
Mr. Ramsey.
Ms. Church.
Ms. Church.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zayed.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière des Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière des Mille-Îles.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe Sudbury.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Akan.
Ms. Khan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Donduran.
Madame Donduran.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Ms. Fancy.
Miss Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Hurdle.
Miss Hurdle.
Mr. Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Millette Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Millette Bay of Quinty.
Ms. Miedema.
Miss Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Ms. Nathan.
Miss Nathan.
Ms. Wien.
Ms. Wien.
Mr. Tumba.
Monsieur Tumba.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sari.
Monsieur Sari.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Ms. Sodi.
Miss Sodi.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Mr. Tesser Dirksen.
Ms. Tessa Dirksen.
Mr. Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchorn.
Monsieur Watchorn.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Bonin.
Monsieur Bonin.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelo Duval.
Monsieur Barcelo Duval.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Ne voyant aucune main levée.
I do not see any hands raised. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
139, 139. Nays Colt, 196. 196.
Je déclare.
I declare the amendment defeated.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, the time provided for government orders will be extended by 13 minutes. I would also like to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset, and we'll take a short moment to allow those members who wish to leave quietly before we go to the daily routine of business. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to table in both official languages the 2024 annual report on the RCMP's use of the law enforcement justification provisions.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2 and in accordance with the enhanced transparency requirement set out in the amended policy on tabling of treaties in Parliament, I am pleased to present to the House of Commons the Government of Canada's objectives for negotiations for a Canada-Philippines Free Trade Agreement. The Government of Canada intends to commence negotiations with the Philippines as soon as practicable, but in accordance with the policy, the commencement of negotiations will take place no earlier than 30 days from today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 9 petitions, and these returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Here, here.
Tabling documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Present on behalf of the Standing Committee on International Trade the 4th report addressing unjustified United States tariffs on certain goods in the Canadian steel, aluminum, automotive, and softwood lumber section. Pursuant to Standing Order 1082 and the motion adopted by the committee on Thursday, November the 27th, 25, your committee has agreed to report the following: that the committee report to the House that it condemns the unjustified American tariffs on the Canadian steel, aluminum, auto sector, and softwood lumber industries. And then it calls upon the government to live up to the promise it made in the election. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for St. John, St. Croix.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur de présenter.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor of tabling in both official languages
Connectivity in rural and remote areas, and the fourth report entitled Forest and Climate Change. I believe, Mr. Speaker, with your consent, we will hear next from the Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore, who will table this dissenting report on the Conservative Party of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to each of these two reports. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore with a dissenting report.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am happy to table the Conservative dissenting report in both official languages.
Standing Committee of Public Accounts agree with the Auditor General's finding that a serious digital divide continues to exist in Canada. This divide is prevalent despite years of promises on universal connectivity from successive Liberal governments. The government has failed to connect hundreds of thousands of rural, remote, and Indigenous households with essential broadband and mobile coverage which is critical not only to rural Canadians, but full participation in Canada's modern and connected economy, but in the safety and security of all Canadians. Our Conservative dissenting report provides 5 recommendations that stand up for rural Canadians and will ensure action is taken to keep them connected. The Government of Canada must act to provide broadband and mobile connectivity to all Canadians, regardless of their postal code. Our common sense recommendations will ensure that this is the case. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de rapport de
Presenting reports from committees.
dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Première lecture de projet de loi
First reading of Senate public bills.
motions. The Honourable Member for Barrie.
You have to read this.
Sorry, before I recognize the member, I need to read this. Mr. Brassard, seconded by Mrs. Rempel-Garner, moves that the first report of the Liaison Committee presented on Tuesday, September 23rd, 2025, be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member for Barrie South Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to seek concurrence on the first report of the Liaison Committee that details the work of the standing committees of this House. I'm doing so to sound the alarm over systematic obstruction we are witnessing on multiple committee fronts perpetrated by the Liberal government. I split my time as well with a member of Elgin St. Thomas, London South. In addition to my work as chair of the Ethics Committee, I serve as the Conservative Caucus Committee coordinator, and as part of my responsibilities, I make a point of observing a wide cross-section of standing committees and can report that Liberal obstruction tactics include purposely not scheduling meetings, intentionally withholding ministers from facing accountability at committee, preventing witnesses from testifying, lengthy filibusters, and breaking procedural rules to their advantage. In a phrase, the Prime Minister treats Parliament like a corporate boardroom meant only to rubber stamp his agenda. I have news for him and his government. This is a G7 democracy, not a meeting of shareholders. Il s'agit d'un Parlement minoritaire.
This is a minority parliament. The membership of committees require that Liberals collaborate with at least one opposition party to advance their agenda. This also means that when opposition parties group together to require accountability from the government must comply with the committee's will. They must work constructively with opposition parties, but rather than doing that, the Liberals prefer to just go home.
Justice Committee, Mr. Speaker, after Conservatives worked productively to receive witness testimony on Bill C-9, the Liberal law on hate speech, the committee got bogged down in a Liberal filibuster on a Conservative motion that called for the strongest legislative response possible to the Supreme Court ruling that struck down mandatory prison time for those convicted of possession of child sexual abuse and exploitation material. That's right. Rather than prioritizing legislation on hate crimes or bail, the Liberals were running cover for an egregious court decision that eases sentences for perverts in possession of child pornography. They filibustered 3 meetings, November 6th, November 18th, and the 20th. Following that filibuster on December 2nd, after it became clear that the Liberals were not serious about their hate crime bill, Conservatives moved that the committee prioritize the bail bill C-14. Given the daily news reports of violent crimes being committed by repeat offenders, I would think that the Liberals would have wanted to work with us to pass that bail law. Conservatives are of the view that the bill doesn't go nearly far enough to fix the broken bail system, but that a partial measure is better than nothing. What did the Liberals do with our offer to work quickly on C-14? They voted to adjourn debate. Instead, the Minister of Justice went rogue and made a deal with the Bloc to remove religious protections built into the criminal code as part of the hate speech bill, leading to division in their own caucus and stalled agenda at the committee. Nevertheless, Conservatives agreed to work constructively through the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill. The Liberals secured committee resources through to midnight on December 2nd, but after passing just one clause that day, they quickly adjourned the meeting, preventing the committee from dealing with the amendment on the religious exemption. Since then, the chair refused to schedule a meeting on December 4th, and he has yet to put out a meeting notice for this week. And while the Liberals have obstructed their own agenda, victims of crime are the ones that suffer. And I will reiterate our offer, which is that Conservatives would be pleased to set aside other work before the committee to see that Bill C-14 becomes law. But Liberal obstruction goes far beyond just the Transport Committee. The Conservative Party worked constructively and efficiently on Bill C-5, the so-called Building Canada Act. I note that since its passage, not one project has been listed in the national interest, and the promise that the Liberals made to approve projects and build Canada remain unfulfilled. Conservatives secured several amendments to that bill that included protections for Indigenous people, as well as ethics and oversight provisions. You might think that that would have created some goodwill between the parties at the committee table. Well, it didn't, Mr. Speaker. La Commission a entrepris une étude sur Drivers Inc.
The committee looked into Drivers Inc. and ways to improve road safety. Opposition members suggested that the study be extended by 2 weeks to hear from road accident victims and also to obtain related documents from the government. The Liberals, though, are not guaranteeing safety for Canadians, and they started a procedural war against the motion.
November 18th and 20th. The members of the opposition used an extraordinary tool to force an emergency meeting through Standing Order 1064, which began on November 25th. If members consult the parliamentary website, they will see that this meeting that began on November 25th is still ongoing. As of now, this is a 13-day meeting during which the Liberals began by filibustering for hours, followed by a multi-day suspension, followed by another 1064 letter to force the recall of the committee, followed by another 4-hour filibuster by the Liberals, followed by another multi-day suspension. At one point, the chair attempted to mislead committee members that a suspension would last 30 minutes, but then he exited out the back door and allowed the suspension to last for days. Rather than get answers for victims or prepare recommendations for expanded road safety, the Liberals are obstructing the work of the Transport Committee. We are seeing similar obstruction tactics by chairs at Finance, Science and Research, Health and Human Resource Committees, and more. And I'm pleased to begin this important debate to allow members of this House to air their grievances they have with the conduct of the chairs of these committees. It's a committee festivus, if you will. Unfortunately, Liberal chairs are not the only ones obstructing committee work. Ministers of the Crown are also direct participants in this obstruction. We've seen multiple absent ministers. The Justice Committee invited the Minister of Justice to appear in relation to his mandate and priorities on September 23rd. He is yet to appear. The Minister of Public Safety were also invited to participate as witnesses in the Justice Committee study on the bail system. Both ministers declined to participate. This dynamic duo was repeatedly invited to the Status of Women Committee to participate in their study of Section 810 of the Criminal Code and women's safety. Again, they have ignored that invitation. The Minister of Justice was also invited to the National Defense Committee as part of their study on Bill C-11, the Military Justice Modernization Act, given that he will be responsible for the civilian process to deal with sexual harassment in the military. Again, He obstructed the work of the committee and refused to appear. The finance minister refused the request of the industry committee to appear with respect to the Stellantis contract, despite the fact that he was the minister who signed the deal and the contract in the first place, and has yet to demonstrate any form of job guarantee for Canadian workers. The public safety minister refused to appear at the transport committee as part of their investigation into security concerns around the decision of the infrastructure bank to fund the purchase of new vessels from China for BC ferries. The Liberals have run interference to prevent the Minister of Industry from appearing at Public Safety Committee on Bill C-8, even though their proposed law would give her sweeping powers to remove the Internet from citizens. The Minister of Artificial Intelligence has failed to appear at Ethics Committee despite 11 requests to do so, or the Status of Women Committee as they conduct studies on the various impacts of AI on Canadian life. The Minister of Environment and Climate Change has ignored 3 invitations of the Environment Committee related to the industrial carbon tax, the global carbon tax on marine transport, and the EV mandate. The Minister of Indigenous Services has failed to appear at the Indigenous Affairs Committee to respond to the Auditor General's report on progress for Indigenous communities. The Minister of Jobs and Family, Housing and Infrastructure, Health, Canadian Identity and Culture, Government Transformation, Public Safety, Transport, Industry, Justice and Finance have all failed to appear before committees on the supplementary estimates. Billions of tax dollars are going unscrutinized before they are going out the door. The list goes on, Mr. Speaker. There is a lot more to say on this Liberal attack on our democracy, the decline in our democracy, the attack on committees, but I am short on time. In conclusion, we demand on behalf of Canadians that the Liberals end their obstruction and start being accountable for every dollar they spend, law they propose, and every incursion of freedom they attempt to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you know, it's really and truly quite amazing to hear Conservative members use a filibuster in order to try to justify their disappointing actions that I have witnessed for weeks now. Like, I can't believe that they're accusing the government of not wanting to see their own legislation being passed. Today's a good example in itself. My question for the member, Mr. Speaker, when will the Conservative Party stop filibustering the budget implementation bill? You've been on it for days and days and days. There you have zero credibility on the interests of serving Canadians, quite frankly.
The Honourable Member for Barrie South Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the Honourable Member spends all of his time in the House. He should be out actually watching the committees, as I am, to see the level of obstruction that's going on by the Liberal Party in almost every committee. The challenge right now, Mr. Speaker, is that the Liberals know that they don't have the majority on every committee. And so their only process in not allowing the opposition members, whether it's the Conservatives or the Bloc Québécois, to deal with important committee business is to take their ball, go home, have their Liberal chairs cancel the meetings, or worse yet, call for a suspension and never come back, as they did in one of the committees, Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that they had 7 hours of additional resources that were available to them. The Liberals are obstructing democracy in this place, not the opposition parties.
Questions et commentaires. L'Honourable Whip.
The Honourable Chief Whip of the Bloc Québécois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's unfortunate to have to speak about this because both sides are right. It's unfortunate that there's such wastage of resources for so little work this fall. He's right. However, the last Liberal question was also pertinent. My question for the representative of the Conservatives, who I do enjoy, does you remember last fall where they blocked everything? Yes or no? Does he remember what happened then? And I do agree this should never happen. It should no longer happen. And I would ask the witnesses, when there is filibustering and when there's witnesses that are sat and that wait for 2 hours, is that normal? Because witnesses aren't going to want to come next time if they're just going to be ignored.
Mr. Speaker, I do as well have the utmost respect for the honourable member as his party's whip, and if he recalls last fall, this place was seized because the government refused to provide the documents regarding the Sustainable Development Technology Fund to a committee of Parliament. They refused. There were 11,000 documents by last count, or count last fall, that were not being given to a parliamentary committee, despite the fact that the parliamentary committee had demanded that those documents be turned over. And I think it's a pattern of these Liberals. I think, Mr. Speaker, I once heard a very smart person say, and I'm looking at you, that the Liberals want an audience, they don't want an opposition. They don't want us to fulfill our constitutional obligation to hold them to account, Mr. Speaker, and that's precisely what's happening at our committees right now.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I want to thank the member for moving this motion. If he hadn't done so, we wouldn't have this opportunity to actually debate the deplorable conduct of the Liberals on committee. And, you know, the member for Winnipeg North, in his first intervention here, it's like he was unaware that his own colleagues are filibustering their own bills at committee. At the Finance Committee, not once, but twice in two different meetings, Liberal members filibustered the debate, the clause-by-clause review of C4. So could the member talk about the Liberal filibusters at committee?
Member for Barrie South Innisfil.
Yeah, it's actually absurd that we're actually seeing the government filibuster their own bills, and there's a reason why they're doing this, Mr. Speaker. It's because on every committee, not just the oversight committees, on every committee, they don't hold the majority. The majority is held by the opposition parties after the committees were formed. So between the Conservatives and the Bloc, we hold the majority, which means that no vote ever gets to a Liberal chair. So what they do instead is they cancel the meetings, or they take their ball and they go home only to regroup and come back. So what we're seeing is a pattern across all of these committees, and no member in this place should be surprised, including...
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honor, as always, to rise on behalf of the people of Elgin St. Thomas, London South. And my colleague from Barrie South Innisfil did a tremendous job explaining the breadth of Liberal obstruction right now. And there is a logical inconsistency here, which I don't believe should be all that surprising from the Liberal Party, but they are obstructing their own agenda. They're obstructing their own legislation. I can speak specifically to what's been happening on the Standing Committee for Justice and Human Rights, a committee I was honored to be named to shortly after I was sworn in as Member of Parliament, and a committee that is very relevant to the people in my riding, for whom crime has been a top issue. I sent out a household mailer to the people in my riding a couple of months back, and it was about crime, it was about justice, it was about the revolving door bail crisis. The police chiefs in St. Thomas, in Elmer, in London, officers with the Ontario Provincial Police have all said the same thing, which is that they are tired of arresting people in the morning only to find them on the streets again, sometimes that afternoon. Canadians demanded action on bail. We were told that the Liberal government would make bail a top priority. We were expecting on the Justice Committee to be able to do incredibly important, timely work on this. We actually initiated a study on bail and extended invitations as part of that study to the Minister of Justice and to the Minister of Public Safety. Shockingly, months later, neither has appeared on this. Now, it's possible that the Minister of Public Safety is still hard at work getting his RPAL, and that's why he hasn't had time to come before committee. The Minister of Justice said he would only come before committee to talk about Bill C-9, the Liberal government's anti-hate bill. You see, the very first justice bill that the Liberal government put forward was not on revolving door bail. It wasn't on mandatory minimums for child predators. It was on cracking down on freedom of expression, cracking down on what people post online. That was the very first priority of the Minister of Justice. And I'll get in a moment, Mr. Speaker, to how that's going for the Liberal government. But it was interesting that the Minister of Justice did not want to speak about bail. He did not want to come and has not yet responded to our invitation for him to speak to his mandate and priorities. We are seeing now that the Minister of Justice is providing the same level of excellence he delivered as the Minister of Housing and Minister of Immigration. He's bringing that to the Justice file, and Canadians are suffering. So let's talk about what's been happening in the last few weeks alone. There was a meeting at the end of November that the Liberals simply did not call. There was another meeting that the Liberals did not call, and another meeting that the Liberals cancelled. As of today, we do not know if the Justice Committee will be meeting tomorrow at our regularly scheduled time. No notice of meeting has been issued. The notice of meeting for our Tuesday meetings almost always comes on the Friday before. So I suspect we are not going to be meeting tomorrow, although I'd love to be proven wrong. And it was interesting, just a couple of hours in question period, the Minister of Justice stood up, facing questions from our colleagues in the Bloc Québécois about the government's bungling of Bill C-9, and he would not give a clear answer to what the Liberal government's view is of the amendment that we understand is forthcoming from the Bloc to remove long-standing religious free speech protections from criminal law. What the Minister of Justice said is, whoa, the committee will decide this. How? How, Mr. Speaker, is the committee going to decide anything when the Liberals are either not calling meetings or cancelling meetings on their bill? Now, what we learned in the last couple of days is rather interesting. In fact, just this morning, there was an article in which we learned that the Minister of Justice initiated a secret deal with the Bloc Québécois, where the Bloc would support Bill C-9 in exchange for the Liberals supporting the Bloc amendment removing religious freedom protections, making it so that someone could be criminally prosecuted for expressing good faith religious beliefs or even quoting scripture. This is the government that promoted the previous chair of the Justice Committee to the Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture after he said that prosecutors should be able to, quote, press charges, unquote, for people who quote verses of scripture that he deems to be hateful. It's good to know that falling upwards is still the long-standing Liberal pastime and career trajectory available. But why this is so interesting is because the Liberals, when they're faced with questions about where they stand on this, they hide behind the committee process when members of the committee are saying, let us do our jobs. Conservatives have stood ready at the last two meetings of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights to work until midnight, and resources have been available. This issue that the government says is such a priority, to get through clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-9, we have stood ready to do that. Even though, as I said on the Justice Committee, and as I've said in this House of Commons, we do not believe C-9 should have been prioritized above bail reform. But when the Liberals obstruct Bill C-9, which they're doing right now, when they obstruct their own bill, they are also obstructing every other justice priority that they have said they have. They've obstructed the committee's work on Bill C-14, a bail bill, which is very welcome in that it acknowledges how bad the bail system has gotten, although I believe there are a number of amendments that need to be put forward on Bill C-14 so it does what we need to do to fix Liberal bail in this country. But we can't do any of that because the Liberals can't figure out where they stand on Bill C-9. When I mentioned the Minister of Justice's secret deal with the Bloc Québécois, the interesting tidbit that came out in the media today is that he forgot to tell the Prime Minister that he was making that deal. So now the Liberals are in turmoil while they figure out where they stand on their own legislation and amendments to it, and Canadians expecting the Justice Committee to work on fixing the criminal justice system have to wait while the Liberals get their act together. Similarly, earlier this fall, we passed a very critical report before the Justice Committee, calling on the government to send a strong message that it will not tolerate judicial leniency for people convicted of peddling in and viewing child sexual exploitation and abuse material. What should have been a very quick, unanimous decision by the committee after the Supreme Court made an absolutely egregious ruling that a 1-year sentence for those offenses was, quote, cruel and unusual punishment. Instead, it took 2 meetings. The Liberals filibustered this, preventing us from working on anything. We finally adopted that motion. It came before this House. I'm grateful for it, but we lost critical time to do everything else, again, because of Liberal obstruction and Liberal filibustering. So the Liberals do not know how to govern in a minority parliament, evidently. They don't know that you have to work with other parties. I guess the Minister of Justice tried to do this, although his way of working with other parties was to launch a full-out assault on religious freedom. That is not what bipartisanship is supposed to look like. So we are still ready and eager to do the work. The reason I put forward a motion on the Justice Committee a couple of weeks ago to reset the committee's priorities was because it was clear that we were headed towards exactly the situation we find ourselves in. A bill where, in the words of the chair of the Justice Committee before this very House the other day, there is no path forward right now. We still believe we should prioritize bail, and I would welcome the Justice Committee to actually call a meeting. We have 2 designated spots back before this House rises for the winter break. And I would certainly hope that Liberal members of Parliament do not want to face their constituents and say that we did not deliver on any of our justice priorities. Because that's what's going to be happening now. All of the Canadians concerned about revolving door bail, all of the frontline police officers, police chiefs, first responders who have been crying out for years for action have gotten from this Liberal government nothing. They've gotten a commitment from the Public Safety Minister that they're going to go full steam ahead on the gun confiscation scheme, but nothing to put repeat offenders behind bars where they belong. Legislation, we understand, is forthcoming from the government to perhaps deal with that issue of mandatory minimum sentences for child sexual predators. Again, no action is possible on that because of Liberal obstruction on committee. I am a new member of Parliament. I came here with a mandate, and I came here to get to work. The Liberal government, if they don't want to cooperate, needs to get out of the way. Right now, they're getting in their own way and the way of Canadians, and we will not stand for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the member opposite might be a new member, but he's been schooled well by the Conservative Party here in the sense that I understand that he participated in the very filibuster in regards to the hate legislation, and I think he was bringing up something about his dog and his wife likes cats, or he likes dogs, his wife likes cats. I don't know all the details of it, but the point is that he's a quick learner, Mr. Speaker. He knows how to filibuster, apparently, and I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, when we talk about what Canadians, the constituents in which he represents, they want bail reform legislation. And it's important, and this is the question, why won't the Conservative Party allow the bail reform legislation to become law?
The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
I don't know, as a new member, how I'm supposed to allow it to become law when that member's party is not calling the meeting, Mr. Speaker. So, again, I am new here, but I don't believe it's possible to let any justice bills become law when they keep cancelling meetings.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Rivière.
The Honourable Member for Rivière du Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. Just for it to be clear, I agree with him. I also deplore the adjournment that happened last week at the Justice Committee. If the committee were to be called tomorrow evening and/or Thursday evening, there won't be any filibuster from our Conservative colleagues, yes or no? Does he commit to that now?
In St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's been a pleasure to work with my colleague. We have very different ideas on some of the things that are coming before the committee, but I always know where my colleague stands, and I and my colleagues on the Justice Committee remain ready to deal with clause-by-clause consideration on Bill C-9. We are 100% opposed to the assault on religious freedom that's been proposed and discussed, and it's shameful that the Liberals will not in this House state what their intention is on that.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Northumberland Clark.
Thank you, and I very much enjoyed the members' talk. My question is this: in Transport Committee, we had the chair get up and suspend it for 30 minutes and then leave out the back door. Well, I did hear about Justice Committee, the numerous counseling of meetings, the gaveling of meetings, and the filibustering. Was there anything that was bad, or is transportation really the worst Liberal conduct?
The honourable member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have not had the opportunity yet to sit in on a Transport Committee meeting, so I can't speak for what's happening there, except to say that there does seem to be a pattern here spanning multiple committees. I understand that on the Citizenship and Immigration Committee, no meeting scheduled for this week. On the Environment and Sustainable Development Committee, the Minister has not appeared. I mentioned on Justice the lack of appearance by the Justice Minister on his mandate and priorities. The Minister has not appeared for Fisheries and Oceans. So there does seem to be a trend here, and I think it's very important that we are discussing the motion we are right now before this House, because the Liberal government cannot point fingers at its agenda not being passed when it holds the keys and the decision-making authority on when to schedule committee meetings.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the member would concede the irony that we're witnessing today on the House in the House of Commons. Right now, we were supposed to be debating the budget implementation bill, but the Conservatives have made the decision once again to prevent MPs from being able to carry forward on C-15 by bringing forward this concurrence motion. That in itself is another filibuster preventing Canadians the legislation that we're proposing.
The Honourable Member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
You know, Mr. Speaker, when I first came here, I understood that committees were to be masters of their domain. But committees are also a product of the House of Commons. And when committees fail to do their work, it must be raised in the House of Commons, because there's no way to raise it on a non-existing committee meetings agenda. So I would love nothing more than for all of us to be able to have these discussions in our respective committees, but that isn't possible because that member's colleagues won't have the darn meetings.
Resuming debate, reprise the débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I tell you, there is a great deal of irony. Those individuals that might be following this debate, or in fact listening in terms of what's taking place in Ottawa today, I will give one thing. It's not as pathetic as it was last fall when we saw the Conservatives virtually shut down the House of Commons because of their behavior back then, Mr. Speaker. So it's not quite as bad as that, but it's getting closer and closer to that point, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important that we really take a bit of a reflection by looking in the mirror and asking the question, why is it that the Conservative Party continues day in and day out to want to serve the interests of its own political party and the leadership of the Conservative Party ahead of actually serving the interests of Canadians, Mr. Speaker? Because let there be absolutely no doubt whatsoever that the reason why they're doing this is purely, again, about self-serving, preventing legislation from passing. How many hours of debate have we had on their motion to amend the budget of implementation bill, Mr. Speaker? Take a look in terms of how many days we spent on that. Now, we just had a vote on it, Mr. Speaker, and once again, the Conservatives do not want to be able to debate it. You know what? They've even had concurrence motions on their amendment to the budget. It's ridiculous in terms of the attitudes and the way in which the Conservative Party, day in and day out, tries to deny Canadians what it is that they expected, not only of the government, Mr. Speaker, but of both government and opposition. I will remind members opposite. Last April, it was a minority government that was elected, and the Government of Canada and the Prime Minister are committed to working for Canadians every day, Mr. Speaker. On the other hand, we see the Conservative Party flip-flopping and most of the times not working for the best interests of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Yet,
in the election, it was very clear. They wanted a higher sense of cooperation amongst political parties. That's why, Mr. Speaker, you saw a Prime Minister committed to meeting with all the different premiers, the territories, Indigenous leaders, and so forth. Why? Because in that election, we made a couple of really solid commitments, one of which was to build a strong Canada. That is the big commitment that we made to Canadians. We said that we're going to make Canada the strongest nation of the G7 on a per capita basis. And this Prime Minister and every single Liberal member of our caucus is striving to do just that. But time and time again, what we witness is the Conservative Party of Canada standing in the way, being a roadblock, preventing legislation from passing, whether it's budget or bail reform legislation, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that if there was an election today, that the Conservatives would be taught a lesson in terms of their behavior is completely unacceptable. And a good example of that, the best example I would give right offhand before I get back on the building strong, is the bail reform legislation. I say shame on the Conservative Party. You know, at the end of the day, we have provinces, we have the territories, we have law enforcement officers, numerous stakeholders that are out there that got behind the bail reform legislation. It should have been a no-brainer. I remember standing up weeks ago asking for the government or for the opposition to see this legislation through. I would ask many of them, check answered. On many occasions, I asked members of Parliament from the Conservative caucus to make a simple commitment. The Prime Minister said we are going to bring in bail reform legislation. And the commitment I asked from a whole spectrum of them, Mr. Speaker, back just a few weeks ago. Will they allow bail reform legislation to become law before the end of the year? Now, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that has been met with a huge roadblock. Virtually from weeks ago when I first mentioned it, Mr. Speaker, there has been no goodwill coming from the Conservative Party in saying, yes, we want to pass this legislation. We are prepared to see it pass before the end of the year. Instead, they continue to filibuster and they come up with excuses. I will give them that. Now they're saying, well, because of actions in the committee. Let's take a look in terms of what it is. One of the stupid motions that I would suggest to you that the Conservative Party is bringing forward and then expects the government of the day to support that particular motion, Mr. Speaker. They talk about the hate legislation. So think about the hate legislation. This is what we're being criticized. They're saying, well, the Liberals are filibustering in committee. Read the amendment. Here's what the Conservatives want the committee to do, Mr. Speaker. They're saying that the committee be granted the power to travel throughout Canada to hear testimony from interested parties, and that the necessary staff do accompany the committee. What they want, Mr. Speaker, is the Government of Canada to pay millions of dollars in order to accommodate the disinformation that they continuously feed Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That's what that committee is all about, and they want the taxpayer to pay for it. Why should the Liberal Party, why should the Government of Canada allow the Conservative Party to go on a free taxpayer-funded road trip so that they can spread nothing but misinformation to Canadians, Mr. Speaker? That's what the motion is that they're proposing. If I was sitting on that committee, I wouldn't accept it either, and I would want to make sure that it gets defeated, Mr. Speaker. That's the end of the day. No, I respect Canadians far more than what the Conservatives do, Mr. Speaker, because if you take a look at the budget implementation bill, you will see that it is a reflection of what Canadians expect for the Government of Canada to deliver. That is a true reflection of what Canadians want. Yet we see the Conservative Party continue to filibuster that piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. Within that legislation, there are some very wonderful things. Things such as, for example, expanding military expenditures. You know, we have been, when the leader sat around the Conservative caucus and within the cabinet, they financed military expenditures to less than 1% of Canada's GDP. We were the laughing stock of the G7, Mr. Speaker, because of our lack of commitment to properly and adequately support our Canadian forces. And then, Mr. Speaker, within this budget, there's substantial increases that's going to enable an industry to be able to grow, whether it's the aerospace industry in Winnipeg or Quebec, or it's military operations to become a world leader. We can do that, Mr. Speaker. That's included in the budget. Another thing that's included in the budget is the National School Food Program. That's a wonderful program. You know, the Conservatives, I really don't think they understand it. I really and truly don't. You get some members that say it's nothing but garbage. You know, they're going to get rid of that particular program. They have no concept of what's taking place in our classrooms, Mr. Speaker. You know, for 30 years, we heard from schools, different schools in different areas of the country, saying that there are children that cannot learn because they have not had proper nutrition before coming to school, Mr. Speaker. We now have a Prime Minister that sees the value of supporting children in every region of the country, and we've made it permanent to provide that they will have nutritional school program or food in their schools, Mr. Speaker. That is going to help Canadians. Every child will benefit by that particular program. That's been an issue for generations. Well over 30 years, I can tell you, where schools, trustees, and others have been advocating for it. What will the Conservatives say? Well, we don't like it. Why? Because there is no such thing as children learning on empty stomachs. Like, how naive is that, Mr. Speaker? But they're going to be voting against it. One of their members had, literally called the program garbage. Others reinforced that. You know, there's things that are substantial within this legislation. And we've been debating it for days and hours, and yet and that's on a Conservative amendment, Mr. Speaker. We just finished the vote on it. We were just about to go to debate on the legislation itself. And now what happens is they bring up this concurrence motion in order to prevent the debate taking place once again, Mr. Speaker. Oh, how things have changed. And it's the leader of the Conservative Party, I would argue, that is leading the pack. I would hate to be a red Tory sitting inside the Conservative caucus. That has got to be very, very depressing. Because there are so many things that can and should be happening, Mr. Speaker, but because of the direction of the Conservative House leadership team, in particular the leader of the Conservative Party, that you're actually doing more damage to helping the system. And they don't even see that, Mr. Speaker, because they refuse to recognize the value of at least allowing things to get through the House in some sort of an orderly fashion. Minority, majority, it should not matter. You should be supportive. Even when I was sitting in opposition, Mr. Speaker, I recognize that at times you need to use time allocation because it's an effective tool in order to get legislation through at times. The federal government needs to have programming, legislative programming, much like expanded more so than private members are, but that's what we need. We need rule changes. We need to modernize the House of Commons because we have to protect what's in the interests of Canadians, and I don't see that coming from the opposition. Sure, it's easy for you to stand up and say, well, you know what? We want more debate time on Bill X or Bill Y, and that's the reason why we're not passing the legislation. I say bogus argument, Mr. Speaker. You know why I say that? And I don't say that lightly. Because the last time I was up and I was debating the behavior of the Conservative Party, I made the suggestion, why don't we have unanimous consent in order to sit till midnight so then the more Conservatives could actually speak on the legislation? And when I made the suggestion, there was a number of them that said, oh, yeah, why not? Let's do it. So what did I do? I actually proposed it. I asked for unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, that we'd be able to sit those extra times. After all, Canadians don't mind. Millions of Canadians work past 6:30 in the evening. Why can't we? So I asked the question after seeing all the enthusiasm for working late coming from the Conservative Party. The moment I asked that, Mr. Speaker, what was the response? No. Absolutely no. Not one of them. Even individuals that were saying yes until I posed the question flip-flopped on the issue, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because I called their bluff, Mr. Speaker. And that's the reason why. It's not about we want more time to debate. No. It's about the leader of the Conservative Party and the House leadership team that really feel compelled to do two things. One, character assassination. Doesn't matter what you do or what you say, we want you to focus on trying to make the Prime Minister look if he's some sort of a corrupt individual. And Mr. Speaker, we all know that that's not true. That's right. And a few of them are actually applauding that because that is an actual tactic that they use. They have no problem attacking the character of an individual in just for the sake of them scoring some cheap political points, Mr. Speaker. So that is one of the things that we see coming from the Conservative Party. And it's consistent. What is the other thing, Mr. Speaker? They go out of their way to prevent legislation from passing. They really and truly do. But the irony to that, Mr. Speaker, not only are they doing a disservice for Canadians, but they're also not allowing the opportunity for the House to deliver on important things for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And that's really sad to see. We hear from the Conservative benches at times that they want to see good legislation passed, especially when we get into Private Members' Hour. We spoke on a wonderful piece of legislation this morning on Private Members' Hour. I indicated this is something in which we're very much open to, as we have actually supported other pieces of private members of legislation. Because if it's good for Canadians, we should be actually recognizing that and at least facilitate some sort of a passage, but not the Conservatives. Because when it comes to the government legislation, critical legislation, they don't want it to pass. They really don't. And then what they do, imagine, here's what's going to happen. I can already see it. At the end of the week, well, those Liberals, they're so bad because they can't even have a legislative agenda that sees them pass the legislation. They didn't pass bail reform legislation. They're actually going to criticize us, yet they're the ones that are preventing it from passing, Mr. Speaker. You know what? At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, it's not like it takes a great effort to filibuster and prevent legislation from passing. We know that. And I've said in the past, you give me any high school, any public high school in Canada, I can identify some students from that high school, give me 12 of them, and I can prevent legislation from passing. That's a no-brainer, Mr. Speaker. That doesn't take that much difficulty. But the real challenge is trying to be a little bit more creative. A little bit more, you can still be an opposition party, but be creative. Look at it this way. Remember, back in June, the leader of the Conservative Party didn't have a seat in the House. Back in June. You know what was really good? We were actually able to pass Bill C-5. Bill C-5 was an election platform from the Prime Minister and the government to build a one Canadian economy, to look in terms of major projects in the country and how it is that we can advance them, to look at taking down trade and labor barriers, Mr. Speaker. I spoke to it. Many members spoke to the legislation. It was good legislation. The Conservative Party, back in June, without their leader sitting in the House, actually concurred. They allowed us. We could not have passed that legislation if it wasn't for the Conservatives, at least in part, and I would say it's because they didn't have their leader here, that we were actually able to pass that legislation. Because that legislation took a great effort, just like the bail reform legislation. Compare the two. If you take a look at the number of meetings and discussions that the Prime Minister had with the different premiers, in bringing forward Bill C-5, Mr. Speaker, what you will see is that there was a consensus that was built. And it was more than just premiers. Indigenous leaders, many other stakeholders Indigenous governments. And now take a look in terms of the bail reform legislation. Even more extensive work was done on that. Not only was the Prime Minister make that commitment to Canadians, Mr. Speaker, but we also had the Minister of Justice and the Minister of State for Crime taking on that file, advancing it. It took a great deal of time and effort to build the consensus that was built. And we have law enforcement officers, we have provinces, territories, Indigenous people, community as a whole. Everyone seems to recognize the value of the bail reform legislation. I would have thought it would have passed. But because the leader of the Conservative Party has made the decision with his House leadership team that we're not going to allow that legislation to pass, it's not. Yet we all know that that's what our constituents want. I serve the residents of Winnipeg North first and foremost, and I believe that they want bail reform legislation. And the reason why they don't have bail reform legislation is because of the behavior of the Conservative Party of Canada. That is the roadblock. So whether it's the budget that provides tax relief for Canadians, whether it's the budget legislation, I should say the bail legislation, or it is other pieces of legislation like hate, strengthening our borders, the Conservative Party of Canada is the biggest roadblock that we have, Mr. Speaker. I think I'm getting close to the 1 minute to go, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I would challenge the Conservative Party is to take a reflection in terms of the actions that they are taking. And I would suggest to you it's time that you start putting the interests of Canadians ahead of the interests of their own political party, Mr. Speaker. And on that, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you that, or I would move, seconded by the member from Guelph, that the question now be put. Be put now.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mrs. O'Rourke, moved that this question be now put.
Yeah, sure.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola. Conservatives have been asking for bail reform since I got here, which was a long, 5 years almost now, Mr. Speaker, and that member consistently told us, like the Liberals, there was no problem. The Justice Committee was cancelled. The Justice Committee was cancelled this last week. Last week we voted on Bailey's Law, Bill C-225. Should we not be doing some work? Will this member support, rather than a cancellation, will he support discussing intimate partner violence rather than his chair cancelling the committee again?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member that just posed the question has actually stood in the House on more than one occasion and has asked for unanimous consent to actually pass legislation from first reading, second reading, committee, third reading, and right through. Right? With zero debate. Can you imagine the amount of frustration that members of the Liberal caucus have in regards to the bail reform legislation? Just months ago, the Prime Minister made a commitment on bail reform legislation, and the member, if he was genuine in his thoughts, should be talking to the House leadership within the Conservative Party, and we should be passing bail reform legislation. There is no excuse except for the Conservative Party of Canada. It should become the law.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Joliette-Madawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for this gentleman who seems rather upset. The Liberals seem to be dancing alone over there. The public said clearly it wanted a minority government. The government tabled a budget without calling for the support, without working for the support of another party. The same applies to C-15. Other opposition parties allowed the budget to pass so as not to trigger elections, even though the budget wasn't exactly what they wanted. And now this gentleman wants to reform the rules of the House so that a minority government would be able to govern like a majority government would? Unfortunately, that's not how it works. People vote democratically, and you need to have a majority of votes in the House. If the Liberal government wants to do this all alone on its own, then it can't turn around and then say it's surprising it's to get things done. What does he think?
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really do appreciate the question. But the thing that I would suggest to the member is, even under majority governments, I would ultimately argue that we need to have programming of legislation. And we saw that during the Harper era, too, where you had Stephen Harper's government House Leader stand time and time again. He would literally stand, introduce a bill, and then follow the reading of that bill, a time allocation motion. And yes, he did. Take a... You don't have to believe me. You can read. Look, do a little bit of research if you want. But the point is, majority or minority, having legislative programming. This House of Commons needs to modernize its rules. Just like I'm sure my friend would recognize having the voting app changed the House in a very significant way. I would suggest to you that we need to go the extra mile so that we can even do more work for the constituents in which we represent.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is always an honour and privilege to represent the good people riding in Waterloo, and it's been interesting because in my inbox I'm receiving several emails. I'm receiving emails in regards to some of the challenging times Canadians are facing, and they see that within Budget 2025 there is opportunity, they see some ability and some hope. They appreciate the National School Food Program. They appreciate that it would become a permanent program in Canada for not only the days when times are tough, but when they're not so tough. Just to know that there are always going to be some families that struggle, and a program like that can ensure that we help some of the most vulnerable in society. They look at the measures for homes, for people to build their first homes. They look at the ability to actually see that the Canadian Armed Forces are going to get the supports that they deserve and need. And I know this member served in uniform, and I thank him for his service to this country, as well as to all men and women in uniform. And I know that the member opposites want to, call time, because I am talking about our armed forces and the important work that they do, and the Conservatives have a history of chopping them. So I would like to hear from the member, why is it important that we pass this legislation? Why can Conservatives not grasp that we are here to fight for Canadians? We have to leave some of our political stripes aside so that we can ensure people within our communities can benefit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that there are many signals in which provide Canadians the opportunity to have hope, to look at things in a very positive way. We could talk about the 150,000 plus jobs that have been created in the last 3 months in a row. There's many things within the budget implementation bill that will have a profoundly positive impact on Canadians as a whole. And at the end of the day, when I say pass it through second reading, it still needs then to go to committee. There's still going to be all sorts of discussions and dialogue once it hits the committee. Then it comes back to the House, Mr. Speaker, where there will be more debate on the issue. But the important thing is that we need to be able to move forward. I believe it's because the Conservative Party of Canada really and truly has put their political partisan party interests ahead of the interests of Canadians. And that takes away hope, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as much as I'd like to do the back and forth here, I'm hearing from constituents in my riding that are deeply concerned about the privatization of healthcare. They expect healthcare to be based on need, not the thickness of their wallets. And we saw in Alberta the scheme to let doctors jump between the public system and a pay-to-access private stream that shreds the spirit of our universal healthcare system and violates the Canada Health Act. This will pull doctors out of public hospitals, drive up wait times, and drag us towards an American-style system. Both the Canadian and Alberta medical associations and frontline physicians are sounding the alarm. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like my colleague and the Liberals to tell us, are they going to step in, enforce the Canada Health Act, and stop this dangerous push towards a two-tier medicine and two-tiered healthcare system?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the unfortunate thing is that I am exceptionally opinionated on the issue of health care. Health care, and you're not going to provide me enough time to be able to expand on what I really feel about health. Suffice to say, I believe it is a part of our Canadian identity in terms of who we are as a nation. I fully support the Canada Health Act, and even if there's things that we can do to enhance the strength of the Canada Health Act, I believe every Liberal member of the House of Commons understands and appreciates the health care that Canadians receive. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the fact that even with the need to be able to look for efficiencies, that this is a government and this is a Prime Minister that continues to support health care in a very real and tangible way.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to say that our motion is already delivering results. The Liberal chair has called a Justice Committee meeting for tomorrow to do clause-by-clause review of Bill C-9. It is an 8-hour meeting. My question to my member opposite is very simple. Will the Liberals be voting with the Bloc to remove religious protections from the Criminal Code, yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, who am I to pop the bubble of the member? At the end of the day, even the committee chair indicated he just got put into the chair's position, and he wanted to take a couple of days just to get the nature of the discussions and the debates that were taking place, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, it's always nice to see when committees are having good, positive debate that ultimately sees the advancement of legislation. And I would hope that the Conservatives will participate in a positive way so we can see more advancement of legislation.
I have a point of order from the member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Mr. Speaker, it was very noisy. The member clearly didn't hear the question because he didn't answer it. How are the Liberals voting, with or against?
It was not noisy enough. If it is noisy enough, I will rise and get members to stop, and I will yell order. I'm sure the member will happen. I'm sure the member heard. We have time for a very short question. Nous avons le temps pour un court commentaire ou une question.
A very short question or comment, the honourable member. Questions and comments? Berthier Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My friend refers to cooperation. I'm wondering why the chairs of committees don't consult with the vice chairs before cancelling committee meetings, given the number of meetings that were not held. I hear from the members, and they say that they're upset about it. If he wants cooperation, he has to do that himself. Is he prepared to work together?
House Leader at about 15 seconds or less.
Yes, absolutely. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, there's a time in which I used to attend committees a lot more than I do now, which is not very much, but I can tell the member that a lot of it depends on the sense of cooperation that you see. Nothing prevents, whether you're Bloc, Conservative, or Liberals, approaching the chair, having a positive discussion. I suspect some committees might even be more effective than other committees because of the makeup of the personalities around the committee, quite possibly.
Alors, conformément.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, the budget. The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, natural resources. The Honourable Member for York Durham, the economy.
The
Honourable Member for Berthier Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise to address this issue. I was quite pleased when I heard that the Conservatives were tabling this motion because we are currently working on this. I currently have before me reports on the holding of committees since the beginning of this parliamentary session. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you it's not great news when you hear speech of cooperation. Well, 412 meetings out of 468 were actually held, and that's to date. Tomorrow, at least one committee will be cancelled. Now, we heard good news of the Justice Committee, apparently, but we know that there will be other cancellations, and it seems to be more frequent, although not what we would wish for. These 56 meetings were not held, 112 hours of committees, and that's before today. And if I add another 12 additional hours of meetings that will not be held. I think we can expect 20 hours in total because there are a number of discussions and our members are being asked, hey, we're done this study. Let's not start another one. Let's go home. Those are the discussions underway. We are here to work, actually, Mr. Speaker. I've came to this conclusion. It's unfortunate. Effectiveness is not exactly commonplace in the House of Commons. We spend a number of days on a bill here in this House, and what the Honourable Member for Joliette-Manawan said is that, in theory, members represent their constituents, and they're speaking on their behalf. It's up to the government to get the support of a majority of members if it's in a minority setting. Unfortunately, we each have our positions, and we express them for 3 or 4 days, and at the end of the day, we will be voting in the same way that we would have had the opportunity on the first day. We sometimes change our views, but generally, no. I sometimes wonder, is what I'm doing productive? Is what I'm doing advancing things? The unfortunate finding I've come to, Mr. Speaker, is that it costs a lot per hour given what we're actually producing. That's the truth. When I think about committees, that's actually the highlight of parliamentary life. Committees are supposed to be composed of members of acting in good faith who want to advance the issues. They're supposed to debate, and they're supposed to work. They're supposed to do their work as committees. When you think about filibustering, which is commonplace, it's just unfortunate how much time we waste doing this. I asked, and I was told last semester that the government hadn't provided documents. Well, look, we're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place between these two political parties, and oftentimes we seem to be the only adult in the room, and that's unfortunate, really quite sad. We're here to work. When people don't want to work, they just say, "Oh, let's not call the committee. If they decide not to sit, they don't earn any less. They are still getting the same salary. In fact, they should be doing their work given the fact that they're getting paid, but that's not happening. There are a number of reasons for that. But that just makes no sense. The statistics I've quoted, Mr. Speaker, actually affect those 25 standing committees, but it doesn't include regs, the Library of Parliament one, the Subcommittee on Human Rights. That's 9 extra committees. So the statistics are even more somber, even more bleak than what I've actually referred to. What can explain that a committee decides not to sit? Well, at times, what's supposed to happen is that the chair of the committee is supposed to consult with his vice chairs. And from time to time, maybe once in a session or maybe once every 2 or 3 sessions, it can happen that you would have to cancel a meeting because something just doesn't work out. There's a problem with witnesses being able to appear. But that's not what we're noticing here this session. I want to ask the question of my colleagues in this House. How come we're ready to be preparing? How come we've got these statistics to prepare for this? Well, the truth is we look at these statistics, and I can even give you a scoop, Mr. Speaker. I plan meetings with my colleagues, specifically my government side colleague, that I want to discuss this very issue with. I want to talk about filibustering. It's kind of surreal. We understand that this is the means for the opposition to stall debate, but how can government members obstruct their own bill? I mean, how can you filibuster your own bill? It's quite something. They show up in committees, and then all of a sudden they don't want to talk about their own views. Oh, look at C9. Oh, wait, the amendment doesn't really suit everyone. We don't want it anymore. What are we supposed to do? We can spend hours and hours deliberating, and I've wondered. I look at 3 committees, for instance, Finance. October 22nd, extraordinary Liberal filibuster so as not to address our Bloc Québécois motion we had tabled. That is one of their tactics. Take notes at home. You know, your elected representatives are doing this. oh, look, I don't really have anything intelligent to say here, so I'd rather not discuss it, and so I'm going to prevent the debate from going ahead. So I will just speak, blah, 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 and belabor whichever point. In November, and again in December, on that, in total, that's 5.5 hours of filibustering just in the Finance Committee alone. What about Justice? The Justice Committee. Bill C9 on the issue of hate speech. Two out of 7 meetings were not actually held. There was filibustering on both sides. The Conservatives are pretty good for launching some salvos, but they themselves are pretty expert themselves at filibustering. December 4th was cancelled by the Liberals. There are other Justice Committee sittings planned for this week, but will they actually happen? We expect that they would be cancelled. We got a scoop from the Conservative member across the way that they will be meeting, but we've lost 7 hours of work. And 7 hours, I mean, we have 10 members around this table. You've got 2 analysts, you've got a clerk, you've got a technical team, you've got the interpreter. It's an expensive hourly effort. It's expensive. And then people talk to us about how we need to be efficient and use our money wisely, and then they want to cut transfers to the provinces. What about the Transport Committee? Mr. Speaker, you know that in the House we refer to the issue, we raise the issue of discount drivers on our roads. My colleague asked excellent questions about that. There are as many meetings that have been cancelled or not planned for than the ones that we actually held. Members find out that the chair has made a unilateral decision to cancel a meeting. I know the Liberals seem to like unilateral decisions in construction and immigration and other areas. They've made some unilateral decisions. But we are prepared to cooperate under some conditions. There needs to be some open-mindedness. They need to be willing to work with us rather than just have us up against a wall. If for that to happen, we need some openness. I referred to that with the minister from Winnipeg North. I'm happy to see that he's extremely attentive to what I'm saying. He's going to have a question for me, I hope. Things just have to start moving. So in total, 12 hours of filibustering at the Transport Committee.
And even today, we adopted a motion that may not, we did last week. It might not have suited the government, so they could ask the former minister to appear and explain what happened with immigration. The good news is they don't have a majority government. So, they didn't like this motion, so what did they do? They did not hold the committee this week. And there may be votes, they said. Maybe there'll be a vote and we won't be able to hold a committee, as if we never had a vote. They just started later. And then they said, we don't have the witnesses. And then they said, it's because we've worked a lot since the beginning of the session and we're just going to take this day off. And they said this in an email. It's incredible. And when we tell people to be rigorous and to work hard, and then one party complains, and then the other one says it's your fault. No, it's your fault, they say, and then nothing gets done. We were elected here to vote on laws and legislation and to improve things. At committee, I'm a new whip, Mr. Speaker, and I must confess, I had emotional shock since I've started to observing these 25 committees. I'm quite shocked because I've realized there are many spots where we're not cooperating. A lot of meetings aren't being held. And I would like to pay tribute to those who are on the Agricultural Committee. Those members are not perfect, but they work well together, much better than others. And I've seen this on all committees. That's what's important. People who work on committees sometimes on resolutions or report recommendations, we talk before we elaborate them to save time. Instead of getting there and filibustering and wasting time and money and everyone's time. We agree on things. We call each other, what do you think of this? And then we come to committee ready, and we're efficient, and we move things forward. We adopt resolutions. We don't always agree, but most of the time we can manage to find a joint way forward. And I hope that we'll see this at all of the committees of the House of Commons one day. Of course, there'll be less videos to put on social media. I understand people really want to have their bites, but it shouldn't be like this. That's how naive I was, Mr. Speaker, but that's what I would like to see. And when we talk about witnesses, as I said earlier, I can't imagine either that as elected officials, you can show up to a committee and there are 3 or 4 witnesses sitting at the end of the table, people who have driven to be here. We've paid for them to be here. We paid for their lodging often. And they've prepared. They prepared seriously. They're going to do a speech for the government, and they're prepared. They come with documents, and then they want to be successful. But then they sit down, and then the committee starts its filibuster. And then some member starts to speak, and they don't stop. And the witness and is sitting at the end of the table. They don't understand what's happening. They look at their watch, and then after an hour or two, 2 or 3 members are digging their heels in, tabling motions, and then after 2 hours we say, "Oh, we're sorry. We won't have time to hear your testimony. Thanks for coming. You'll send us your briefs by email." And then the next week, the clerks tell the committee members, "Well, we'll have to cancel the committee meeting because we don't have any witnesses who accepted." Well, of course. It has a snowball effect. We have to be serious. We're bothering professionals. We're asking university researchers, scientists, farmers who don't have to be here. They have to go and work at home. And when they come here, it has to be worthwhile. So we have to act seriously, Mr. Speaker. Witnesses have to be respected. And when they're sitting at the table, they should always be prioritized. I know that sometimes we have no choice. It's a process. But it should be an extreme exception. But that's not what we're seeing right now under this Parliament. And this is very sad. It's really sad to hear the comments. Well, at the beginning of the committee, the chair decided that they would change today's agenda, and they moved on to something else. And this allowed the Liberals to table a motion which has blocked the motion I had accepted in the previous committee sitting. These are not loyal tactics. These are not fair tactics. Let's talk if you want to change things. But can we get down to work seriously? I heard the parliamentary secretary earlier who approached the who criticized the Conservatives for tabling the motion because we had just talked about C-15, a mega 650-page bill that we see on page 300, that any minister can, any bill on the day they want, as long as they find a pretext that it spoils a relation. Is this cooperation? We have to denounce this in the media, and they tried to get this through. And then they come here and clutch their pearls and say that we prevented them from working. If everyone was acting in good faith, we could move forward much faster. And I'm very concerned about our resources. They're problematic often in this government. We want to hide issues. I'll give you another example that is very worrisome while I'm at it. The situation of the interpreters, Mr. Speaker. I have mentioned this at the Board of Internal Economy because when they start filibustering and when committees last until midnight and then they're cancelled and there's another one, it's not just the members and their teams and the clerks that are affected. It's also, and above all, the interpreters. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, how hard this work is. They are listening, and they have to speak at the same time in another language. Imagine how complex that is. I'm not sure what percentage of members here are bilingual, Mr. Speaker, but it's certainly not half. I think it may not even be 60%, but rather 20 or 30%, and I think even that is a generous figure. because it does take a lot of effort to learn a language. And these interpreters are able to hear and summarize in another language. And this is not just translation. It's not word for word translation. It's interpretation. They have to look at the person's face, their body language, and understand the context. They have to have basic knowledge about the topic at hand. It's a very difficult job. And then at the House of Commons, they have told them this year, we're not going to it doesn't matter what type of freelancers we use, whether if they're specialized in legal interpretation. Well, no, we need to really hear from people. And every time, Mr. Speaker, and that's another there are also technical incidents involving interpretation. I don't have the statistics yet, but what we've noticed when we observe things day after day is that very often, very, very often, when there are technical issues, and it's when the interpreters were remote, online, and there are lags, they don't see people, they can't see themselves when they have to take a relay from someone else, or sometimes there's a larger gap, and then it makes for gaps in the interpretation. Who pays for this? Of course, for the interpreters who have to watch out for their auditory health. Who has to pay the price? It's francophones. Mr. Speaker, it's not you. You have an exemplary bilingualism, but it's always francophones that have to pay the price because 80% of our discussions or 90% of our discussions here are in English. So when there's a piece of sentence that is missing, it's francophones that are struggling. They have a hard time analyzing or evaluating a bill correctly. And the constituents of a francophone member are worth just as much as those of an anglophone member. So they have the right to be properly represented. And if people have things to say, they can make a point of order. I think what I've just said is parliamentary. But every constituent has the right to be represented properly. And how come I'm speaking to this? Because when I received people at the Board of Internal Economy, the administrators of the Translation Bureau, they gave me an empty statement. They didn't really answer my questions or my concerns about the change in the contracts for interpreters. They said, don't worry. The accreditation exam is very rigorous, and they're always worried about quality. And then what did I learn last week? They changed the exam. Of course, we won't have a shortage. They are going to evaluate the freelancers, and the 4 examiners who used to be in charge of making the decision will be overruled by an administrator from the Bureau. So it doesn't make sense. There's a lack of care. Well, yeah, no, everything will be fine, they say. But we have to be rigorous and act serious. And in committee, it's the same thing. I'm sending the message to the government. The chairs, well, it's a privilege to be a chair of a committee. And the role of the chair is to be neutral above all and to be fair with everyone. And I have some examples where it wasn't the case. And then we wonder why some members are not acting as good faith. And it's a vicious circle if everyone's not acting in goodwill. It can be a virtuous circle or a vicious one if there is no goodwill. Because a lack of goodwill on one side can lead to a lack of goodwill on another. So we need to act seriously for our constituents, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague should stop joking around. Last time at HuMA committee, the bloc members voted with the Conservatives to get rid of the witnesses. They talked about respect, but they showed a lack of respect to the witnesses at HuMA. They should be at least sincere. He's not being honest. He needs to be honest. And this is the house of democracy here. Wait. Sorry, I have to interrupt the member. You cannot we cannot do in the House indirectly what you cannot do directly outside. You cannot say that a member is not honest. That's essentially saying You cannot say this in the House, so I would ask the member to withdraw his remarks and to finish his question, but he must withdraw his remarks right away. I do withdraw my remarks, Mr. Speaker. I will say he's not sincere. At committee, witnesses were pushed aside by the Bloc and the Conservatives. At the House, they talk about respect. No, that doesn't work. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's respect. There's also intonation and respect we put in our comments. I'm making a constructive comment to the member across the way. I won't require apology, but you know full well, Mr. Speaker, I could do this with the words he used. Withdrawing his remarks is one thing, but apologizing another degree. I won't ask for it, but I would say in a very friendly manner. His comments are often very aggressive. Another point, well, I would challenge him, Mr. Speaker, to look at the archives of the last 6 years of all of my interventions at committee, and he won't see one time when I've shown a lack of respect to people, particularly everyday citizens. If there was a particular situation in a particular committee, I would invite him to send it to me. I will analyze it. But as I said in my speech, because perhaps he didn't listen to the whole thing, I don't know, but I said exceptionally it could happen, but it was an exception, and there should be very particular conditions. What I would like to say, in general, we have to respect people, and I would like to hear less aggressivity in his comments. Questions and comments, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by saying that I have a lot of respect for my colleague. He is a very great man, and we don't agree on policies, but I do have a great deal of respect for him. Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased that the member is keeping these statistics to underpin committee functions. And this debate today involves many committee chairs. When there are Liberals that are chairing the committees, they have a lot of powers. When you're a chair of a committee, you have the power to cancel a meeting. And does he think that when we have Liberal chairs acting like this, does it lead to a decline in our democracy? And does it lead to a decline in the power of every member of this House and the committee to do their work? The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much. It's a shared respect, I'd like to assure him. But he's absolutely right. When there is obstruction, filibustering, and, well, we can't work. We were elected to work. We have good intentions, but sometimes the chair may not know this at committee. He may decide not to hold the meeting, but I had prepared a motion perhaps, and I'd like to talk to the other vice chairs sometimes and tell them what we're going to propose, and then if the committee doesn't sit, or if it sits in a week or two or a month, and for the Immigration Committee this week, they have delayed the meeting until January, and it was supposed to happen this week. So this is cheating, and the value of our work is degraded by this. Question and comments. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would sincerely like to thank the whip for his speech, the member from Berthier-Masquinongé. In his speech, he spoke very frankly and openly, and asking how parliamentarians can work better together at the House and at committee. And he concluded by saying they could be a virtuous circle if we respect each other more and cooperate more together. And the first question he receives is from a Liberal party who starts saying, well, I won't repeat the terms he used, but it goes against everything he said, and it plunged into a vicious circle. And it's a government that is a minority government. It should be extending a hand to other parties to work together and to advance together. And then I heard the first thing we heard as a question was a garbage question, and he didn't apologize for what he said. What message does this send to my honourable colleague? The honourable bloc whip. I'd like to thank my colleague. Well, the message is sent is that I think we set things straight. We gave them a chance, but I won't do it again. We sent a message, but beyond this, it's the perfect anti-example. I preferred the questions from the member for Winnipeg North. Often we don't agree, but he doesn't insult me every time. Thank you. Questions and comments?
To the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate the member recognizes that the makeup of a committee can determine the productivity of the committee. If you get committees that work well together, you see a higher sense of cooperation. But in some committees, I'm sure he would admit that there is a high sense of politicization that takes place, and that's where you will often see filibusters occur. And given a specific example, the motion for one of the committees is that the committee be granted the power to travel throughout Canada to hear testimony from interested parties and that the necessary staff do accompany these committees. I perceive that particular motion as a way in which the taxpayers would pay to facilitate something that was not in the best interest of Canadians, and I'm trying to be gentle with my comments on this. Would he not agree at times committees can be a challenge because the personalities around the table can make it very challenging?
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy that the member for Winnipeg answered my call. It kind of appeased the debate a bit. Of course, the makeup of the committee can change things, but it's not just that. Let's be honest. There are some missions, well, I gave the example of the Agriculture Committee earlier as being one that's exemplary, but sometimes I ask my colleague a question and then they say, well, they received a call from upstairs and, well, it depends. Some political parties, the will has to come from above, and I think it could be much better. It's very clear. When he gave the example of the motion, it depends on what it is, what we're studying. Someone said earlier, once you didn't listen to a witness, I don't have the context. So we have to, well, with the motion, to answer the question from the member for Winnipeg North, it could be true in the case of a study if we have to go travel and hear from witnesses, but if it is serious work, they will ask the real questions. It's up to the committee to decide, and they'll make the right decision.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de.
The honourable member for Barrie South Innisfil. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was very interested in what my colleague had to say. I'm the chair of a committee, and in this parliament we have 4 committees that monitor the government. And all of these committees are important, both the ones with the Liberal chair and the others. Could my colleague talk about how these committees work and how they differ from the committees that are chaired by the Liberals? Because I think that the committees that are chaired by Liberals don't work as well as the other committees. The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I'd also like to thank him for speaking French. If everyone making such an effort, perhaps we truly be bilingual. In answer to his question, in my short time as a whip, I must say that he's right. I could give a number of examples. A number of cases where committee chairs who are from the government party often seem not impartial. They often seem to try to stop the debate. For example, the example we gave from immigration was quite clear. Of course, sometimes it's hard to have a debate, but that's just the way democracy is. So you have to bring information to light, and if it's not convenient for you, well, you'd better change in future, but that's how democracy works. So these committees that are not chaired by Liberals are extremely important, as my colleague has said.
Prise de débat, the Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an interesting conversation we're having. I think the Conservatives are attempting to try to turn the tables since I think the message is getting out to Canadians that there have been delay tactics being sent delay tactics by the Conservatives to obstruct and stall legislation for some time in many committees, and we've been talking about that for some time. So it's good that you're upset about some committees being cancelled this week, but I would say, and I would argue, that was due to the obstruction that the Conservatives have been leading for weeks and weeks and weeks. And I'll give you an example, Mr. Speaker. After weeks of blocking work that would have made our communities safer, the Conservatives were demanding that the Justice Committee pack up and hit the road to embark on an expensive credit card budget cross-country tour with a full staff entourage that would burn through taxpayer dollars while accomplishing absolutely none of the urgent work that Canadians are expecting of our government right now, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives moved 2 motions to paralyze the Justice Committee. Nothing but bad faith obstruction. We weren't going to let him hijack another committee meeting, and that is why when a new chair was appointed to that committee, he had to cancel one meeting in order to sort things out, because for the previous several meetings, all that had happened was obstruction, and I'll give exact examples of how that was done. So instead of hijacking the meetings, accomplishing nothing, it is better at times to pause, and the committee chair in this House had also explained why that pause was needed in order to gather parties together, in order to come to a path forward so that we could work together more productively. But now I'd like to point out that in this committee, in the Justice Committee, 2 major public safety bills, the Combating Hate Act and the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act, are both being stalled. Even as provinces and territories, municipalities, police chiefs, police associations, and victims groups have been pleading with parliamentarians for swift action. Blocking these reforms is really irresponsible, and it's an affront, Mr. Speaker, to public safety of Canadians. Under the Conservative leader, what we've seen is that the Conservatives would rather stage political theatre on the taxpayers' dime than do the jobs that Canadians have sent them here to do as an official opposition. They're not serious about public safety. They're not serious about governing, that's for sure. And hopefully they're not given the opportunity one day, because they're showing clearly where their interest lies. It's in gaining political power, but not what the opposition is sent here to do, which is to make constructive amendments, to make our legislation stronger, and to make Canadians safer. That's exactly what they have not been doing. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I would argue that what they're doing is they're trying to make sure that the government isn't able to accomplish their agenda and pass these reforms and these pieces of legislation so that Canadians would be upset, these community groups would be upset, and so that they can continue with their rage bait that they do online, Mr. Speaker. What would they do if we were to solve all of these problems with our legislation? What rage bait would they be able to carry on about at that point? So we've seen, in fact, that every time there is some type of impasse, the Conservative Party of Canada gets online and raises money at the expense of serious issues that affect Canadians, incidents that victims suffer from. They have no qualms or feelings about fundraising off of those issues. So that's why I would say, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives are absolutely not serious, not genuinely serious about public safety. And they're certainly not serious about listening to the people that are most affected by crime, Mr. Speaker. Communities across Canada have been calling for stronger protections in the face of rising hate and rising anti-Semitism, which we have had many community associations call upon this House to make changes in legislation, make changes to the Criminal Code of Canada, and we are doing exactly that. But every Conservative delay means that those protections are also delayed in getting to Canadians. Combating Hate, the Combating Hate Act could not be reviewed at the committee, and the amendments that were put forward were not considered. So there's a lot of conversation happening right now as to whether the Liberals and the Bloc, whether Liberals agree with the Bloc amendment that they were going to be putting forward. But Mr. Speaker, I would say that amendment was not even put forward, was not moved at committee, but somebody leaked that information, which is also a serious matter of procedure and a failure of the member that made that leak. And so it's important to be able to give committee members the opportunity in committee to debate those issues, to come up with a sincere decision on those issues in committee. But what we're seeing is that there were complete delay tactics, Mr. Speaker, in that committee. And so I would say, you know, in particular, I was saying I was going to give examples. On Thursday, November 27th, for example, the committee's work was completely derailed when the Conservative member from Elgin St. Thomas, London South, filibustered for 2 hours. All confidential amendments had already been submitted on November 24th, and the Bloc amendment was scheduled to be introduced that day, but the filibuster prevented that from happening, and so it was never in fact debated at all, Mr. Speaker, and so no consideration was given to that matter. So in the meantime, what the Conservatives have been busy doing is demonizing this piece of legislation and coming up with what-ifs, hypothetical scenarios that are not even in the bill, Mr. Speaker. They're not even in the bill, and their leader is going to events and telling people how they will not be able to read the Torah or the Quran or the Bible without being charged. These are complete falsehoods, Mr. Speaker. That is not true. These are hypothetical scenarios that have been created. And I would argue that even with potential amendments, that would not be the case. And so, once again, Mr. Speaker, it's all rage bait. Like I said, after weeks of filibusters and procedural games and attempts to drag us backwards, they've now moved 2 motions to stop clause by clause, or at committee they had moved 2 motions to stop clause by clause and to send the committee on a national tour, Mr. Speaker. This is after the bill's already been debated. Witnesses have come before committee, Mr. Speaker, and I can actually let you know how many witnesses. I had a list right here. It's been impressive, the work that they have been able to do, Mr. Speaker, but I just wish that they were given the opportunity to continue this work to completion. Instead, they're holding up 2 very important bills of that committee. So, Mr. Speaker, in committee, they had 8 hours of committee time on this bill. It should have been 11 hours, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the time that was scheduled, but it was due to the Conservative filibustering that those hours were not allowed for committee work, so we were left with 8 hours. And in terms of the number of witnesses, Mr. Speaker, the committee saw 23 witnesses on this hate crime legislation, but they should have seen 33 had the Conservatives not started filibustering the committees. So it's quite clear, Mr. Speaker, that it is the Conservatives that don't want to hear from witnesses, experts that come to give their expert testimony as to the pros and cons of different aspects of the legislation. And I think that's really important in a democracy. That's the work that committees are given to do, and it's incredibly important. But what shocks me is that the other day in this House, the co-leader, the co-deputy leader of the Conservative Party stood up in this House and said that what we have is not a law problem in this country, and she was referring to C9, but maybe they're referring to all criminal code changes, I don't know, but I will say that when the issue of C9 had come up, she stood up in the House and she said, we don't have a law problem in this country. What we have is an enforcement problem. So I'm wondering, is she saying that the police don't know what they're doing? Because what we've heard from police agencies across this country is that hate crime charges have not been laid. What we've heard from Jewish communities across this country is that they're not seeing the law being applied due to the lack of clarity that had existed, and so consultations had been done to create this legislation so that communities could be better protected by and through our code. Mr. Speaker, every time the Conservatives get up in this House, they want criminal code changes. All their private members' bills ask for criminal code changes. Every time they get up in question period to talk about crime, they ask for criminal code changes. And then all of a sudden it's there. We're doing all of the things that the Conservatives have asked for. We're doing all the things that law enforcement has asked for, that the communities have asked for, that victims have asked for. And all of a sudden, what we see is this pattern. Mr. Speaker, they're trying to stop us and obstruct us from doing the work that's necessary. So the pattern that we've been seeing, the pattern is a very clear pattern. What we've been seeing is that the Conservatives are incredibly weak on crime this Parliament, Mr. Speaker, and they're blocking bail reform. You know, the proof is in the actions, not in what they get up and say, because you can't trust what they're going to say. Because one day they're asking for a lot of changes in the law, and the next day their deputy leader is getting up in the House and saying, we don't have a law problem. It's an enforcement problem. Well, if that was the case, then why are you asking for all these law changes, right? So there are changes that are necessary. We've implemented them in legislation. But the pattern that we're seeing is they're opposing all those changes. Therefore, they're blocking bail reform. So people are being released today because of the Conservatives' failure to work with the government. They're blocking protections. They're blocking protections for peaceful protesters, peaceful worshippers, and they won't allow the police. One thing that I've seen is very clear, they definitely won't allow the police any more investigative powers that they've been asking for so that they can actually catch extortionists and catch pedophiles. So the second bill that we tabled in this House, Mr. Speaker, was Bill C2, the Stronger Borders Act. And in that piece of legislation, we had a lawful access regime, something that once upon a time the Conservatives too agreed with. But all of a sudden, once again, it's their way to fundraise and rage farm, clickbait, rage farm. This is the stuff that the Conservatives are famous for doing. And so, you're angry because I'm pointing out the tactics that you're using. And it's been incredibly frustrated. The Conservatives are angry, Mr. Speaker, because of the tactics that I'm pointing at and the clear pattern that we've been seeing. So the powers in lawful access would help provide police the powers that they need and the tools that they need to catch extortionists, things they bring up in the House every single day. They complain about a problem, but they don't want a solution. And it would help catch pedophiles. Right now, Mr. Speaker, if the police even know IP addresses all across the country where people are downloading child pornography, they're unable to act on that information quickly because they need to go through procedural court orders, which take a very long time, and in many of these extortion cases, we're seeing the criminals go free and commit more and more extortions. Child predators are continuing their work because it takes up to 6 months at times to get judicial authorization, Mr. Speaker. So it's so important to give these modern tools to police. Our Five Eyes allies all have these types of modern tools, but the Conservatives will not allow us to be able to give that to our police agencies. I think they're listening to an extreme base that they have right now, and they're bending to their wishes, Mr. Speaker. So another pattern that I've seen is really interesting because, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives used to be pro-police, but what we've seen is the Conservative leader has been calling the RCMP despicable and then the co-deputy leader gets up in the House and says that enforcement is the problem that we have in this country. Meanwhile, our law enforcement officers have been working incredibly hard, giving us the proper recommendations that are needed so that we can put them into our legislation. We've presented this legislation, we've debated it in the House, but all we've seen from the Conservatives is stall tactics and misleading information that is being spread to Canadians about how the government is going to go after their data. That's absolutely false. That is not true. There is no interest in going after anyone's data, but it is important for police to be able to narrow down the suspects they have, rule out suspects they have in cases so that they can act quickly, Mr. Speaker, and so that criminals don't go on to commit other crimes. This is the important work that the Justice Committee, that is being held up in the Justice Committee, Mr. Speaker. And like I said, for C9, there was 3 hours and 30 minutes of debate in this House already, 8 hours in the committee. It could have been 11. It could have been 11, but the Conservatives filibustered. They saw 23 witnesses. It should have been 33, but the Conservatives filibustered. And now they're saying, you know what, the work is not done. Let's take a fancy tour across the country. Let's pack it all up. Let's spend and waste taxpayer dollars to go continue to spread disinformation across the country. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would urge that, you know, we've done it before in this House, that all parliamentarians from all sides get together and do what is right, work in the best interests of Canadians, not in the best interests of themselves or in their fundraising campaigns, and let us pass these crucial bills, these urgent bills that victims are calling for, police are calling for, and that is why this work is so important. It's actually life or death right now, Mr. Speaker. And so I would plead to the Conservatives to help us pass this legislation.
I have a point of order for the member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, it's my understanding that the definition of disinformation includes purpose or intent, that it would be equivalent to intentionally misleading or lying. I just wonder if you would rule that it is unparliamentary to accuse the opposition of doing that.
So I thank the member for that point of order on the use of that particular word. The word has been used in the House before, and I would say that without it being preceded by the word something like willful, deliberate, intentional, that in this particular case, no individual member was singled out or mentioned in the House as having engaged in that behavior, and therefore I did not rise to call to order the minister. The Secretary of State may continue.
So I had cited an example, and one of the examples is that the Conservative leader went to an event, and at that event he said that C9 would criminalize, C9 currently in the form that it is right now, that it would criminalize religions in this country, and that is misleading. That is misinformation that is spreading online, and it's causing obviously concern, because I would be concerned too if that was the truth. But it's our job as parliamentarians to set the record straight, to be responsible, to debate bills on their merits, on the facts of what is in the bill. And if a motion is put forward, then to debate that motion on its merits, and you can also, of course, vote against those types of motions, right? But instead, what's happening is a lot of fear is being spread into our communities, and then bills are being held up based on that narrative, and that's irresponsible, Mr. Speaker, and I think, you know, Canadians don't appreciate that. Canadians are asking me, Canadians that are being extorted. I was just at a town hall this weekend, Mr. Speaker, and they're like, what is going on in Parliament? Why can't you get this done when it's so important to us to be able to get the laws in place that would help give harsher penalties to criminals, that would make bail harder for them to get? What do the Conservatives have against that? I'm just flabbergasted. I'm really shocked that those are measures that the Conservatives are all of a sudden not for anymore, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I feel like things have been flipped upside down a bit. I don't know what's going on, but it's confusing. And I just ask that we work more productively together. It's great that the Justice Committee is going to be meeting. I encourage all the members of the Justice Committee to meet and to sort these issues out, to pass C9, to pass C14, and also at public safety, let's bring back C2. Let's bring back the provisions that were left behind by the Conservatives. Lawful access provisions, being able to fill the gap of the vulnerability we have through our mailing system right now. Right now, as it stands, even with a judicial warrant, you cannot search mail, and fentanyl and...
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Northumberland Clark.
Thank you. So I just wanted to read into the record what has happened at Transportation Committee. So the record is as follows. November 18th, meeting cancelled by Chair. November 20th, meeting cancelled by Chair. November 25th, Liberal filibuster. November 27th, cancelled by Chair. December 2nd, Liberal filibuster. And then the Chair got up and said, hey, we're just going to suspend for 30 minutes, ran out the back door. December 4th, Liberal filibuster. We're scheduled for another filibuster tomorrow. Is this their definition of productivity?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, I think I would give precedence and priority, and committees do too. Committees give priority to legislative work. And right now, the example that I've been giving is there are two very important, urgent pieces of legislation at the Justice Committee that need to be passed in order to change our criminal code. Up to 80 different changes just in one piece, the bail and sentencing piece of the Criminal Code of Canada, that makes sentences harder for criminals, that makes getting bail a lot tougher, and that's really important. Canadians have been asking for that, and they've also, in the face of rising hate, been asking for us to act on that issue as well. And so I would say let's give legislation the priority that it deserves and pass those pieces.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank my colleague for the speech. Mr. Speaker, I'm hearing rumors to the effect that there might be some dissenting views among Liberals as to C9 and the religious exemption. I'd like her to tell me how many members of her caucus believe we should protect the defense of exemptions for the offense of fomenting hatred and anti-Semitism. How many members of our caucus believe we need to protect that defense?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Well, you know what would be very important for the Justice Committee to resume its work so you could get an answer to that question, because that question might eventually be before them. They can debate that issue as you are supposed to be able to debate in the committee process. And then we'll know what the views are, when there's a vote on that issue, then we'll know where the issue lies. Let's get down to doing the work that's necessary rather than debating hypotheticals. That's all we've been doing the last several weeks is hypotheticals, filibusters as to what may be, who may be thinking what's happening in which caucus meeting. That's not the work of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. That's the work of gossip rags. So I would say the committee should get back to work, should have that discussion around the committee table, and they should have the important vote there.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has been a very powerful advocate on the whole area of bail reform. And if I do a flashback to the last federal election a number of months ago, when the Prime Minister made a commitment to Canadians to bring forward bail reform legislation and work with the different provinces, law enforcement, so many other different stakeholders, that we have bail reform legislation that's there. As a minister, I know full well she wants to see that legislation pass, as I do, as the entire Liberal caucus wants to see it. This is delivering for Canadians. The question I have for her is, would she not agree the only barrier from Canadians receiving bail reform legislation is the Conservative Party of Canada? That if the committee wanted to, it could deal with this, we'd have it back and pass it.
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I completely agree with the member. Right now we have a comprehensive piece of legislation before the Justice Committee. I've been promising constituents that we will get this bill to the finish line with the help of the Conservative Party and with the help of all parliamentarians in this House, because who wants to see criminals go free? Who does not want to improve our judicial system? And so we're delivering that, and I would hope that the Conservatives would partner with us in that. But to my surprise, they've been obstructing every chance they get. They've been obstructing at committee, they've been obstructing in the House, they've been obstructing out at community events.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sandwich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it grieves me to ask this question to my friend, the Parliamentary Secretary. We're debating much in this place, but as a lone representative of the Green Party, and I was the lone representative of the Green Party in 2011, and from 2011 until now, this current session of Parliament represents the times that I've felt the least respect, the least opportunity to participate, the most anti-democratic measures to push things through. In the case of C9, I didn't get to speak to it at all before it went to a vote at second reading, and the vote at second reading passed on division, where all the 7 New Democrat MPs and myself, in the past, old days, we had rules that said 5 MPs could stand and force a recorded vote. No longer. So the Bloc, the Conservatives, and the Liberals decide when our constituents get to see how we would vote on a bill. Now we don't even get to do that. I asked my honourable colleague to give us a chance to debate these bills in this place, in the House.
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of respect for that member, and I know that in the past there have been many opportunities provided to debate pieces of legislation in the House. If a member would like to appear before a committee, they have to work with that committee, and it depends on the members and the consensus that's built at that committee. But I hope that this member is given an opportunity, because she always brings value to any debate that we have in this House.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you to my honourable colleague, thank you very much for the speech. I just want to say quickly, Mr. Speaker, that I do sub in on the Transportation Committee, and I have had many hours of listening to the Liberals filibuster this committee. But one thing that really stood out to me, Mr. Speaker, again through you to the honourable colleague, is she had mentioned this is about life and death. And all Conservatives have been trying to do, Mr. Speaker, is to call witnesses, where we're studying Drivers Inc., is to call witnesses to tell their stories about the victims of the lives that are lost. So, Mr. Speaker, through you to the honourable colleague, would she not agree with me that the Liberals need to get out of the way and allow us to do this study so their stories can be told?
Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So my comment in terms of life was in relation to the work that's being done at the Justice Committee on Bill C9 and the bail and sentencing bill C14. It's what I've been hearing from law enforcement. It's what I've been hearing from victims. So it was in reference to that. And hopefully it's not to make light of anything. I think I take this issue very seriously. In terms of what's being studied at the Transportation Committee, I think that's very important too. Safety on our roads is incredibly important. To a large extent, that issue is provincial. Provinces can decide who they license, who they don't license. If they don't want to license temporary visitors, I know Ontario is taking measures on that. I would encourage all provinces to look into their safety measures for their roads, because it is incredibly important.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Joliette Manawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for her speech. I'd like to build on what my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord was saying. He said, on C9, we brought forward an amendment where you cannot use the religious exemptions for hate speech. There seems to be a change. The question was asked of the government representative, and she said it's up to the Justice Committee to look at that. But to my knowledge, for what I'm seeing, the Justice Committee is no longer being called to sit by the current Liberal chair. This is why we're discussing this report tonight. What does the honourable colleague think of that?
Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
I'll look into it, Mr. Speaker, but I've just heard as I was in this House, and I don't have the ability to go confer with anybody right now, that a meeting has been scheduled. I hope, for the sake of the measures that are important, that one is scheduled. But it's something that I would advocate for as well. I think all the committees should be doing the work that is necessary. But I will also say that at times when studies are done, that this is the time of year when it's the last week of the parliamentary sitting, where committees will decide themselves whether they want to wind up the issue that they're studying right now or whether they want to continue. So that's not anything abnormal. In the last 10 years that I've been here, that's always been customary. But once again, I'll go back to the point about prioritizing legislation. I think it's really important that we prioritize legislation because we also need to give the other place time to review that legislation.
Resuming debate, please, the débat, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to join this debate. This is an opportunity to, I think, for parliamentarians to just hear about some of the dysfunction that is existing at committees, and it's at the hands, largely, of chairs, and probably in some cases the PSs that carry the government's water on committee, but chairs' inability to manage their committees. And so I'm going to talk about the Finance Committee. And, you know, we've heard a lot about from members opposite that claim Conservatives are filibustering at committees to obstruct bills. Well, I hear I'm being heckled by the member for Winnipeg North, and it maybe he doesn't know that it is actually his own caucus colleagues that have filibustered C4 at the Finance Committee. But I'm going to get to that maybe and take this in order. This committee formed and began in the spring. We had a chair who has demonstrated a disregard for the rules of committee, who does not follow the practice and procedure according to our Green Book that spells out proper practice and procedure. On June 16th and June 16th, gaveling out a meeting without the consent of members. I brought to her attention that this is not permitted. Sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt myself and point out, Mr. Speaker, I am, of course, sharing my time with the member from Edmonton West Edmonton Mall. And if I may, so at this committee, you know, we pointed out repeatedly the rules of committee, and that from the Green Book, page 1099, the committee chair cannot adjourn the meeting without the consent of a majority of the members. This is a rule of committee that I have found in the debate today around this, that the chair of finance is not the only committee chair, Liberal chair, governing party caucus chair, that gavels out meetings when the going gets tough for their side or if they just feel like stopping a meeting. So I bring that to the House's attention that the rules of committee are not being followed. We have on at the Finance Committee on October 22nd, when the governing party members were filibustering their own bill, obstructing C4, a bill that Conservatives and other members of the House actually did support and voted for in the House and referred to committee for study. We spent that entire meeting debating a single NDP amendment that had been brought with the members of the Liberals, in particular the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Finance, asking repeated vexatious questions of the officials present in order to prolong the meeting and to prevent it from coming to a vote. Now, it wasn't clear to us at the time. Have they just not read the amendments and they're just treading water? Are they waiting for their higher-ups to tell them what to do? Are they waiting for their whip's office or the PMO to give them word about how to vote on these amendments? Did they not do their homework? Did they not have a pre-committee meeting? Did they not take this meeting seriously and are just blathering to prevent business from occurring? I don't know, Mr. Speaker. I never will. But I do know that that meeting was also gavelled out while the parliamentary secretary for the Minister of Finance was literally in the middle of asking an official a question. So it was the most disrespectful thing I've ever seen. We've got officials present who are doing their jobs, answering questions of members of committee, and the chair gavels the meeting out while her own parliamentary secretary is asking a question. We returned the following Monday. Again, the governing party members spent 110 minutes, Mr. Speaker, filibustering, again, their own bill, C4, that on the one hand we got the member for Winnipeg North coming into the chamber, in debate saying, hey, why won't why can't we get this bill advanced? Well, you can't get it advanced because your own members wouldn't let it advance at committee. I had to be the voice of reason, Mr. Speaker, at that meeting and suggest, we withdrew some proposed amendments of our own, but they weren't the source of the log jam, Mr. Speaker. We hadn't even come to those yet. We eventually, talked the Liberals into allowing the other amendments that other parties had proposed to come to a vote, which they did, and we managed to get through C4 and report it back to the House. But no thanks to any of the Liberals, Mr. Speaker. I mean, did any member of that committee approach other parties and ask to maybe sit down informally and discuss what our priorities are, see if we can negotiate resolution to the different motions? I mean, this is how adults solve problems, Mr. Speaker, and it has not been present on that committee. And you know what? I don't blame the three new MPs on that committee. They all seem to be reasonable people. But I do have to ask why the chair and the parliamentary secretary come into every meeting just unable to work with other members of other parties. So we got through that. October 29th, we had a meeting with the parliamentary budget officer. We had a committee chair completely inconsistently enforce the rule of relevance to on one side but not the other. Toward the end of that meeting, we had kind of a blow up with the parliamentary secretary and the parliamentary budget officer. That was quite something. It was not a credit to him. I can assure you of that. But then on November 19th, with witnesses present, toward the end of the meeting, but with time on the clock, the block member on our committee, the block vice chair, that being the only time that he would have had the floor, introduced a routine motion that we could have dispensed with very quickly, or even moved to adjourn debate on it and return to our witnesses. But no, the Liberals, the parliamentary secretary, in fact, filibustered out that meeting until I think it was 8:30 in the evening before then agreeing to adopt it. I mean, it's just bizarre, Mr. Speaker, the dysfunction, and to no purpose, for no apparent strategy or goal. I just don't even understand it, Mr. Speaker. But what we have seen on the Finance Committee is an entire lack of cooperation, not for lack of willingness, Mr. Speaker. I don't know how many times I've said on the record at the committee and urged the chair to hold a steering committee where her vice chairs can come, present their agendas, talk about the motions that they have put on notice, and they can, with the cameras off, they can discuss what potential business of the committee ahead and plan a schedule and a work plan. And this is how committees that are strong and functional and do good work together, and through the process of maybe a bit of disagreement, but collegial disagreement, can forge better policy and better outcomes and produce better reports and better legislation for Canadians. But that's not happening at Finance. And we have seen of late a fixation from the Liberals who have proposed motions to pre-study the Budget Implementation Act. And pre-studying legislation, that's not normally how it's done. There is a motion before this House to refer that bill to the Finance Committee upon its adoption in this House. And that's the correct order to do things. But, you know, Mr. Speaker, if they had a particular reason, or if there was a negotiation that they wanted to have over this, I'm sure we could have it. That's what a subcommittee is for. So we've seen the chair cancel meetings twice in the last couple of weeks. We've seen her schedule only 1 hour instead of 2 when witnesses weren't available. The second hour could have been devoted to a subcommittee where these issues could be worked out so that the committee could function together more properly. So, Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this debate and the report that is before the House is to examine the efficacy of committee. And I'm sad to report that, that it's not going all that well at Finance, and I put the blame fully with the chair and the parliamentary secretary, neither of whom ever reach out to members to encourage working together to cooperate and have a work plan.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the member is aware. You know, years ago, the Conservative Party actually developed a book on how to obstruct committee work. And I'm wondering if you might want to just reflect on that. I don't know if they've brought the book back. I suspect they have. The current leader was a part of the former book. Maybe it might be an updated, more modern book. But I'm wondering if you could just share with the House, does the Conservative Party still have that book? Has it been updated? What is the status of that book that was meant to disturb and disrupt the standing committees?
Honourable Member for Calgary.
Speaker, I've been here for 10 years and I have no idea about this book. What I do know, a couple of things though. If he had listened to my speech, he would note that it is entirely his caucus obstructing the work of the Finance Committee. Secondly, when it comes to the opposition leader, whom I had the privilege of serving on the Finance Committee with, I noted that there was a strong chair in Wayne Easter who could cope with strong personalities and could allow for a cohesive work plan with members that included the opposition leaders. So, you know, it's all about kind of the will of the chair.
That's right. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I think that the document that the Parliamentary Secretary is referring to is the procedure and usage of the House of Commons. There's a fourth edition that has just come out. But more seriously, I'm no longer a regular member of the Standing Committee on Finance, but I appreciate my colleague from Mirabel who is. And there was a filibuster for more than 2 hours, an hour and a half, from the Parliamentary Secretary. Why? Because the Liberal members, who are a minority, want absolutely to do a pre-study on the BIA before it's voted here on second reading here at the House, and they refuse another study in the meantime on the CRA and all of the issues we're seeing right now. And I'd like to know what my honourable colleague thinks about this, who I had the pleasure to sit with at the Finance Committee.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Crowfoot.
Well, I thank him for the question, and yes, that's exactly what has happened. He was there for the filibuster that the parliamentary secretary undertook, and yeah, they don't want to study anything else. They were fixated on pre-studying the BIA, so they can go, 18 or 20 months without tabling a budget, and then all of a sudden, the Budget Implementation Act has to be pre-studied, even when they're still amending it in the House. I mean, the same parliamentary secretary was pushing for a pre-study at Finance while he's tabling amendments to the bill in the House. They haven't even got it straight in the House. So why don't we wait until we get it voted on in the House? If it's the will of the House to approve the BIA and refer it to the committee, then the committee will study it.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to my colleague from Calgary's speech, and I think in one of his answers he really hit the nail on the head. And he said, maybe it's because there's such weak Liberal chairs at committee. I remember when I was in government in Saskatchewan, I always thought it was the government's job to make sure that their legislative agenda got passed and not slough it off and whine and complain that the opposition isn't making it easy enough to get our job done. So I'd like him to reflect a little bit more, not only on the Finance Committee, but perhaps the other committees, that the weakness of the Liberal chair is allowing disorder and making sure that the studies are taking place. And also the fact that many chairs aren't even calling meetings in the first place. Is that part of the problem of not getting legislation passed?
Honourable Member for Calgary Crowfoot.
Well, this government, I mean, I've been here for its 10 years, and they are terrible at managing their legislative agenda. And when it comes to committees, I'm very disappointed what I've learned during this debate about dysfunction at a number of committees, not just at the Finance Committee. So, yes, the member is absolutely right. The government, if the government is competent, it should have a legislative plan at each stage, and to be able to manage their own agenda, and this government doesn't.
I see the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader raising a point of order.
Yes, just a very quick point of order, Mr. Speaker. I'm hoping and believing that there's been unanimous consent that would allow me to be able to table some questions for reports.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion, please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. Agreed. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Thank you, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number question 497 to question 522 could be made orders of return, these returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately, and then following Mr. Speaker, I would then ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West, Edmonton Mall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quod omne tangit ab, omnibus approbari debet. These were the famous words spoken by King Edward I in 1295 when bringing in or calling the model parliament. Now, for those who can't follow my very poor Latin, he states, what touches all should be approved by all, and it's also clear that common dangers should be met with measures met in common. And this is the basis of our parliament today, that what taxes and spending should be, that the government proposes should be approved by all. Now, when King Edward called the model parliament, it was to gain funding to fight wars against Scotland and France, which is maybe great if you're Irish, because they got a break for a change from the English. But that was what it was about, was getting common people to approve taxation. It's a basis of our Westminster process right now, especially around the estimates process. Now, today's government is actually putting together, raising money for what seems to be a different war, a generational war of debt against our children and our grandchildren to come. But I'll get to that later, perhaps. Now, anyone in this House remember back in 2015 when this government stated, Trudeau at the time, that this government is going to be open by default? He said that very, very many times. Going to be open by default. We're going to be the most open government in history. And yet we see basically the opposite. What we're seeing in the House and in committee, especially in committee, is the opposite of open by default. I'm hearing today about our debate about the Transportation Committee. I have had the pleasure of sitting on the Operations Committee for over 10 years. And Liberal chairs in the last month alone have canceled transport meeting more than the 10 years combined that I've been on the Estimates Committee. 10 years, and we've canceled one meeting. And here we have the Liberals, open by default, wanting to work with everyone, canceling transport more times in the last couple of weeks than we have since 2015. Well, what is happening in operations right now? And this is the basis of today's discussion. We're supposed to have tomorrow the procurement minister show up to defend the estimates. He has refused. We've offered him many dates. You pick the date, we'll make the committee available. We meet Tuesdays and Thursdays, but I've said, well, we'll meet on Monday if necessary. We'll accommodate you. But he has refused. About a month and a half ago, we had offered up briefing sessions for the minister from procurement and a separate meeting for the minister, for the Treasury Board president to come and brief committee. And what happened? We offered each of them a separate hour. They would only appear together. We offered them various dates. They refused to appear separately, despite what the motion called for. They would only appear for 1 hour together, holding hands like little schoolgirls afraid of committee. And this wasn't on the estimates. This was for them to just brief the operations committee on their roles. They refused to attend separately. We have a motion out for the CEO of the Defense Investment Agency, much ballyhooed by this government. Now, this gentleman, the president, he's going to make about $700,000 a year. His past life, according to LinkedIn, he was deputy chair of Royal Bank Wealth, managing director of Goldman Sachs. We put out an invite. His office or PSBC refused to allow him to show. We put out another invite, along with a separate invite to the Minister of State for this new defense procurement. You think they want to come and explain all the incredible things the Liberals are going to do for defense, as they often do to the media. But in committee, they refuse to appear unless they could appear together. Imagine if as an MP, you door knock, you work your way up to minister, but you're afraid to show up to committee unless you have someone there to hold your hand with you.
What a shame.
Billions of dollars this government's talking about for defense, and yet they refuse to allow the CEO of the Defense Investment Agency appear unless he has his minder. You brought this up in committee. You know what the Liberal members of the committee said? Well, it's customary for the minister to show up with his deputy minister. Except the CEO of the Defense Investment Agency is not a deputy minister. He's the CEO of a separate department. And this same secretary showed up at defense alone, but won't show up to the operations committee. I'm not sure what they're afraid of. If they're afraid of explaining the back and forth about the F-35 versus the Saab Gripen, the same Saab, by the way, that members of the government have said is going to create 10,000 jobs in Quebec. This for a plane that has an average of being 6 built per year since coming into production. 6 per year. And yet somehow it's going to create 10,000 jobs. Maybe they're afraid to explain that. Maybe they just want to go out and have the friendly media repeat their talking points instead of being in front of committee. But like, when did this start? When did ministers start refusing to show up? You would think they would want to come to defend their estimates. You would think they would want to come and explain. We asked the Treasury Board president. Of course, in the budget, there's talk of $60 billion of cuts through the CER. We asked, would you provide that information to the parliamentary budget officer? And he said, yes, he'd be happy to. And then he didn't. If members opposite forget, a previous PBO actually sued the government for access to this data. And now they're saying they won't provide it, even though it's required under the Parliament of Canada Act that the parliamentary budget officer has a right to access this data. And he wasn't going to, this was aggregate data he was looking for. He wasn't looking for specifics such as Bill or Frank's department are going to get shut down. It's for aggregate data. And the government refused. What the Treasury Board President said is we can't release the information on the cuts to Parliament until Parliament votes on the cuts. They wanted the budget passed before they would tell Parliament what they're voting on. We actually had to go to have a motion from the Operations Committee to demand this information be turned over to Parliamentary Budget Officer. In committee, we found out the PBO wrote to 5 different departments asking for the data. We knew it exists because in Halloween Day, Comptroller General presented the information, so we know it exists. He wrote to the 5 departments asking for this information, and out of nowhere, Treasury Board interferes and says, do not release that information to the PBO. We'll aggregate it, we'll forward it out. PBO didn't ask Treasury Board to interfere politically. They asked the departments to. Right now we're consumed with an order from the committee for industry to hand over unredacted docs regarding Stellantis. The Liberal members on the committee voted for it and then spent weeks filibustering, blocking it when industry refused to turn it over. This is an ongoing problem that we've heard about from many speakers today and we see every day in the Operations Committee. Government interfering with the roles of committee, with the roles of parliamentarian, blocking information, violating the law in order to protect themselves. This government needs to focus on delivering to Canadians and less on delivering to their political masters. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, I'm having a hard time understand my colleague across the way about his priorities. On the one side of my riding, and I ask people what they want us to do, we talk about strengthening security, and that's why we have C12. And then they talk about making life more affordable. We have C4 and a study we'd like to adopt soon. And then we're talking about necessary infrastructure investment. That's in the BIA. But what do they want to do? They want to obstruct Parliament, block work at the House, and prevent us from debating bills that meet the priorities of Canadians. So I'd like to ask my colleagues, how does he establish his priorities? And is it justifiable to use this House time, which is precious, to obstruct rather than debating bills? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It always amazes me. 10 years I've been here, 10 years I've dealt with the absolute incompetence of this government and its members of getting the legislation across. 19 months they had, since being elected, to do a budget, to table a budget. It's the second longest period we've had between budgets since the Trudeau government refused to drop one during the COVID era. The member opposite and his government needs to learn how to govern and stop blaming the opposition for their own incompetence.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Berthier.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Throughout his speech, he spoke about ministers who did not appear at committee or didn't answer questions. There's a basic principle, ministerial accountability. Ministers are responsible for what happens in their department, and they should be able to answer questions from elected officials. I believe that this behavior does not respect that principle. I'd like to hear from my colleague. What does he think we could do to stop this?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
My colleague brings up excellent questions about ministerial responsibility. He asks how we can fix this. I think the government could fix it by actually promoting competent people into ministerial roles. We actually heard in public accounts once, one of the senior Liberal state ministers are not responsible for their own departments. I actually stated this. And then just last week in the Operations Committee, the President of the Treasury Board was there being asked questions, and his answer was, If you want an answer, you need to ask my official that. Don't ask me. That's the Liberal version of ministerial responsibility, and it's a joke.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Edmonton South East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask my colleague. I am in the Science and Research Committee, and last Wednesday, the chair arbitrarily cancelled the meeting half an hour ago. Today, they cancelled our meeting on Monday without any advance notice. They cancelled the meeting on Justice and other committees. So my question to this experienced member is, what Liberals are trying to hide, what they have to hide, why are they running away from questions, why they are not doing their job the people want them to do. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
The question is, what are the Liberals trying to hide? And it's a lot. I look at my own committee with trying to get the Stellantis contracts. This government gave $13 billion to Stellantis only to see them flee and fire people in Brampton, and then show up at the White House with Trump bragging about a $15 billion investment in the U.S., specifically with Stellantis. It looks like they're hiding the fact that taxpayers are funding production and job growth in the U.S. instead of in Canada.
Questions and comments. We have time for a very short one. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the member would acknowledge that at times you get things that come out of committees. Like we have a committee that says, well, we want to travel at taxpayers' expense to go and talk about and promote what I would suggest to you is misinformation or misleading information. And why should the taxpayers have to pay for it? Why would the government want to support an initiative like that?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West in 20 seconds or less.
I wish the member opposite from Winnipeg North had the same feeling and concern for taxpayers before his government gave millions for gender rice in Vietnam, before giving billions to U.S. multinationals that actually use some of that money to fund ISIS in Syria. The member should get serious.
Resuming debate, the reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Portage-Lister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll start by saying I'll be splitting my time with the member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna. And it is an honor to rise today ahead of what I guess is an early Festivus miracle to air some grievances on how committees are functioning in this place. Because I can assure you, in my experience at the Environment Committee, things are not going well. As my colleague just so ably stated, we are watching in real time ministerial responsibility fall apart. We are watching an erosion and a decay of ministerial responsibility. In the case of the Environment Committee, which I've been a proud member of since I was first elected back in 2023, we have been graced so humbly by the Minister for a total of 1 hour of her time, 1 hour of her presence. We have been ignored with over 5 invitations for the Minister to appear. We've been ghosted time and time again. We've been stood up. It's starting to feel like she just doesn't like us. Wow. It's just not that into me, yes. Asking tough questions is not a good enough reason to not be accountable to Parliament and to all Canadians. I would go so far as to say there's been more verified pictures of Bigfoot taken than there has our minister in the Environment Committee. Now, I will say something about the last Environment Minister. He showed up. He was a scrappy guy. I will give him credit. I didn't like his answers. I'm sure he didn't like my questions, but at least he had the guts to show up on a regular occurrence. Now, he got so fed up with his current government that he, of course, had to quit cabinet, but nonetheless, he at least showed up. Now, for Canadians out there wondering why, well, we have question period. If you've ever watched question period, you would notice that it is certainly called question period, not answer period, for a reason. I think there's been a tremendous regression in question period under this Liberal government. Committee is the place in which accountability is meant to be had, where myself as a member of Parliament, just like all my colleagues, are on the same footing as a minister, where we can ask tough questions and are expecting fair, truthful answers. It is not a place to come and hide from any accountability. Now, just to give members, a bit of a timeline here. The first meeting we had at the Environment Committee was back on September the 18th, where we passed a very reasonable motion inviting the minister to appear for a total of 2 hours on her mandate and priorities, given that under this so-called new Liberal government, they were no longer publishing the mandate letters. It made sense to have the minister come and appear, particularly given in the aftermath of a platform that was focused on removing many of the Trudeau-era environmental legacy pieces. So the invitation was sent out later that day on September the 18th. That same meeting, we actually passed a second motion for an important study, inviting the minister to appear to kick off that study on the EV mandate, the electric vehicle mandate that this government is trying to impose upon manufacturers, dealers, and all Canadians. There was a timeline associated with both of those of October 10th for the mandates and priorities, and prior to Halloween for the EV mandates. We ended up starting that study a little bit later, but that study has been completed without the minister's appearance. We are unable to move forward with our report because, as per the motion adopted by the committee, we have not had all of the witnesses, including that minister. It's like she is hiding from a policy that she knows is going extremely poorly. On September 25th, we passed another motion, but asking for a different minister, the Minister of then Canadian Identity and Culture, for 2 hours to discuss the transition of Parks Canada from Environment Canada over to the Heritage Department. Now, at that time, it was the minister that has now since resigned from that post recently, and he was the Minister of Environment. He was the perfect minister to come and explain how this transition had happened. We didn't even receive a response. Now, I recognize that it's not the Environment Minister, we're the Environment Committee, but very reasonable request, very reasonable, just looking for a briefing, not even so much as a no thank you. We won't even respond to you, you simply don't matter. We had on October 20th, we passed an important motion seeking clarity out of the Government of Canada by having the Minister of Environment appear regarding the Canadian government's vote at the United Nations Global Maritime Organization vote on the UN Net Zero scheme that would apply a carbon tax of up to $500 per ton to the entirety of shipping goods in the world. Shame. No idea where this money is going to go. The minister, I think, was just Brookfield, a very reasonable guess. But if only the minister would come and answer. Maybe we would know if it's Brookfield or someone else. All I do know is it seems as though the minister had just hoped that nobody would notice that Canada went along with trying to impose this massive tax on the import of every good that we bring into this country. Shame. But unfortunately for her, we did notice. So we asked her to come forward within a few weeks to explain the vote and explain what process was happening. Crickets. We've been ghosted yet again. And then all of a sudden, the Liberal MPs move forward with a motion to bring forward the minister for supplementary estimates, the bare minimum of what a minister could appear for. And surprisingly, she agreed to lump 1 hour of supplementary estimates in with 1 hour of the 2 that was requested on the mandate and priorities for Monday, December 1st. Lo and behold, hours before the meeting, she got too busy. She couldn't possibly come for 2 hours. I will come for 1 combined hour. For all of the spending and supplementary estimates for the Environment Department, and to express what my mandate and priorities are, I will give you 1 hour in which the chair will start the meeting a little late, I will leave a little early, and we will call that a day. That is not accountability and is not ministerial responsibility. There's another outstanding future invitation for her to come on the industrial carbon tax, the so-called strengthening that we are expecting to perhaps see, as alluded to in the government, in the budget and in the memorandum of understanding with Alberta. I hold out next to no hope. This minister is simply terrified to show up. She's terrified to come and answer tough questions about a $500 carbon tax, about why the fact that manufacturers, dealers, and Canadians broadly despise the electric vehicle mandate. If this job is too hard, then give up the car, give up the driver, give up the salary, give up the responsibility, and let the Prime Minister appoint somebody else. Because I am sick and tired of asking officials questions that ministers are the ones that should be accountable for at committee. Hear, hear. That's right. Now, speaking of not up to the job, Mr. Speaker, is our committee chair. aiding and abetting this ministerial dereliction of duty is an unchecked, tyrannical, power-tripping chair who is unwilling to collaborate with any members of the opposition. Now, this member has been elected for a long enough time to know, I would have assumed the rules. It has become clear that either intentionally hiding behind not knowing the rules or simply not knowing the rules is perhaps cover for following orders from on high, from the minister's office, to try to avoid any sorts of accountability. Just to give a few examples from a very in-the-weeds procedural standpoint here, I've never seen so many just requests for suspension. All of a sudden the chair's whacking gavels and we're suspended. I've never seen so many attempts at a point of order just ignored to adjourn a meeting. I've never seen such a rude exchange as it was with my colleague from the Bloc Québécois, where the chair took issue with the professionalism of a member. I hope that in future this debate today sparks a conversation, as it appears that there are many other chairs that are certainly lacking in awareness of the new and improved Big Green Book that was just recently circulated to members' offices here. And I think that there should be certainly an increase in training for chairs to either better understand the nonpartisan nature of their role, or just to simply understand the rules. You should not have so many rookie MPs that have just taken the time to read the rules of this place be providing guidance to the chair. You should not have chairs so reliant and then attempting to follow, but basically bungling it, the advice of the clerks. All in all, the Environment Committee has been a difficult one for this Liberal government because of their terrible track record of having the amount of pain and suffering that they have imposed upon Canadians with their incredibly disastrous track record of environmental policies and the lack of gain in terms of any environmental results, made worse by a complete disregard of ministerial accountability. It's time that we do better. It's time for the Minister of Environment, the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Transport, the ministers of this Liberal government to do a heck of a lot better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it hasn't been lost on me in regards to the debate that's been taking place today, what should have been taking place today. We should have been actually talking about the budget implementation bill. But the Conservatives are using this debate in order to filibuster, once again, us talking about the debate on the budget. There's a lot of irony there, Mr. Speaker, and I would suggest to the members opposite that if they have any interest in serving Canadians in regards to the delivery of the many projects that are within the budget, that they need to recognize they need to stop the filibuster of the budget implementation and allow it to go to committee.
Honourable Member for Portage, Liscar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, it was just such a Liberal question. Why wouldn't you just do what we want you to do? It reminds me a lot of Bill C-9, actually. Yeah. Trying to control what people have the ability to say, how they can express themselves. It's a continuous track record of when you don't agree with me, I must do my level best to silence you. I must try to control everything that you say, you see, you think. Remember we could share news articles in this country on social media? What a time to be alive that was. This Liberal government is all about control, and so it's not surprising to get a question like that. Why won't you just do what we think should be done? No, we're not going to do that. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for l'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
Merci, Monsieur. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague was saying that we've never had so many committee meetings that haven't happened. I don't know if my colleague heard my speech earlier, but we actually made a report on this. We had some stats. And also the fact that the ministers don't seem to want to appear in committee, that's also not appropriate. And we also have statistics on that coming out. I'm not speaking of those who haven't answered yet and who may never answer because they're hoping there will be a suspension. So I'd like to hear from my colleague, given the situation. Of course, they too have in the past been filibustering specialists. We shouldn't forget that. But currently, in order to unblock the situation, for example, tomorrow, the Justice Committee apparently is going to sit. We're very happy to hear that. So, will we be doing clause by clause without filibustering?
Juste un rappel aux députés.
I just like to remind the member that remarks should be made through the chair.
Portage Liskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that question. Certainly, I appreciate the acknowledgement of the stats that have been kept by my colleague and the report that they've undertaken about the lack of appearances. It would be one thing, I think, if you just found the odd camera-shy minister that wasn't very confident in their portfolio, didn't want to show up, knew they might get rung through the ringer a little bit. But we are seeing a consistent pattern across every single department, a fear to come and defend the ideas, the policies, and the spendings by this Liberal government. If you're proud of what you're doing, you should have the guts to show up to a committee, answer tough questions from parliamentarians on behalf of their constituents. That is your job, Minister.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think my colleague from Portage Lisgar just landed on something that was quite relevant, and maybe some of my Liberal colleagues missed that, but the stifling of debate. He mentioned, because of the Liberal censorship bill, we can't share news articles online. This government has prorogued Parliament not once, but twice in the past 10 years. One to cover up the WEAST charity scandal, another one to cover up the Green Slush Fund scandal. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm a big fan of your future behavior is dictated by your past behavior. This government has done nothing but stifle debate over the last 10 years. Would my colleague agree with that?
The Honourable Member for Portage Lisgar.
Thank you to my honourable colleague for a good question. It's like they can't help themselves. It is in their DNA to try to control what other people think. I think Canadians are sick and tired of it. I think that they wish they could just share that message with a few more Canadians on social media.
Hear, hear. That's right.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Okanagan, Lake West, South Kelowna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it certainly is a pleasure to rise and to speak on behalf of the good citizens of Okanagan, Lake West, South Kelowna. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, though, it is to something that is not in my nature, which is to be negative. But it has to be done, Mr. Speaker. This government and its members have treated Parliament badly. One only has to take a look at the debate tonight, Mr. Speaker. There are Liberal members here, but there are not in sufficient amounts that I would say that shows they take this issue seriously.
I have a point of order from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
The member is trying to walk a fine line in terms of talking about members being present or not present, and I just want a cautionary that he's not supposed to be doing that.
So that's a good reminder. There is a standing order that says you cannot draw the attention of the House to a member being here or not being here. I just will let the member for Okanagan, Lake West, South Kelowna continue. He is an experienced member.
I would simply be mindful that no member was mentioned. It was talking about this House in general. And I think all of us would consider that having a strong presence by all parties would always be a welcome thing in a democracy. So, Mr. Speaker, this government and its members at committee I have found to be unaccountable, undemocratic, and obstructionist. And I'll be talking about each one today. Unaccountable, Mr. Speaker, is when the Transportation Committee sought to have the Minister of Public Safety and the former Minister of Transportation, who is now just the member of University Rosedale, we found it was like pulling teeth when we invited them to come and to speak about the BC Ferries scenario, Mr. Speaker, which again, be mindful that over $1 billion of federal taxpayer monies going to a corporation that was sending that money effectively outshoring Canadian jobs in steel, aluminum, and shipbuilding. We couldn't get the Minister of Public Safety to come, even though the Minister of Transportation, in her capacity as Minister, wrote to the BC government outlining her concerns with national security, with those vessels being procured from a hybrid shipyard, both military and civilian, in a Chinese shipyard. So, Mr. Speaker, the fact that those ministers never came to allow us to have a complete study, we still have not been able to do our recommendations, and I do hope that eventually the members of the Transportation Committee will encourage those ministers or former ministers to appear and to share their expertise so that Canadians can know that their Parliament is working, that there is accountability for ministers. And Mr. Chair, I also mentioned the undemocratic or anti-democratic behavior. I have to say this pains me to no small amount. The Member of Parliament who acts as the chair of the Transportation Committee, I work with him on the All-Party Cancer Caucus, but unfortunately in his capacity as chair of the Transportation Committee, Mr. Speaker, essentially Conservatives have had twice to invoke emergency powers under Standing Order 106.4 in order to force the chair to convene meetings. Meetings while Parliament is in session. I will repeat that. Meetings while Parliament is in session. Mr. Speaker, I could understand the reticence of a chair to hold meetings unless there's emergencies during the off period during the summer where we're in our constituencies working with our constituents. But when Parliament is in session and our committees are running, there is no reason why we should not be having regular meetings. And Mr. Chair, during a meeting, and we've seen where a chair will gavel out without the consent of the room, just leave, meeting's over, even though there was resources. Then that was confirmed. We had in one case where the chair suspended for technical reasons, walked out and then all the Liberal members went while we were switching over to new translators and used that opportunity to effectively end the meeting. That is purely undemocratic and unbecoming behavior of a chair who is supposed to be an impartial referee for our parliamentary committees. This chair needs to think deeply on his role. The last one, Mr. Chair, is obstructionistic. The Member of Parliament for Argenteuil, La Petite Nation, he continues
to filibuster in this committee. His conduct is unacceptable because the Conservative Party and the other party, the Bloc Québécois, want to continue our study
of truck driving in Canada. Mr. Chair, we want to hear from victims and other people that can provide the committee with necessary information. The longer this one particular member filibusters continually, using up all the time and resources, is another day that victims aren't heard. That's unacceptable to me. It's unacceptable to the members on the Tran Committee on the opposition side, whether Conservative or Bloc, and this member needs to stop and recognize that there are other voices that need to be heard, such as victims, Mr. Speaker. And every day we do not have a step forward on that report is a day where we don't get to give those recommendations, which all members say that they want. But Mr. Speaker, it's so important for members for us to hear from some of those final voices before we give recommendations that could save a life. Could save the life of one of your family members, could save one of our lives of one of our constituents. So Mr. Speaker, we need to move forward with this. So I've gone through today a few things, Mr. Speaker, that we need to have an accountable government, so ministers coming to committee within reasonable period of times. Number two, we need to change the undemocratic way that some chairs are choosing not to convene meetings, regular meetings during parliamentary sessions, or gaveling out, or taking advantage of technical situations where translators are switching over. That is an undemocratic behavior on becoming to this House. And lastly, obstructionism coming from the Liberal Party, particularly one member on the Transportation Committee. This is not what my constituents sent me here for. They sent me to be a powerful voice, as they have sent all of us to be powerful voices for their interests. And I can't think of anything more important in our transportation system right now than having a safe highway where we can have a safe and smooth, efficient exchange of goods, using our trucking system, connecting with our ports, connecting with our jobs, connecting with our supply chains, Mr. Chair. This is one of those things where the government needs to listen, and particularly the chairs of the committee, all committees, because you do not have a majority on committee. That doesn't mean you don't need to follow the rules of democracy, which means basic things like votes, basic things like motions. Those are what parliamentary committees are set up for, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to hearing from other members here tonight and answering their questions.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Madawaska.
The honourable member from Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm shocked by the colleague's speech where he's describing obstruction and filibustering. It's true that we need to avoid filibustering, but that's actually what they're doing here today. We were supposed to be talking about the budget implementation, a budget that meets the needs of Canadians, that has investment for public safety, safety at the borders, infrastructure funding. And instead of discussing this important bill, well, what are we seeing here? Pure filibustering from the official opposition. When I'm in my riding, Madawaska-Restigouche, people ask me to move forward on their priorities, and those priorities are reflected in Budget 2025. I wonder why my colleague is seeking to delay the passage of the budget that meets the needs of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank that member for his intervention tonight, and it really does cause me to think of the reason why I'm here. As I said in my speech, we are here to be powerful voices for our constituents. I will tell you that I was here during a majority years when I first was elected in 2011. And you know, sometimes I probably gave the government of the day a little too much latitude, and, Mr. Speaker, not enough to the priorities of members of this space. This member right here is essentially shining the shoes of this government rather than listening to the voices of our constituents, because I bet you that member's constituents want to see those recommendations from Drivers Inc., and they also want to see a government that respects parliamentary committees where we actually have meetings and actually get business done.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I understand that the member is denouncing this constant filibustering, especially on the part of the government. Now, recently we got some good news. Apparently, the Justice Committee that was at a standstill for some time will be meeting tomorrow. My critic is telling me that there are resources until midnight. We're somewhat afraid that there might be filibustering on the part of Conservatives. My question to the colleague, does he commit and they commit to working and voting on clause by clause rather than engaging in filibustering until midnight?
Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
So the only thing I know about the Justice Committee right now, Mr. Speaker, is when we're at Transport Committee and, for example, we are suddenly told that Justice Committee has ended abruptly, and suddenly we get those resources, and we specifically say we'd like to continue the filibuster to let that member of Parliament have his say and maybe perhaps finally finish. Unfortunately, with all the more resources, the chair still ends the meeting early, before that member stops talking, so he again will have the floor the next meeting. Mr. Speaker, all I know about this place is that there's a cascading effect. And if this member feels the government is playing games at his committee, I guarantee you they're playing games at my committee. This needs to stop.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what we have seen consistently in this Parliament is a disrespect from the government for the democratic process. They claim they want committees to bring forth meaningful amendments. They vote down amendments. They claim they want things to go to committee, and they shut down committees for meetings. Now, the PMO has given the directive to their House leader and to all the chairs to muzzle Parliament by eliminating committee meetings, by basically not having them. I wonder if the member can share his thoughts on how he thinks this is helping the democratic voice of Canada.
And we are out of time, so I cannot let the member respond to that. The question is as follows. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mrs. O'Rourke, move that this question be now put. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, I see the member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands, Kindersley rising.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, just requested this to be carried on division.
Is it agreed? Agreed? I therefore declare the motion carried on division. Next question is as follows. Mr. Broussard, seconded by Mrs. Rempel-Gardner, moved that the first report of the Liaison Committee, presented on Tuesday, September 23rd, 2025, be concurred in. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, if a member recognized by I see the member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands, Kindersley rising again.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Asked that this would also be carried on division.
Is it agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. I therefore declare the motion carried. The House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings. We are under the rubric of motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I wasn't certain we'd get to petitions today, so I'm pleased to rise to present a petition on behalf of constituents who are very concerned, as we all should be, about the ongoing opioid crisis, that we know that where we've seen success, it's in recognizing that this is a health crisis and not a crisis under criminal law, that we need to do far more to ensure that the services are there, we do hear from all sides on this, Mr. Speaker, but particularly these petitioners ask us to cease incarceration for those who suffer from a medical condition and to focus on the rehabilitation of people to bring them back into society with better treatment programs that are run as part of our public healthcare system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, pétitions. The Honourable Member for York-Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising this evening to present a petition on behalf of residents in the town of Georgina, specifically in Keswick, on a new invasive aquatic species that was discovered in Lake Simcoe in Cook's Bay last year. This invasive species is known as water soldier, and the petitioners point out that it is both a threat to the aquatic and plant life in Lake Simcoe, as well as a threat to our agricultural work in the area because of its proximity to the Holland River. But there are remediation efforts available, and therefore the residents of my constituency asking three things of the government. First, to list or identify the water soldier as an invasive species. Second, to nominate a single federal department or agency to take ownership of this issue. And third, to allocate sufficient financial and technical support to advance remediation efforts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, pétitions. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan's caught my eye.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate you finally giving me the opportunity to present a number of petitions today. Mr. Speaker, the first petition draws the attention of the House to the worsening situation of human rights in North Korea, as documented by various commissions. Violations of human rights that include prioritization of food distribution to those considered useful to the survival of the current political system, a vast security apparatus that suppresses dissent through surveillance, coercion, fear, and punishment, public executions, putting citizens in political prison camps, terrorizing the population, state-sponsored abduction of citizens of other nations. Petitioners are also concerned about how the People's Republic of China has disregarded or ignored recommendations from the UN Commission of Inquiry regarding North Korean defectors and other issues. They have concern about refugees essentially from North Korea being sent back to North Korea by the government of China, despite the human rights abuses those defectors will certainly face. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to take the following steps in response to this worsening human rights situation: to table regular reports in Parliament on these issues, including highlighting concerns about political prison camps, Camp Kwan Lee So and Kai HoC. They want to see the Government of Canada also reporting on the situation of North Korean defectors and Canadian policy towards North Korean defectors. They want to see the Government of Canada engage actively with international organizations and foreign governments to press the Government of China to allow the safe passage for North Korean refugees to South Korea, where they're recognized as citizens, to establish initiatives to support the promotion of human rights in North Korea and aid defectors. Measures proposed include monitoring and reporting on the human rights situation, addressing the challenges facing North Korean defectors in China and other regions, develop strategies for Canada to assist in protecting North Korean citizens from crimes against humanity and support their human rights and freedoms, and support international efforts to safeguard the people of North Korea from crimes against humanity and to promote political freedoms, including through dialogue with relevant organizations and governments. I thank, in particular, the Korean community for bringing this petition to the House through their hard work and for their solidarity and concern for those who are suffering right now in North Korea. Mr. Speaker, the next petition that I would like to present to the House deals with the issue of MAID or euthanasia. Petitioners are concerned in particular about so-called Track 2 MAID that makes people living with disabilities the only group eligible for medical assistance in dying when they are not dying. Petitioners argue that allowing so-called MAID for those with disabilities or chronic illnesses who are not dying devalues their lives, tacitly endorsing the notion that life with disability is optional and by extension dispensable. They're concerned about the ableist trajectory of our healthcare system, euthanasia being proposed to those who are seeking other services, are concerned about how people with disabilities are increasingly limiting their exposure to the healthcare system for fear of facing the kind of pressure from the system to consider euthanasia in cases where they don't want it and have their lives, their dignity, their well-being challenged and devalued by the system that is supposed to protect them. Petitioners are therefore, in this case, calling for the end of so-called Track 2 MAID. They want to see the government protect all Canadians whose natural death is not reasonably foreseeable by prohibiting euthanasia for those whose prognosis for natural death is more than 6 months. The next petition that I'll table today highlights the condition of the Hazara people in Afghanistan. The Hazaras are an ethnic minority, indigenous people of Afghanistan, generally also a religious minority. They come from the Shia Muslim community, and they faced significant challenges even prior to the Taliban takeover, but their situation is that much more dire now. Petitioners also want to draw the attention of the House to some of the history around past genocides that Hazaras have faced over the last 150 years, and they identify the significant Canadian contribution and therefore connection to Afghanistan, the significant level of assistance that was given, and the loss of over 150 brave men and women in uniform in the fight against the Taliban. Petitioners, therefore, would like to see the House recognize the 1891 to 1893 ethnic cleansing perpetuated against the Hazaras as a genocide, to designate September 25th as Hazara Genocide Memorial Day, and they also express support for a Bill C-287. This was a bill number in a previous Parliament. It's not a number in the current Parliament, as far as I know. Mr. Speaker, the next petition that I'm tabling draws the attention of the House to the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners. They highlight that Falun Gong is a traditional Chinese spiritual discipline which consists of meditation, exercises, and moral teachings based on the principles of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. They describe in some detail in this petition the persecution that Falun Gong practitioners have faced and continue to face, including, among other things, forced organ harvesting. They ask the House to pass a resolution to establish measures to stop the Chinese Communist regime's crime of systematically murdering Falun Gong practitioners for their organs. and they want to see the government more forcefully call for an end to the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners. And Chair, the next petition that I'll table draws the attention of the House to many Ukrainians who have come here under the QIT visa and have questions about the government's policy with respect to next steps for them. They want to see the government provide Ukrainians currently in Canada temporary emergency measures with...
And the time has elapsed for petitions. Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. I'm pursuing a question I originally asked on November 5th, which pertained to, of course, the budget had been tabled November 4th, and I was asking the government if they were prepared to consider amendments or changes to their budget. As we know, they did change the budget, but not in any normal way that we've seen in the past. I'll get back to the question and the matter that I hope to take up tonight, but just to recap, on November 4th, the budget included on page 384 a commitment that fossil fuel subsidies would not be available for something called enhanced oil recovery. So that was part of the budget I actually liked and didn't want changed, but within 10 days it was reversed in the agreement with Madam Smith of Alberta, and they are now available. So it wasn't actually what I was trying to get at in my question to the government about changing a budget in the first few days after it's been tabled. There can be changes made that I thought would move us closer to consensus. The answer from the Honourable Leader of the Government in the House, who also happens to be Minister of Transportation, is what I did want to take up further this evening, because in his response, he said that the government was making, quote, historical investments in climate competitiveness, and it would get Canada to net zero by 2050, to quote him, and, quote, compare us to any country around the world, close quotes. Historic effort, historic budget. We've heard the platitudes. In the time I have tonight, I just want to make a couple of quick points, other than the betrayal on the budget, as aforementioned, from page 384, which was reversed in the MOU with Alberta. There's a lot of misunderstanding about this notion of net zero by 2050. And as someone who's worked on climate issues for quite a long time, it's important that every member of Parliament here understand that what we committed to as a country in the Paris Agreement, which is a legally binding commitment, is to stay as far below 2 degrees as possible. Now, that becomes impossible if we focus on something not in the Paris Agreement, which is this notion of a deadline out to the year 2050 of being at net zero. It's very clear from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change that we must rapidly reduce emissions by 2030 and 2035 at the latest in order to be certain to have any hope of staying below 2 degrees at all, much less as far below 2 as possible. It's also the case that when the Honourable Leader of the Government in the House asks me to compare our record to any other country around the world, we compare very poorly, in fact. Of all the G7 countries, we're the only country that has as high a level. Emissions have grown more rapidly in Canada since 1990 than in any other G7 country. So our emissions are far above our 1990 levels, whereas all the countries of the European Union, and the European Union as a bloc, is 40% below their 1990 levels of emissions. Or you look at some of the other countries around the world, smaller developing countries like Costa Rica, look at countries that have done an enormous amount to reduce emissions. Canada doesn't look good compared to many countries around the world. So when we look at our budget and recognize that a budget is the single most important environmental statement made by a government, this budget, unfortunately, despite promises on the floor of this place, has come in as an F, and we are failing. Mr. Speaker, I hope in the time we have for debate, we can take up these matters based on the facts and the science. Thank you very much for our time this evening.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for her question. Of course, our government is always ready to listen to Canadians, and of course, budgets are always moment-in-time documents. And we did engage with Canadians in our pre-budget consultation. The insights gathered through these consultations and online submissions played a vital role in shaping the budget. This is a plan to build major infrastructure, homes, industries. We need to grow our economy and create lasting prosperity. It also does support durable climate action, and it understands that climate action is an economic necessity. As we know, the world's economy is undergoing a historic transformation towards low-carbon energy and clean technology. In 2024, global investments in clean energy reached $2 trillion US, nearly double the level of investment in fossil fuels, and the global clean technology market is expected to triple by 2035. At the same time, the Canadian Climate Institute estimates that climate disruption, if left unchecked, could cut median Canadian household income by nearly 20% by the end of the century from where it would have otherwise been, impacting many segments of our economy, from food supply chains to financial markets. Mr. Speaker, this means that to compete internationally, Canada will need to reduce its carbon intensity to meet the growing demand from global markets for products with low associated greenhouse gas emissions, and buyers of Canadian resources are increasingly looking for low-carbon sourcing. Canada is well positioned to take advantage of growth opportunities. For example, our electricity grid, which is one of the cleanest in the world, guarantees access to clean power businesses that businesses around the world are looking for in sectors ranging from aluminum and steel to AI. In conventional energy, too, Canada is one of very few large-scale suppliers committed to strong environmental, social, and governance standards. We've reduced emissions intensity, but more importantly, we've reduced emissions by 6% over the last 10 years, and that is while Canada's population grew 15%. It is not enough, but it is a significant start, and it is turning the curve in a way that other oil-producing jurisdictions simply have not been able to wrap their head around. So we know, Mr. Speaker, that Canada's natural resources, workforce, and commitment to fighting climate change adaptation will position us to surpass economies that fail to adapt, and we're moving forward on that understanding. We'll build new infrastructure, capitalize on projects that further Canada's standing as a clean energy superpower. We'll explore initiatives such as nuclear energy, electricity grid interties, investments in low-carbon fuels, and with the federal tax supports being delivered through our suite of clean economy investment tax credits, Canada will get the investment that will be absolutely necessary in order to build the economy that will take us to net zero, which is much more than just a slogan. It is something that is essential for ourselves, our children, and our children's children. Improving the effectiveness of industrial carbon pricing will ensure every dollar spent delivers maximum impact, because industrial carbon pricing rewards innovation and spurs investment in cleaner technologies, helping Canada's industrial sectors to grow and compete. This means that as our government moves decisively to build major nation-building projects and millions more homes, we'll be doing so while reducing emissions and growing our economy. Mr. Speaker, we must get to net zero. I believe Budget 2025 supports durable climate action, action that will withstand the changing of governments, and action that will withstand the turmoil that we are in the world right now. It will also identifies that it will require massive investment to get to net zero, and the old tools can only get us so far. Budget 2025 provides new tools, new investment tools that will allow us to capitalize on those investments to build the green economy of tomorrow.
The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Yes, with only 1 minute, and I first want to start by thanking the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I know he has a personal depth of concern on climate, which is welcome in this place. But the harsh reality is that net zero by 2050, to quote Greta Thunberg, net zero by 2050 is fraud. The only thing you can do with net zero by 2050 is you're ignoring the immediate needs to cut emissions quickly and globally. We have cut our emissions very slightly in this country, but the tools that the government was using in the previous cabinet under a different prime minister have been eliminated and nothing put in its place. Now, we're now at 8.5% below our 2005 levels of emissions. That's woefully inadequate to get to 35% below by the year 2035. In the time of my 10 seconds remaining, I'll plead with everyone in the Liberal caucus. It's time to be serious. Cut emissions before the window closes on any hope to stay below 2 degrees Celsius.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, and I personally believe more is required. It is not enough, and we are going to need to figure out new ways to address emissions as we move forward. Some of those technologies are infancy, some don't exist yet, and it will require significant investment to get us to where we need to be, and in fact push beyond that to start taking carbon out of the air to allow us to undo the damage that we have done here. But I do believe with an effective industrial carbon pricing system, transparent long-term price trajectories, and our clean economy investment tax credits, we can supercharge affordable net zero energy projects that turn our natural wealth into lasting prosperity while protecting this planet. And that's why I believe Budget 2025 deserves our support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, in question period, I called out the Prime Minister for being a flip-flopper. He says one thing about pipelines to Premier Danielle Smith in an MOU and gives quite another story to Premier David Eby of British Columbia, where I represent as a member of Parliament. And he says that even though he was against oil pipelines, now he's for it. He was against the tanker ban, but now he was for a tanker ban, but now he's against it. And you just have to scratch your head, because he told a different story to David Eby, who is adamantly opposed to pipelines. It's wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah, we're for a pipeline, but it won't happen anytime soon. How is that? Well, through debate, regulations, excessive red tape, and endless consultations. Does it seem, Mr. Speaker, that he's speaking out of both sides of his mouth? He's being two-faced? I think so. And it's not only oil pipelines. At the end of this summer, BC Caucus, we visited several mills in the Lower Main, or actually in the southern Vancouver Island. And we were hearing from the mills that, yeah, they were happy. They were, as far as what the Prime Minister was saying, he's going to get things done for them. Well, guess what? They were also very concerned that this was just words. We just recently, I believe it's last week, that one of the mills we saw in Crofton is closing permanently. 350 jobs gone in a small community. This is happening throughout Canada. It's catastrophic for a small community. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister won the election in large part of being a master negotiator with Donald Trump. But what a terrible joke that has become. Tariffs have actually gone up tripled under this Prime Minister, let alone under our other industries. Our automobile sector is packing up and leaving. Can I just say it black and white, plain and simple, Mr. Speaker? I don't trust the Prime Minister, and I don't trust the Liberals to get this pipeline project done, despite what they say. But make no mistake, I want this MOU to proceed. Conservatives want this to proceed. Canadians need this to proceed. We are an exporting nation. Our standard of living and our health care is based upon our exports. Millions of Canadians don't have access to a doctor. Food bank lineups have doubled under the Liberals. Mr. Speaker, what's our number one export? Right, you're from Alberta, you know, it's oil. But we're being hobbled under the Liberals. We got the fourth largest reserves in the world after Venezuela, Saudi Arabia, and Iran, 3 times more than the U.S. But guess what? The U.S. is now the biggest producer in the world at 20 million barrels a day, and Canada just has 1/4 of that production. Nations have come to us and asked, will you give us your energy? Will you sell us your energy? But the Liberals, what do? They yawn. And they say, well, we'll see if there's a business case. I guess my question to the Parliamentary Secretary is, can they confirm the Prime Minister will uphold his constitutional right to get a pipeline built expeditiously and regardless of Premier David Eby's stated opposition, as well as a rejection of it by different First Nations?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was heartening to hear the member opposite say he wants the MOU to proceed. I hope he does realize that includes strong industrial carbon pricing, moving the effective price of carbon in Alberta from approximately $25 a ton to $130 a ton. I welcome that kind of environmental commitment, but it is very inconsistent with what I've heard in this House before. But this gets us into the story. It is a story of balance. The Prime Minister has been very clear that we can and we should and we must develop our energy resources, but we must do it in a responsible fashion. And that responsible fashion includes an industrial price on carbon, it includes action on methane, and it includes investments in pathways, which would be taking carbon out of the industry itself in a way that has just not been considered by other oil-producing jurisdictions. On the question of British Columbia and Alberta, as we move forward, one of our next steps in implementing the MOU is for the federal government to engage immediately in trilateral discussions with BC and Alberta. This action is, of course, not just reasonable, it's laid out in the memorandum itself, one agreed to by Alberta. The MOU also includes conditions that are necessary for the projects to be considered, but not sufficient for them to proceed as projects of national interest. So to be clear, the MOU does not bind British Columbia into any predetermined outcome. Rather, the MOU establishes how to coordinate regulatory and economic decisions more efficiently while ensuring environmental integrity. Any project that's brought forward will continue to undergo rigorous project-specific assessments, including environmental and economic due diligence, as well as rigorous consultations with Indigenous peoples. And that's the approach that Canadians expect. They expect a balanced approach that looks at the economy and looks at the environment and sees how we can develop them both in harmony. The potential pipeline project is still very much in its infancy, with a formal proposal expected to come from Alberta next spring. The government's objective is always to work in partnership with provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples. That is the very fabric of our Confederation, a collaborative approach. And again, the MOU establishes the necessary conditions for a project to even be considered, but they are considered in a broader context with additional. Any interprovincial pipeline will require Alberta and BC to work closely together towards reaching substantial agreement grounded in the promise of shared economic benefits. Equally crucial is the need to meet commitments to Indigenous peoples, including ensuring meaningful consultation on project decisions that could affect their rights and interests, while also advancing opportunities for Indigenous economic participation and partnerships. And there have already been several constructive conversations with BC, recognizing that there is a pressing need for significant and sustained effort to build substantial support from both British Columbians and the Indigenous peoples whose lands and livelihoods would be affected. Premier Eby has publicly stated there may be scenarios under which his government could be supportive of a pipeline to the West Coast, should those conditions be met. And so while it is true that ultimate jurisdiction for approving interprovincial pipelines lies with the federal government, it remains our wish to achieve a conclusion built on consensus with BC, Alberta, and First Nations. This path of working together in partnership and respect, striving to achieve consensus, is the Canadian way, and it is the right way to do it.
For Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, all I'm hearing from the Parliamentary Secretary is that it is nope. It's long time. Canadians can't wait this long, Mr. Speaker. We have a lot of problems. Our businesses, factories are moving down south. As a matter of fact, I'm surprised that the Prime Minister doesn't wear a MAGA hat. Make America great again. Because you know what? His company, they moved down New York City, where investments are moving down. Liberals are giving billions of dollars of taxpayers' money, and guess what? The Stellantis taking it, moving down south. That's what this Liberal government is. It's making America great again. How about putting Canada first, not the United States? It's time to put Canadians first. And we need to see the change. We need to get this oil pipeline in and to build up our revenues and jobs, because young people, Canadians need it. Seniors need it because of the health care needs and all the other needs is to get our country going again. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I worry that the follow-up betrays a bit of an ignorance of Canadian jurisprudence and the operating of the oil sector. I've worked on many pipeline projects in my career, and I can tell you it's not just building a pipeline, it's building the product to get into that pipeline. And that is going to take some time, and those things need to be aligned. Now, Alberta won't even submit a case until the spring, and it's only at that point that the federal government can respond to specifics. But I will also note that in the meantime, one of the things the MOU talks about is optimization of the Trans Mountain expansion, which could increase by hundreds of thousands of barrels our ability to get product to the coast, which is something that can be used to take up the demand that is currently, or the production that is currently envisioned to be constructed. So these things need to be in alignment. These things take careful thought, and that's what this government's going to provide.
The Honourable Member for York-Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm following up this evening on a question I asked earlier in the month in question period on the economy. And of course, one of the most important parts of our economy is our two-way trade with the United States. And of course, we know that there are significant difficulties there right now, and that unfortunately our negotiations are stalled, and the Liberals are haven't really got very far, unfortunately, with our American counterparts there. But I want to specifically ask the Parliamentary Secretary if the government is following the ongoing Supreme Court case that's taking place and is expected to release a judgment shortly. I believe it's called HoC Selections, and it deals with a challenge to the President's imposition of tariffs under the IEEPA legislation. So I'd like to know if the Parliamentary Secretary could advise the House if the government is following this case, and if they are, if they have a view on what the outcome of that case would mean for Canada, whether the court strikes down those laws or whether it upholds the President's authority.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, a case that we're following very carefully. I will note that this is probably a question better targeted towards the Justice Minister, but I will say that in terms of view of the case, one of the things that we are aware of is that while this is a lever that the President has used in the United States, there are other levers, and so we should not assume that just based on that case that our problems will go away. The reality is the Americans have decided they want to change their trade relationship with the world. And we need to manage that situation. We need to do it in order to make sure that we are protecting the various businesses that are being deeply affected, such as softwood lumber, such as steel. And there are also realities that we are somewhat supported at this point from the fact that we have the best trade deal with the United States, with 85% of our products being essentially tariff-free. And so, yes, it's a complicated situation. It's something we have to watch closely. There are many opinions, I'm sure, in the Justice Department. I have opinions myself. I'm sure International Affairs has opinions. But we cannot assume that any resolution to a court case in the United States will resolve our particular challenges here north of the border. It is incumbent on us to go out and build our own destiny. That includes diversifying trade relationships with the world, as the Prime Minister has done. That includes building the infrastructure to make us self-sufficient, which we are doing right now through the Build Canada Act. And that includes thinking of ourselves differently as Canadians and making sure that we are doing what is necessary to protect Canada during these trying times.
Honourable Member for York-Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was actually very encouraged by the member opposite's response because I think I agree with him. My own view is that this case is dealing with tariffs that were imposed under the IEEPA legislation. And in fact, the industries that are most hard hit, which the member mentioned, which are steel, aluminum, lumber, autos, have nothing to do with IEEPA. They are with steel, aluminum, and autos, those are Section 232 tariffs, and lumber, of course, is also anti-dumping and countervailing duties. So I'm glad to hear the member agrees, and maybe he could just confirm his view that even if the court strikes down the President's authority under the IEEPA legislation, that will do nothing and provide no relief for our hardest hit industries.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. That's just the simple reality of it, Mr. Speaker. However, I do think that it would put additional pressure on the United States to potentially come to the table. Hopefully that's something that could be leveraged by our negotiators to get strong deals for our affected sectors. It is just very painful to see. And of course, this government needs to be there for them as those sectors are dealing with pain. So I'm proud to be part of a government that has invested significantly in supports for affected industries, not just in the short term, but also helping them reorient towards the rest of the world, finding new Canadian markets. And I'd like to just end on the same note of I'm glad we're in agreement. I welcome the member opposite to work with me. We're here to support Canada, all of us.
La motion portant...
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.